will be mad.
You will be mad because it's
I'm
red
not even
here.
mad. I'm just disgusted.
Just disgusted.
What do you mean I'm signed out of friends and
Don't
chat?
be disgusted
You
with
okay?
me. Because
No, that's not.
who's here? Rad's here. Yeah.
Friends and
Don't
chat.
be disgusted
You
with
okay?
me. What the fuck?
Good.
Because
No,
Jesus.
that's not.
Who's here? Rad's here. Yeah. Don't be.
I want to listen to my
That's
own
a problem
music.
with I'm either gonna have to mute you. You stop the
Oh,
music.
through Meryl? I thought
Oh
it was
my
through
God.
Paradise. Okay, well,
Oh my God, that fucking scared me.
where the fuck is this music coming from?
Power Dog.
Nowhere anymore.
Oh wait, I think my D Live. Oh no! Damn it, Darwin, you should have told me.
Hey, at least D-Live's thing auto plays the video now. It still scares the shit out of me. Fuck.
It scared the shit out of me too. I was like,
I know!
what the fuck? I thought I muted it.
It just auto plays the audio whenever it starts, which I mean it makes
Then
sense,
I
but
heard
still.
fucking Meryl twice, and it was like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, it's D Live.
I know. Theo, you understand my pain. Oh, my pain is immense.
Welcome to the
boy.
pain train.
Welcome to pain train.
Welcome.
Oh
I
shit.
thought I muted Power Dog, so I didn't hear the music, but then that happened.
I'm not playing
You heard-
music anymore.
You heard the same thing that I did. It's okay. Whenever I'm wandering the streets at night and I hear the random song in my head, I'll just blame you again, Power Dog. Oh damn, that catchy tune is back in my head. It's Power Dog's fault.
Do do
God
do
damn it.
do 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 do.
But yeah, Terraria. Let's just have some fun with this.
I need a bite. What the fuck?
When will
Spotify-
Darwin open up his
Spotify's
game?
acting weird.
Uh,
Why? Dude,
I
Terraria?
am in the fucking options menu thinking, how do I play? I'm so stupid, guys. I'm sorry. Max, why didn't you send me into the mental institution yet?
Hold
You
on.
should, Max.
Yeah, it's your fault. I'm
Having
gonna call my
issues.
character Max, and I'm gonna sully your name.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you actually bad?
Wait, what the fuck? Dude, I went to my volume mixer and it shows 2 discords.
Yeah, there are 2 discords. There's one that displays the ping audio and one that displays VC audio.
Alright.
Oh, oh.
Obviously, I'm just gonna be purple again.
Well, I'm muting Terraria because I don't like the Terraria noises.
There we go. I
Wait,
am
there's
You
blue.
don't like the Terraria soundtrack.
There's fucking
Yay.
texture packs now!
Yeah.
Alright, do we make a new world?
1.4.
Do we make a new world? Because I think Reese's
Yes.
Pieces has been fucked.
Please do.
Yeah, Reese's
okay.
Pieces has been ruined.
It's been
I'll
ruined
play
by
Reese's
God.
Pieces. I'll play it on my own someday.
I need to buy a new pair of fucking
Reese's
headphones.
Pieces is unsalvageable.
I need a new pair of headphones.
Okay, I have the perfect name for this one.
The grid?
I don't know how to open this up though. Gonna make it large and in charge. It's gonna be randomized.
I think you just have to start playing and we can join, right?
No, he has to do host and play from the multiplayer.
Oh
menu.
heck, you gotta host
Oh,
it.
I am stupid. It's still creating it though. It might not put me in immediately, so we might be fine. I don't
Darwin, you
know.
made it a journey world, I think. Yeah, you made it a journey world.
Is that bad?
Yeah,
Then
Journey
we'll
Worlds is like
use
Journey's a
journey
new mode.
characters.
It's basically like the creative mode of this game in a sense.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. It was that. Hey, that was
You
like
gotta
the
you gotta
auto
select
mode.
classic.
Okay, that was like the first mode that they made. Well, this world is fucked. I called it toilet anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll make something new.
Wow.
Toilet.
Okay, I'll think of something better.
Toilet.
So I watched all of South Park finally. The last
Wow, he actually did
After
it.
months of
The last-
binging.
yes, the last season was actually decent. It was like normal South Park again. If not, it was like normal South Park, but like all the jokes that reference like previous seasons were kind of like season 1 terror jokes. Hey, Chase, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. We're just kinda-
Water bottle.
We're chilling
I
and
told
vibing
you-
right now.
I told Stupid and Stupid if they want to join us, they can join us.
Okay, who's
Who's
stupid and stupid?
and stupid?
Fucking TNT and Ender.
Oh. Why?
Star, is the world open yet?
No, it's
No.
actually taking forever to load. I don't
Why
know
would you message Ender? He's playing Stardew.
Do star. Do
Ask them
star,
to
don't
join.
bother
It's
me.
a nice thing
Do
to do,
star,
Mel.
don't bother me.
Courtesy.
Do star, don't bother me. Do 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 do
It's
do.
called courtesy, my boy.
Yeah, I already adhered, so they would have already known that I
I don't
messaged
even
them
think they're in
anyway.
this. I don't think Ender's in this group.
I like how it took forever just to
He
start, and now I have to like delete it unless I All right, brand new world. Actually, no, let's go back. Pubble! Oh, that was my first character. Join hosting play.
Pubble.
I'll miss
What
Pubble.
the
Now
fuck,
I'm Max.
Dude, Meryl, in the fucking
What?
waifu market, somebody got Velma. Oh, somebody also got fucking lesbian girl from Mirror Nikki.
I'm waiting for someone to roll anyone on my wish list.
What the fuck
Alright.
is this? Ew, this is
Now we have to
soy
wait
art.
for longer. What do you... What?
Fucking just looking at the waifu market. What is this show?
What do you mean by
He
waifu
isn't even
market?
he isn't in the server that the waifu market's in.
It's the fucking
What?
cafe thing.
What?
Ew.
He isn't in it.
Have you seen this show, OKKO, Let's Be Heroes?
Yeah, that's a good show.
That's
I have-
disgusting. Meryl, it's soy art.
I've seen a bit of it. Well, the thing is with OKKO, they have a very loose storyboard, and it seems like they have a very loose storyboard and very loose, like, character model sheets, so the characters change sizes. But I think it's less serious than
have-
Steven, so it's, like, kind of built around that. In a sense, but...
Plus, OKKO has the guy that made the music for Shovel Knight. Fun fact.
You
Oh,
got
does it
Ed
really?
from Ed's
I didn't know
World.
that. I didn't know that. One thing that disappointed me about OKKO is that their style of making everything loose and funny. They brought all the Cartoon Network stuff in there, and it's cool. They managed to reference every single Cartoon Network show. But the bad part was that a lot of the characters that they referenced, like Juniper Lee and stuff, like those old mid 2000s shows. Like Max, you remember Juniper Lee, right?
Planet.
No.
You don't? Captain Planet might have been there. Okay, so
Dude, there was a whole
basically they
Sonic
took
episode.
yes, there was, but they took a lot of like not clip art, but they took like the generic
I
kind
know
of
you
like
fucking started. God
they
damn it,
took the generic. Okay, they took what do you call that thing where you just have like a character image art? Like you look it up on Google and it's like the first image you see. Like it's not the concept promo art, the promo art. A lot of the characters' poses were like just the promo art in this episode of
What the fuck even is
OKKO.
that, Meryl?
You've never played Banjo-Kazooie?
And it was like, oh my
No,
god, their
I actually
proportions were
never
so
played
bad.
that.
It was hilarious how bad the proportions were for like half the Cartoon Network characters in OKKO. It was just kind of
Max.
funny.
Well,
I wish I could like
Max.
review it, like show it and just talk about it because it's just kind of funny. It's
Oh,
like
wait, are you talking
Juniper
about like
Lee's
the weird crossover episode?
Didn't even
Yes,
pay attention.
yes!
Oh,
in the
I would've
museum
wanted
part.
that.
In the museum, yes. I'm glad you
No.
finally. I'm glad you know.
Don't worry,
So,
you got fucking
basically-
instead.
Basically, when you're in the museum and you see all the characters, like Juniper Lee, like her neck is cracked because it's like they drew it at such an odd angle. Like whoever drew that stuff in the background, they were just going off of like the character like art. They didn't draw in interesting poses at all. It was just like, oh hey, look, we have to fight off this giant evil, and all these heroes got like transformed to stone. That sucks. And then it's just like they're all smiling and happy, like giving the thumbs up. It's like, what the fuck? It makes no
That's
sense.
probably the fox, dude.
Darwin, you did a stinky.
What I do? I'm trying to select Velma's glasses. It doesn't
I
let
don't really
me.
care.
Yeah,
anything, though. I
the
don't
character
really
you
care
made
for
is a
something
non-journey
like that.
character, or
Is
is a
that-
journey mode character.
What? Max, you're a journey mode character.
What?
Yes, he is.
What? How is that tied to the game itself? That makes no sense.
Journey mode. I told you, journey mode's like creative mode.
No, but why did they make it confusing?
What?
Fine.
What do you mean no character film? Mila's better than fucking Carmelita Fox. Fuck
Fine,
you,
I'll be
man.
Zam. I'll be Reverse Max. There we go, I'm still purple.
I don't like people.
Is that Persona music I hear? Skip.
There we go, now we can play Velma's glasses. Sorry, I was just having fun. I remember they had a character that they referenced new metal bands, like Linkin Park in OKKO. That probably is it. OKKO, you can tell.
No, you
is
need to
just, like-
watch JoJo's.
Honestly,
They reference a ton of like rock bands in that show.
That's cool. But like about OKKO, like the people who make that show are like my age. But like obviously they were able to go to CalArts or wherever for a semester at least, but because like goddamn. Let me see.
Oh my god, they're using the CalArts style. It's so oversaturated.
Allow users, friends. That style's only like everywhere just because it's cheap to make. It's very cheap to make. Start. Okay. It's a server password. No password.
So you're saying that you hate Gravity Falls?
Okay, the password is Rad, as you guys know.
Yeah, but at least they put a little bit more effort into Gravity Falls.
Gravity Falls has very fluid animation. The backgrounds look great. It's just got this nice story. It was also one of like the earlier ones. It's one of the earlier ones too. At the same time, it's like I don't know. People will fall more in love with stuff like that if it's like with a show. If they have like a decent enough like story and writing going on. Art isn't everything to a show. It really is not.
Gravity Falls, at least they put more effort into it. Compared to the fucking OKKO thingy and,
Oh, hey, weird.
Fucking Thundercats Roar.
Honestly, a lot of...
Zero effort in. Oh, and fucking Teen Titan Go. That had zero effort as well.
Thundercats Roar is like...
Are you using a new character?
Yeah, I'm using...
Yeah.
I'm using Zam. I'm reverse
What
next.
what is this shit? This is new.
Did you guys...
Character thing? Okay.
Oh yeah, it's open right now. Password's Rad.
Dude, Dar, what's the... I've tried red
No, it's
and
not.
red with a capital R.
All caps are. All caps.
Why?
R-A-D.
Since I'm playing as Darwin, I guess I gotta be female.
Alright, go ahead.
Oh, it just kicked me out for incorrect password because I entered it twice.
Oh, that sucks.
Can
I'm
I
sorry,
even
I
join
made...
now?
I'm sorry...
Hey.
Hey, Power Dog
Oh, I
made it.
can.
I'm sorry I made the three-letter character password
Stinky?
confusing.
There's fruit.
Yeah, there's fruit now.
What's
And look, the trees
point?
wave.
Fruit? There's
What's the
me?
point? of fruit? Like, actually, just what's the point?
Because that's a concept familiar in Minecraft, and people who are new to this game will probably be like, oh, a fruit! I need that for food!
I'm pretty sure they just added fruit for menu items. Or not menu items, but like consumables.
Die. Kill.
I'm killing goopy monsters.
Whoa, that slime
yeah.
had lead.
Like, I kind of didn't finish my thought, but yeah, basically people on OKKO, they're like my age, so they're just writing shit they grew up with into it. Like, OKKO is just one of those shows where nothing really matters, so it's like they could make whatever they want. That's why they made a Cartoon Network crossover episode. It's cool, but whoever they got to do the background, like, characters sucked. I'm pretty sure they just, like, gave them, like, they just worked off of a character.
If I'm playing as Darwin, I have to make him darker skinned, right?
No, you have to die 50 million times. Who the hell are these guys? These you guys?
I'm not like black.
I don't have a hammer, I can't fix this.
Tan?
Alright,
What are you
gonna go
What
here.
are you doing?
Me?
I'm just curious what the hell's going on, to be
I'm
completely
trying to
honest.
make Darwin my character, and I'm trying to make him like how I would imagine him in real life.
Yo, yeah, that reminds
I
me.
imagine him being really, really tan.
Newt pranked me the other day. He was trying to get me to like freak out because he was saying that Strock revealed my face. I was just kind
Oh
of.
my god, Newt! Wow.
I remember when
know.
that happened. I remember when he was talking about that in call.
Yeah,
What the
like
fuck's-
my
Mark, what are you
reaction. I had
doing?
like no reaction because I was mainly like trying to process it because it would like.
I like that.
I was
What are
just
you
like
doing?
I was kind of thinking about why Strock would do that, and I was thinking about like what picture he would have shared, and I was like, what would it like?
Power
like,
Dog, you do realize you can replace ground tiles without breaking
Like-
them now, right?
Like I could have, like I was freaking. I guess you could say I could have freaked out, but
No, I didn't
I was
know
taking
that.
so
Shut
damn
up.
long. I was taking so long that
Get
Newt was
better
just
at
like,
video games.
Darwin, what's
Alright.
your favorite color other than purple?
my favorite color is blue actually.
I'll make this blue one.
But yeah, I just thought it was funny.
You
Newt like
light
could have
blue
waited
or
a bit
you like
longer.
dark blue?
What?
What?
Light blue.
That's yours then.
Not like
You let me take care of the house. You
Sky
do
Blue,
other
just kind of
things.
like cerulean sort of thing.
You're getting what I fucking gave you.
Alright, that's fine. I really want a blue that's not too teal, that's slightly more saturated. It's got great luminosity, and it looks great when it's paired up against orange. You better give me what I want. I'll
We're playing
sue.
on Journey Classic. What?
Classic.
Oh,
You won't be able to join the world if you do Journey.
I just kind of like jumped way far away. Let me see. Oh god.
This is
Don't,
Dragon
don't
Quest
worry,
music.
Darwin. I did it really. I did. Wait, what's the password?
Rad in all caps.
Yeah.
I did a really good job making your character.
Cool.
What I would imagine you would look like in real life.
Okay.
Except that I gave you an afro because I like giving characters afros.
You know, I did have a kind of afro.
Oh, you still need hammers for that? They said They said they removed that. What the heck? Terraria devs live.
Wait, what color are you guys on?
I'm kind of far away. I'm gonna go back.
What team color are you guys on?
Oh wait, we need team colors.
Not at the moment.
So I know where the fuck everyone is.
Oh yeah.
Let's join fucking green.
I'm on pink already. Too bad.
Okay, fine, bitch.
May or may not
Wait, I
be
can't.
coming.
Wait.
How do I
Wait,
how do I
what are we
get?
doing?
Oh, there we go.
Blue?
Okay.
Did you guys say blue team?
Is that,
No.
We're on pink apparently.
look, I made Darwin.
Darwin.
Yeah.
This is
Yay.
what I imagine Darwin would be, except with an afro.
Yay.
I need to kill this thing. Come here.
Yay, apparently. Look at this
Yeah.
giant place.
Meryl, welcome.
Wait, Meryl, is that you?
Huh.
Are you the blue guy?
No.
How do I go
Oh,
down to the
Darwin?
thing?
Darwin's the blue
Yeah, that's
guy?
Darwin.
Yes.
Oh, Darwin, what do you think of the character I made? It's supposed to be you in real life.
It reminds me of when I was very young and I was outside all the time. I actually got to be Aladdin for Halloween and I looked just like him.
Squirrel fell out of a tree. Murder.
I'm gonna murder
Oh,
you.
Aladdin.
If I went outside, I would either probably burn to a crisp because I'm fucking Irish, or I would have a dark tan. I don't know what would happen.
Dad, why would you let him in the house?
Italians have really dark skin if we're out in the sun.
I guess. I wouldn't know. Bup, 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 bup.
Meryl,
Thor,
you don't go outside much, do you?
Me? No, I don't go outside
If
much.
you did go outside, you would probably have a really dark skin.
It's really nice going outside just to relax, especially if you haven't been outside in a while.
To go outside just to get a fucking breath of fresh air.
Hey, we're not going to be able to kill each other, right?
Right.
No,
Okay,
PvP.
turn on PvP, but
PvP's not on?
that's it.
Okay, good.
It's not on. You have to turn it on.
Oh, yeah.
Pink slimes are so hard to kill with base weapons.
They have
Time to
150
make
health,
the-
that's why.
Time to make the new Church of Kanye.
Oh, please don't.
Why not?
That thing wasn't good.
What do you mean? It was Kanye.
You know what I mean.
Power
Oh,
Dog,
right.
you're about to die. Pull back for a sec.
Fucking Maestro then. How about
Power Dog,
that?
pull back for a sec.
I'm not about to die.
Wait, what do
I
have to
see you with like 1 tick of health or something.
I just help. with the-
Got enough.
help.
Doesn't do that
He's
much.
mine. Get away from him. Oh, I get 1 gold for that.
Hooray!
Why?
I swear you have like no health right now. Yeah, you have 16
Yeah, you only start with
health!
100.
Dear gosh!
Your point?
Your points
I'm
are
good.
going to
Oh,
die,
you guys are using
buddy.
the hearts on screen, aren't you? I turned my health bar and
Can you
this
no
funny
longer
mana
run?
bar into what, Mac?
Can you no longer run? I haven't been able to run.
Remember you had to have items to do that?
Dirt wall, wood platform,
I
shell.
thought you could just run on your own.
No.
Oh yeah, I remember. I need to make that one thing, the
Oh, there is
workbench.
food in this game.
Or is this a workbench? Oh, you already have a workbench. Never mind. Oh shit, I bought
I am
2 of them.
I am going to make the Church of Maestro.
Fence, wooden helmet. Greaves. Oh yeah, the torches are made with like wood and gel. Yeah. Yay!
There's a desert.
Yay! Oh, there comes enemy.
Whenever
What's
I
our
hear
buddy's
somebody-
name again?
The guide? I don't know what his name is. I haven't talked to him.
His name is
Whenever I hear-
Cole.
Whenever I hear somebody say fucking yay, I think it's Doggy, because Doggy says yay a lot.
Yay! A lot of people say yay.
You guys cannot get back in.
Why?
Why are you taking my wood?
You fucker! Fuck you!
What?
Good, jump in the hole.
Dude, Powerdog's being a bitch. Took my
What?
wood.
Block this
What?
out.
Nothing wrong. Play nice, guys. Or else I'll have to mediate.
Ah, it's a vulture! Run!
Max, why did you go
He's
right into the
joking.
desert with no equipment?
Because he's just like chilling right now.
I'm sorry, I'm playing as
Fuck.
Darwin. I'm making Darwin decisions.
Yeah, that is. I did do that earlier. You know, I did do that earlier.
You gotta put it on grass.
So hey, good job.
You can't follow me. This isn't the desert. Help! I'm being chased by vultures.
I forgot how to jump. You have to scream that. You have to scream that.
Don't bring him into the house?
You have to forget how to jump. You have to get other people killed at the same time. No,
Can we make
you're
that-
not playing Darwin good enough. Go
we
back
make that-
out there, lure the enemy in the house, and giggle about it.
Okay, fine.
And get other people killed.
Come on, vultures. Come on, vultures. Come on, vultures. What the
Oh,
fuck are they
God.
doing? They're
Makes me
retarded.
lit.
Vultures are retarded.
Oh boy.
Come here, vulture. Vulture!
Vult-
Vulture!
I think the
Their
vulture's
internet-
also trying to be Darwin.
Their brains are on like dial up right now.
Hey, zombie, come with us. Come with me. Come on, come in.
Ooh, an eye!
Thank you, by the way. Why can't I
Come on,
place the
eyeball.
torch down? Okay.
Eyeball.
Come here, Mr.
Eyeball.
Eye.
Vulture.
Oh.
They're only after you, Max.
Because they want
the zombie
Darwin,
of it.
that's why. I feel bad for Darwin. Wow. Cool! We're overrun by enemies. I like that.
What the fuck are these vultures doing, dude?
This is really cool. Oh, Darwin,
No!
let it inside the
Behind the
house! How could you, Darwin? This is the worst decision ever! You're incompetent, Darwin! Grr! Thank you. Oh, that makes me laugh. Good job, good job. See, isn't
Leave the
it,
door open!
see, isn't it fun being Darwin? It's way too funny.
I'm going to obliterate you.
Oh god. This shit's just making me laugh so much. I like how the music stops, but I can still hear the sound effects. It's actually kind of cool, so that if I'm like getting hurt or something and I'm in a different window, I can know that I'm in danger. I like that. But yeah, Chase, I hope you're having a great
Super
day
Mario
today.
Galaxy music.
It's been a pretty chill
I
week.
forgot I
my
downloaded
gosh.
the soundtrack.
I like. Oh, it's been actually a crazy week. Thinking of, yeah, we don't. This has been a crazy week.
Max!
Oh god, what's happening? Oh god.
Here, Max. Come on.
The
let him in.
monsters live here. Wow, it's amazing. Oh, jeez.
You paid the price, buddy.
I'm not Max,
I'm
I'm
the only
Darwin.
one who's made a sword.
And poor Darwin. Why did Darwin have to die like that? Oh,
Oh,
my
you
God.
died, Max.
That makes me laugh so much. Darwin, you're back.
Alright, I got this, Max. Scream. Yell and scream about it.
Damn it, Darwin, how could you? It's so easy. How about if you just get better for once? Gosh, my old sick paraplegic grandma can do better than you, Darwin. What's me try to be you and you try to be me lately?
That's one step towards first boss.
What?
I get a lens.
Here's our workbench. I'm wondering what we can make. So
Oh,
wait,
wait, no, that's... I have like 2 lenses, and apparently 8 lead ore.
with helmet.
Gotta get out of the murder hole.
Yes, with breastplate. Ow, what?
Dude.
Where?
What?
You're doing your best to do that. This is great. This is fucking great.
Why are you after me? He's... You murder those
Yo,
guys.
Max, you want to read that obelisk's tooltip?
Yeah, Max, go read that.
I don't know how to read that.
Hover your mouse over it.
Where is it?
On the top of the house.
Oh, up there? Oh, hey! This building is not just a haunted house, or I guess it is Toaster Mitts. Also, hi, Toaster Mitts, welcome. Max sucks at Terraria!
I got this.
I did this.
That makes me laugh. That makes
I was
me
looking at my
laugh.
phone. Who did this? Stop letting monsters into the house.
Stop!
What?
Max. Max. Level with me right
Darwin,
now.
it's
Level
your
with
fault.
me right now.
Oh my god.
You need to stop.
I am stopping. Look, I closed
Darwin's
the door.
fault!
I closed the door, look.
Yeah, see, Max closed the doors! Like, right now. See, it's
Yeah,
fine. How's it looking so far? Oh, you can't jump out. Oh.
Get out of the murder hole.
I keep hearing people dying up here! I love this.
Alright, I've
game.
added a sign to the front of our house.
What?
Max!
Darwin, why are you incompetent? Answer for your crimes, Darwin! What do you have to say
Suffer.
for yourself?
Bro, quit
I
being the
forgot that-
ultimate despair
I
for
forgot Rad
once.
existed.
Hi,
They can't hit me if I'm on the
hey,
table.
doggy. Darwin's
people
letting
do?
everyone inside the house. We're playing
Suffering.
Terraria. We're suffering.
Oh, in Terraria.
Yeah, look, these monsters keep on. They just keep this waltzing in. Oh god, there's a little eyeball thingy.
Now they're stuck in here. You guys get to suffer. This is your fault.
It's Darwin's fault. It's not mine. I'm Max.
I'm gonna go over to my house in the desert. Goodbye, I'm Darwin.
Wait, do you actually have a house out there? I'm actually curious what it looks like.
I will have to make one.
Oh,
If you hover your mouse over the signs, you can see messages.
wait, where did Max die? Wait, I'm trying to find the messages.
Gamer zone.
Max, look at the one above the house.
Tar is a nuisance. That makes me laugh.
Hold up.
Oh, this is so fucking funny.
Dude, I'm gonna take shit.
Oh, I didn't know you could, like, name gravestones.
Oh, what's this one? What's this one?
Yeah, if you
Gamer
replace
Zone.
them.
That's really cool. I really love that.
Oh boy, the Danganronpa music is kicked in.
Wait a minute, if you place a bunch of them on the ground, you could make a graveyard and then ruin all of our days forever.
Wait, does like monsters spawn or something?
Ghosts.
Yeah, ghosts spawn.
I'm gonna go down where it's safe, because Darwin keeps killing everyone.
This is not safe.
Hey,
I just heard a fallen star.
Oh, is that a good
Yeah, I have a fallen star, by the way.
fallen star?
Where was the other one? Oh, it's right here. I'm gonna take that because I'm probably gonna play Mana Class.
My god, this is just making me laugh. This is a riot and a hoot to play. There we go. Perfect.
Zombie. Why are the zombies always spawning with torches now? What
I don't know.
This?
I just think it's funny that the zombies are even up there at all. So what does our hell house look like? Oh my god, there's nothing in here. Even though all the doors are still open. I'm Max, I'm closing all the doors.
Is that a thing I would do?
Darwin, I know it's hot. Darwin, I know
Zombie with
you
a
ate being in a house with all the doors closed because it's hot. Because it's hot in Arizona, it's a desert. But, so you know, sometimes safety is a little bit more important than a fresh breeze.
That's not a thing I would say.
And nobody needs a stinky bird with no shirt right now.
Oh no. Hey, there's something down there.
Yeah, it's a zombie with a torch.
Oh! Oh, there is! Hey, Darwin, I found one of your long-lost relatives! Go give him a hug! Darwin! Darwin, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just gonna end up killing our guy up here?
What the fuck, a tree grew?
Wait, oh, it did? Oh shit, it did! Time to kill it! Chop it down, hurry!
No!
Oh yeah,
My tree!
Chop it before it lays eggs!
We'll plant more trees.
Got this.
Murder it before it lays eggs and potentially makes more Darwin.
I gotta
We
step
don't-
over because I'm Darwin. Come here,
Did Darwin get birthed from trees? I was saying so the trees don't lay eggs.
Yeah, I'm Darwin.
I'm Darwin. Yeah, my dad knows him.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Having that shit.
Okay, I'm gonna go exploring.
Having that shit.
I'm gonna go exploring without any armor.
Oh god, I'm gonna go.
That's a definitely Darwin thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I do that,
you
and I
have to talk
survive.
about. No, you have to talk about very inane things as you do that, so it's more believable.
Look at this grass. Look at this mushroom.
Isn't the grass say things like, "Oh, the grass looks funny"? Like, why does it look this way?
The grass looks like something from Meta and Nettie, and the mushroom looks like something from Meta and Nettie, and the stand looks like something from
You
Meta
talking-
and Nettie, and the
Oh my god!
This step stool.
The torch zombie is ascending. The torch zombie is ascending.
That was
Darwin,
funny.
I just found a menacing step stool.
Really?
Yes.
Ocarina of Time Yura! Random Ocarina of Time Yura. You have to ramble on about that. Just do that. Ramble on for 15
Vamp, you're gonna
minutes
complete
about that.
Terraria with us? You're gonna come
Talk about
Terraria with
Max.
us?
To make it
Yes, we
easier.
are.
Okay, I mean, okay, Darwin. To make it easier, ramble on about things about a game called Ocarina of Time Yura, but just random things you'd find in it, like just anything. It doesn't matter. You don't have to know anything about Zelda. Just
I
talk
found a
about things
cave.
that'll be in it.
Bro, I've been digging into a cave.
I just want to
Where
see
have
you like
been?
attempt that. Oh my god. Isaac. I hope a scrawny kid like you isn't all standing between us and Cthulhu's eye. Happiness. What does this
Oh
guy
yeah,
want?
MPTs have
Cookiness?
happiness now.
What does that do?
I think it
can't
gives
I
them
place
better
my
items
blocks?
if you keep them happy.
Ah!
This is nice. Lots of privacy to store my wares. Happiness. Okay.
I like how Max is like, I'm gonna act like Darwin. Every other word is Ed, and Eddie.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him to like talk about like Ocarina of Time Yura. I want him to like ramble on about nothing. Like, oh man, did you hear that Miley
feel
Cyrus
they're
was
getting
supposed to be in
amorous.
Ocarina of Time Yura? Eddie, I
Did you
feel they're
guys
getting
hear about
amorous.
Hannah Montana
you
almost
hear
made the
that
final cut of
animated?
Ocarina of Time Yura?
Yes.
I need to
See,
leave. I
follow
can't take this
Meryl's. Wait, what? Oh,
Dude,
hi,
why-
Vamp.
You guys, seriously, why can't I place anything?
Because you're Darwin.
Oh no, there's a worm.
You've been playing Darwin so long, it's actually infecting you.
It's becoming part of you.
I actually was becoming Darwin. I was fucking-
Oh no, you have puffin in your bloodstream.
That's a bird! I remember. Ah, what the fuck? That bird is
Oh, pshaw, Darwin. How about you meditate for a bit? You sound too angry. What, did your
Vamp,
Joy-Con
help.
start drifting?
I will gladly help you.
Bro, you're gonna trigger me with the Joy-Con drifting.
Oh yeah, I forgot, sorry.
You're not using a Wii wheel, you're doing it wrong.
And Eddie.
He's method acting,
Yo.
yes, there we go.
And Eddie.
Yo, there's a dart trap down
And
here.
Eddie.
And Eddie. Is there...
Eddie.
I love Ed, and Eddie. Shit.
And
No.
Eddie Ed.
Hey,
I
Darwin.
found some tungsten.
Darwin, was Ed and Eddie almost an Ocarina of Timera? Wait, Darwin, what are you doing down here? What the hell?
He's having an aneurysm.
And
Just
Eddie.
give him some time.
Ed and Eddie. Oh fuck! What? Okay, there is a slime.
He's busy contemplating why Ocarina of Time Yura never released.
Ah,
And Eddie.
fuck.
And Eddie.
Contemplating the failure of N64 DD.
And Ed. And Eddie.
Oh my god.
How did the E-reader not catch on?
And
It was
Eddie.
God.
obviously the finest invention known to man.
Because Ed and Eddie.
Meters are great.
And Ed and Eddie.
I'm going to die of drowning.
And Ed
Uh-oh.
and Eddie.
Water. Summon water. And worms. And murder the worms.
I remember when Ed and Eddie.
Oh my god.
Guys, what's
Ed
happening?
and Eddie.
You guys are such bullies, I love it. Oh my god.
What do you mean, Matt? Shut up.
How do you not
Fuck
bully
you.
Darwin? Is that what you were about to say, Max? Gold!
Oh my god.
And Ed and
Narrow's
Eddie.
just finding ores that are useful already.
That's
Just have
all you
iron.
can say.
Hi, my name's Darwin. I like Ed and Eddie.
Oh damn, I didn't know that, Darwin. Good
What a
job,
convincing
Darwin.
act.
Convincing.
Dude, are you
Oh,
the real
God.
Darwin?
Yeah, I like Ed and Eddie.
Oh shit, yeah,
It
we have
must
to
be him.
we have to believe that. Crap.
That's so believable.
Yes.
It's so believable you could do an April Fool stream about it.
I like Ed and Eddie.
That'd be great.
I'd love to see an April Fool's stream about that, Darwin. Come on, Darwin, when are you gonna do an
Darwin,
April
I got
Fool's
you. I'll do
stream?
Ed and
I'm gonna
Eddie.
April Fool stream and Max is the one streaming. Oh god. Oh god.
Welcome to Darwin's fucking show, bitch.
Welcome to the Darwin Show.
Oh no.
Ed and Eddie.
Darling hell
Ed
show.
and Eddie.
The Darwin Darling Hell Show, yes.
Welcome to Bird is the Word podcast. Today,
Oh my god, I got a bird. I got a simple bird. I'm Darwin.
I'm a bird, but super.
Darwin
You can't-
sniffing over
you can't
straw.
say Bad Dragon in my chat.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
You're getting banned, man.
There's something about Strock, and I'm confused.
Don't worry
I'm
about it.
Darwin. I love Strop. Let me simp over him.
Oh my god. Hello, dude.
The truth
Can I-
revealed, Darwin simps for Strock. Dark
Dude.
secrets. It's just the Game Grumps
At
what
3
went wrong,
a.m..
drinking abuse and lies thumbnail.
And Ed and
Wait,
Eddie-
what? The Game Grumps abuse and lies? Wait, what?
What the fuck?
I didn't see that.
The video that's like the downfall of Game Grumps and the thumbnail is just drinking abuse and lies with Aaron and John on the
Oh,
front.
is that Gamer from Mars's video?
I think so, yeah.
I was in that video.
Wait, actually?
My Twitter account was in that video.
Nice.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Oh yeah, you told me about that like ages ago.
Yeah,
Was
my
that in
Twitter
video
account was
there?
in that video.
And Ed and Eddie.
Ed and Eddie. Ed and Eddie's Twitter account was in
I'm
that
gonna make
video too.
goggles 'cause I have nothing better to do with my life.
The Ed and Eddie Twitter account.
Oh my god. I would just love to see that because it'd be long dead by now.
You Dara.
What?
You Dara, look, I made goggles. Now I look like a mad scientist.
That's cool. It's so far away I can't even see your face. Bunny, kill it! No!
Bunny, kill Power
Before
Dog!
it lays eggs!
Max would never kill
Okay.
a bunny.
Why are
What
you
the
killing
fuck?
me?
No,
You're
but
playing
before it
me
lays...
right.
But before it lays eggs?
Murder.
But dogs are better?
Max, what in the world did you do over here?
Bark, bark? Dogs are better?
Is that a hot air balloon in the back?
I'm
Yo,
not
that sounds a
confused.
lot like Max. Wow, this is
Don't
more
worry.
convincing than Darwin. Is that the real Max?
Down here! Oh my gosh!
You know how birds are, so superior. Look, they fly
Oh my
and
god.
just sit there and just tweet,
Cats are superior.
Ed and Eddie.
Holy shit.
Formation.
Birds are superior. What? Ed and Eddie.
Birds are superior to Ed and Eddie. Ed and Eddie superior to Ocarina of Time rando birds. Did you know that birds in Ocarina of Time Yura could grow
Oh my
exponentially if they spawn forever? It's
Look,
true.
I found a temple.
Wait, you found a pyramid temple?
No, I found the fucking boss fighting area thingy.
Wait, you
Did
reached
you
the
know-
dungeon already?
Did
Yeah.
you know that
Oh
temple
God, you did.
that you found was almost in
Help, there's
Ocarina of
water.
Time Yura? It was just cut. It's so
I'm having
sad.
an
I have to
aneurysm.
kill my own people. I'm so sad. Birds
Yeah,
are
I
Ed and
feel-
Eddie.
God.
Birds of Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
The next time I hear Ocarina of Time Yura, I'm literally going to scream.
I'm already screaming against that.
Besides, why don't we talk about Wind Waker Yura then? The cool shit that's going on
Your children.
that.
Oh,
Here
no.
I come to
Why?
your children. I love duck setting show.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
as soon as this started, the Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga boss theme started playing, and it fits really well with what's happening.
What the
Ed and Eddie.
Wait, why?
Chaotic.
Fuck.
Oh my god. This is like my
2
favorite
gold
today.
bars,
Fucking hell.
5 tungsten bars,
I'm gonna go see what Max is doing so I can irritate him.
19 iron bars.
Don't you dare, Darwin! I've already had a bad enough day today.
You know,
about-
birds are just so superior. Tweet, Ed and Eddie.
Oh god. I gotta get away from him. He's gonna give me an aneurysm.
Vamp, why are you
Remember-
playing
remember
like
when
a
Rob
super
did the
low
tweet
quality
tweet?
Superstar Saga battle theme?
Oh god,
Come
Yeah.
here, Max. I gotta tell you about the doors.
oh my god.
There's many doors, Max doors.
There's many doors, then, boy.
Why did you
I
make
got-
me do it?
Quick, I just gotta play along with whatever he says and pretend to laugh, and then he'll go away faster. Oh, Darwin. Oh, Darwin. I love
Superior
Ed and Eddie.
iron broadsword
Hey,
gamers, we got the weapons.
Yes, Rolf and Jimmy from Ed and Eddie, and you wish it continued, huh? You wish it continued so you can see Johnny 2x4 be the villain.
That it continued. I wanted Rob to be in a porno.
Oh
Oh
god.
look, it's a jellyfish.
Oh god. Oh, I can't even imagine like Ed and Eddie with like internet humor. That'd probably be terrible.
Power Dog.
Merle, I just saw
No,
you
me,
chuck
me,
it
Max.
close.
Darwin! Look what we found! We found a chest!
Hey, too bad, Max. I already found 3 chests.
Tweet, I think the fucking...
This is all mine. You don't get any of this. Go away.
God, is Ed and Eddie actually playing?
Merle, I'm the one who's been digging this death hole.
I'm going to manage our ores.
Oh my god. Max, Darwin, hurry back.
Managing our orders.
We're going to die.
Managing my own death.
You said that in my chat, Max. Get over here. I gotta kill you with my axe.
Oh god, no. I didn't mean to say the bad, naughty, no word.
Let me
I
ask you a
stepped on
question.
a
Shit like
sword!
that.
Max, you said the big
Thorn
naughty
is making
no-no
my
word?
foot bleed!
Max, I'm gonna have to publicly execute you now.
Server for 7 years, and then I'll eventually unban you, and it won't make any sense, and I'll confuse you and hurt you inside.
No! That's the worst!
Why do you keep following me?
Because I want to get away from Darwin. He is
Tweet, you're a Philip Bird, you know, all the bird things, you know.
Max, he's a recall potion.
Runs away from his inner demons, Darwin.
Tweet, I'm going in the water.
Oh god. Oh no, Darwin's gonna drown. Oh no.
Oh, dude.
Let's panic.
I don't have anything to say about it.
Let's help him.
Tweet, Eddie.
Oh, he's happy. At least he'll
uprising.
he'll die happy.
Tweet, I love Strock. He is my bird.
If I'm Max, I get to say I simp for Strock too. No, it's Senpai. No, Senpai. Sorry, I call him Senpai. Sorry, I forgot I call him Senpai. Yeah. Strock Senpai!
Tweet, stop talking about Senpai's comings in my Twitch chat.
What?
No, don't ban me! Damn it!
Tweet, time to ban.
God, no!
You know, I don't like fighting, you know, tweet, don't say anything I don't like, tweet, Max, stop being TNT. What a good TNT impression you have.
Flash ban Darwin, yeah. Oh my god. Oh god. Hey, what does our friend up here have to say?
Why, Max, why did you pass by this yellow slime and not call it an Asian? What is wrong with you? You're a bad Max impersonator.
I'm just trying to chill and talk with people and you're harshing my vibe.
Hey, Darwin, come here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming.
What are you doing? Wait, why are you glitching
This
up?
is my step stool.
Can I do that too?
Let me come over there.
No, you don't have a menacing step stool like
Okay,
me.
Darwin's here, what do you
Oh my
want?
god. You can glitch!
You
can glitch!
What do you want?
You can glitch, look, it's amazing! He's
Hold on, I'm
breaking
still
the
in the
game.
hellhole.
You're a terrible Max impersonator. I will not give a fuck about that glitch.
I'm taller than
Oh my
you.
god. I'm gonna go down here to look for Senpai.
Nighttime again. Time to let people in. And Eddie.
Oh, there's
My-
another room now. You expanded the gamer zone.
I found Senpai!
Why is that zombie so fast?
Yeah! Can I name zombies?
No.
Oh.
Yo, I can make a
dumb.
toilet.
Don't you dare make a toilet.
Why?
And Ed and Nettie and Ed and Nettie.
Just let me know.
No toilets allowed.
Like I say, or something.
And Ed and Nettie and Ed and Nettie and Ed and
I
Nettie.
like tamales, and they give me good food, and tamales, and Eddie.
Meryl took my toilet.
Help.
My fresh
I took your
refresh.
toilet, let's go.
No.
Wait, toilet?
Yeah, I made a toilet and Max to it. No, Meryl
Well,
took it.
honestly, Darwin fucking started this by naming his character Max, so...
I named my character Max on like Wednesday too. So yeah, it's been happening.
Wait, what are we playing?
We need to
Wednesday?
fix that so you can actually play the game without
What are we playing
issues.
Wednesday? I don't remember.
Yeah, we
Sonic
do.
Kart, but his PC hated it.
I think it should be fixed. I honestly don't remember what the problem was anymore.
And Eddie.
I'm taller. Oh, I am the tallest man on earth.
I killed Senpai because no one else can have him.
And my friends abused me in real life, and Eddie.
My friends abused me.
My friends abuse me in real life. Ed, and Eddie.
No, quote that.
Well, that's
Dude.
some weird commentary on Ed and Eddie. Wow, Darwin! I can't wait to see the 3 AM Twitter post about that.
Don't contact Eddie at 3 a.m. Eddie.
It's Dar,
Okay.
Dar, and Darwin.
Okay, Darwin.
Darn.
Darwin.
Darwin.
Jar Jar Binks.
Dar Binks.
It says Jabba the Hutt.
Oh, no.
Dar,
He's
dar,
spitting some
darty.
fire bars.
Did Darwin die more so I could see the funny graves? Darwin, go die for my amusement, and then I'll make you feel bad about
Okay,
it.
I'll go die for your amusement. Dada and Eddie, let's go.
Look at this stupid Darwin. He's just gonna go die. It's great. Wow. I'm gonna go clip it, report him. Go giggle about it.
That would be something I would say. I'm Darwin. I like going in holes. Goodbye.
Fuck. I can't follow you anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wait, where did you?
Eddie's in the
He fell off the he fell off the Ed, Ed and Eddie cliff. Wherever that was, can we call it the Ed and Eddie cliff, please? Find it again and label it Ed and Eddie cliff.
Oh, he fell into the desert chasms.
Oh, okay, you know where it was.
Where do they fucking go? Cats coming here?
Darwin, you have to kneel in the direction of that cliff now because that's the Ed and Eddie cliff. You have to remember. Whoa, there's a giant goo down here. Darwin! I blame you for this.
This
It's
is
your
my fault.
fault.
Darwin, tweet, Edda and Eddie.
Christ.
Tamales and Ed and Eddie.
Oh fuck!
Tamales.
I can't wait to see Darwin actually.
Who
draw.
let the
I
giant yellow
finally get to see
peas
Max
into the
die.
hellhole?
Wait, there's so many monsters down here.
Tweet, Edda and Eddie's abusing me.
Oh, sweet. Found
Oh my
some
god,
rope.
that was awful. That was fucking terrible.
Tweet, Edda and Eddie.
If there's ever 3 enemies on a screen, you have to call them Ed, Ed, and Eddie.
Will do. Oh my god, I'm eating mushrooms. Why can't I eat more than 1 mushroom at a time?
Yeah, tweet, I'm drowning.
I want... How long does it take for me to eat the funky mushroom?
I would never make that accent.
But
Tweet.
but
No, Max, you do accents and shit.
I don't make that accent.
You make a lot
Who's
of
the guy with the accent?
Italian, that's all I know.
I just...
Tweet, you haven't told them yet. What the fuck?
But how do I eat the mushroom? It's still got an X over it after eating it once.
What?
You gotta let the well-fed buff wear off. I think it gives you that.
Oh, my
Do
mushroom
mushrooms give you
is...
well-fed?
Tweet.
No, they give you
Oh,
potion
But I'm
sickness.
not gonna do anything about it. Tweet.
Dower Pog,
Why me?
you are drowning.
I'm not.
But you were drowning.
But now I'm not.
But drowning.
Tweet, I'm gay. Tweet.
Tweet, he's gay. Tweet,
Oh
tweet.
no, Mario Party music came on and it's all too fitting.
Oh wait, tweet, I'm bisexual. Tweet. I mean, wait, fuck. Bark, I'm bisexual. Bark.
Oh, you let the other water in.
Tweet,
I
I'm
was
recording.
actively trying to avoid that. Dang it, Darwin.
Darwin, what are
So
you
many
doing
fallen
now?
stars.
Darwin's
Tweet,
making my
I'm
life as a
helping
mite
out Philip.
miserable.
Tweet,
Because now the cave is flooded again.
Oh god.
Tweet, I'm helping.
Don't worry, I'll go down and save you from Darwin. Those are too fucking
Hey,
much.
Dar, sometime after we're done with Terraria, I want to play Starbound.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Tweet.
I want to play Stardew Valley.
Starbound. Tweet.
Oh god, what the fuck?
Wait, you're Darwin. How would you know that? I've never told you that.
Tweet.
Wait, what
This is
the
a faker.
Flooding the cave.
fuck? Jesus.
Tweet, I helped you.
I don't think this is
Tweet,
good.
I got this.
Oh my god. Darwin, no.
Oh!
Tweet, don't worry, I have this.
Darwin. Darwin, stop. Oh my god.
No, I'm gonna go find the cave.
Wait, I leave now.
Oh my god. He is going to go giggle at something, some funny little pixel or something that he thinks looks hilarious.
Tweet, I'm going. Goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, Darwin's gonna look at like one pixel of the grass block and be like,
Oh my god, that looks like Ed, Edd, and Eddy.
Wilson!
Oh my god, that also looks like Ed, Edd, and Eddy.
It looks like the episode of Ed, Edd, and Eddy where they were on sniffing the flowers.
For goodness
Tweet,
sake,
don't worry, I'm helping.
you're finding literally every single puddle of water and flooding the mine.
Tweet, I got this.
What the fuck? It just went straight in there, you jerk! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Want
I'm
to
gay.
scream.
Arizona. Just,
I'll help you,
I
I'll
like
help
to sleep
you.
all the time.
How do you even see down
Gotta do
there?
more. Hold on, we gotta do more. Oh, there's you redeemed 2 Noop.
Oh.
Okay, let me get that. Oh shit! Wait, no, I'm Darwin. Okay, I'll ignore it. Okay.
Wait, how do you breathe?
Uh-oh, that's not a good
Tweet,
question to
I
ask.
don't know how to breathe. Tweet.
Oh my god.
The thing is, Dora, I'm not breathing and I need to get out of there.
Oh my god.
I have wall jump now.
Tweet, there's a bird. Tweet, gotta sit.
Dude, this is a Papiga moment. I can wall jump now.
Tweet, gotta go help Meryl.
Oh no. Have fun, Meryl. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a cave to flood stuff into. Thank goodness.
Oh my god, finally.
Tweet, don't worry.
Oh my
I'll
god, the
help you.
water's fucking gone now.
Tweet, gotta go back.
Jesus.
Tweet, I'll fuck it up later. Because I'm Darwin. I fuck everything up.
Oh my
Everything I
god.
see on touch, I fuck up. I'm Darwin. Tweet.
Please, Darwin, just retire!
That's the most hyper accurate thing I think I've ever heard you say is Max.
You need more of that.
I mean, it's pretty accurate. I wish Darwin would retire.
Finally, it's out of the mine.
Oh my god.
Finally, Obamium.
You should probably...
Finally, we have them all.
Finally, Darwin retired.
Oh my god.
Retired!
Oh my god.
Just gonna throw
Is that a Jojo no Kimia? Is that a Jojo no Kimia na Boken Aizobo Heaven reference?
Tweet, the cat's gonna eat me. I'm a bird.
No Boken.
Tweet, I like to look up Pico no Pico.
I don't know what that is.
No, I don't think that's Darwin.
Tweet,
No. Oh no.
I can't place things where
Tweet,
people
no,
are.
no.
Sorry.
Very frustrating.
I'm sorry.
Guys, Darwin looks at E621, I can't believe it.
Tweet,
Oh my
I
God.
like you. I like being on my alternate.
Wait, I was watching Minecraft Prawn with Darwin the entire time without knowing.
Yes, you were watching Minecraft Jenny with Darwin.
Oh jeez.
Tweet, I'm going for Infinity. Tweet.
I've never even seen that, but no.
Okay, I didn't know it was a bad thing.
Get away from me, Darwin, I don't
Well,
want you
it's
here.
time to learn.
Tweet.
Oh my god. Alright, what the fuck's he doing
You
now?
can go die to this thing.
What are you dying to? Can I go? Somehow I've not died yet.
Bye-bye.
I know, right? You've been drowned and you're just like down there. Where the hell are they? I actually can't see them.
Now
Yeah.
this is why
Did
I've
you
been
switch
calling
teams?
it the hellhole.
Wait, have they been... Did they switch teams?
No?
Oh, I don't see you guys. Like,
Shut up, Max. You're a fucking
Think we're
idiot.
too far away.
Right, tweet. Hey, Nettie.
I don't
Rolf
know.
has many.
I don't know how to respond.
Rolf is senpai. I love Rolf senpai's coming. Tweet.
No, you're Darwin. You like Double D. I like Rolf. Don't you dare touch my Rolf senpai.
Tweet, tweet. I love barfing in my Double D Senpai's hat. Tweet, tweet.
Hey, Darwin, what's underneath Double D's hat? Is it Ocarina of Time Yura? Oh, Jesus.
Tweet, tweet. I love Ocarina of Time Europe.
What else is in Ocarina of Time Yura, Darwin?
Yes.
Yep.
Tweet.
There was gonna be if in Ocarina of Time Yura? That sounds so stupid.
I'm gonna snap someone's neck.
I'm going to snap Darwin's neck.
Tweet, tweet.
I'm going to watch and film it.
Twitter ain't gonna save you.
Hey Darwin, watch this.
Yeah.
I can wall jump.
Oh, nice. Did you find that?
Yeah, chest.
Where
Well,
was
if
it? Was
only
it?
I could roll an SPB in Terraria.
Wait, was it a chest over to the left?
Yeah, did you just find chests in the overworld?
Yeah, the one that's over on the left.
I took all of the stuff from those.
Oh, yeah, I saw it, but it. Oh, you might have already got it, but by the time I saw it, then. Where the hell is Darwin at?
Hogging all the treasure.
Tweet,
Dead.
tweet. Bird brain. Tweet.
Fucking dead. Okay.
I left him for dead on the other side of the world.
Dogs are better. Okay.
Cats are better.
I'm just killing everything so that they know their place.
I've only ever owned dogs, so my opinion is biased.
Get out of here, biased man. You don't belong.
You're not a dog, you're a bird! What the fuck? Tweet, tweet! You're a traitor! Tweet, tweet!
What's
Oh
your
my
point?
god. Why are
This
there
is a
gels on balloons?
There are gels on balloons?
Tweet,
Yes,
tweet, desert,
there are
tweet,
gels
tweet.
flying towards me on balloons.
Oh, the balloon slimes. Those are new.
Do something.
Oh,
not
hell, are
great.
they? It just makes me think of like Paper Mario or something.
No, I hit the Windows key.
I found a bunch of iron
Nice.
and a hive. Oh, there's a
Oh, the iron.
Oh, hey, someone's
Tweet,
here.
tweet, why is there demolished? Tweet, 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 tweet. Bird brain, everything.
I can leave the game up, right? And like just mute it so you guys can
Yeah.
like hang out and play. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. I'm still playing, by the way. It's not time. Hasn't been an hour yet. I was BSing around for like 10 extra minutes. So we'll start South Park like soon. Oh my god, I'm just killing like this pink slime.
Tweet, tweet, I love tweet.
Oh boy, jungle time.
You're in the jungle?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Okay, real question, does the sea ever end?
I don't think so.
Yes.
It's a large world, so it might take a while.
Oh, you have
Look
another.
on the edge of the map.
I'm trying to kill
Oh.
the pink slime.
No, I'll kill it first.
Do you have like a better
Oh
sword
boy,
now?
here comes heavy server lag on Darwin's side.
What the fuck?
The fuck? Slimes can have balloons?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh
Yeah,
shit.
that's a new
okay.
thing in 1.4. It's really cool.
That the slime's what?
Well, slimes can spawn with balloons on them.
Yeah, it's weird.
I think it's cool.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, I got the gel.
Oh shit. Oh, you're going on an adventure? I'll go
Gel
with
can
you.
make some cool stuff, though.
Probably. I don't know.
Like explosives.
I mean, maybe. So it's mostly gels that spawn
I
up
have
here.
reached the edge of the map. Tweet, tweet.
What's over there? What undiscovered Ocarina of Time Yura temple have you found, Darwin?
Oh, sweet chest.
I found
I think
it
it's
already,
empty.
boy.
There's a
Meryl
chest
said
over
You
there.
made Vamp leave, Darwin.
Wow, Darwin. I can't believe you're like this.
Because
Wow,
you won't shut up
Darwin.
about Ocarina of Time Yura.
This is way too funny.
Guys
About
loot all
what?
these chests.
No, Meryl did.
Oh,
be right
heck,
back.
Meryl, save some juicy treasure for the rest of us.
Yeah, that's why I was actually over on the sea. I was trying to see if there would be any more chests because Meryl had to take everything.
Maybe the chest down here. Dang it, it's been looted too.
Merle has too much greed.
Come on, come on,
This
come
one
on.
doesn't have that treasure.
Okay, there we go. I'm still alive. Still
Oh no, this
alive.
game's deeper than I thought. There's a chest down here, so
I'm just kind of very curious about all this. Is it looted? I like the tiny little platforms you guys made. It's very cool. Oh
I'm
shit,
gonna
you're down there. We can't tell what time of day it is, can we?
The fuck are you?
I'm gonna drown.
Oh shit, oh
And
shit,
it
oh
won't let
shit.
me mine
Oh shit, oh
anything
shit, oh
else.
shit, oh shit, oh
Oh
shit.
shoot.
I found Maddie. I don't know who the fuck that is, but it's on the motion. Oh,
Fuck, fuck,
Bye.
fuck.
Oh, finally I can see.
Oh my god, finally. There's like some water. Oh my god. Thank you for that. I was gonna die down here
fucking found
too.
the end of the map. Sweet, sweet. I like
Jeez.
to have a split personality and think I'm rattling. Sweet, sweet.
Jesus fuck. Darwin! Shut up!
Sweet, sweet. I'm gay. Sweet, sweet.
Wand of Sparking.
I can't even take it anymore. Jesus fuck.
Sweet,
Can't
sweet.
handle the heat of being an impersonator.
I just think it's funny.
Wand of Sparking. It's
Sweet,
It's not
sweet,
good.
I'm my own kind. Sweet, sweet.
now I have to wait for my magic to.
Did someone roll a
Oh my
waifu
God.
that was on my wish list? I've been added.
Oh my god, what? Darwin, your health is so low.
No, it's in the
Sweet,
general
help,
chat.
help. Sweet, sweet. Gay. I like strop. Sweet, sweet.
My god. I am going
Oh,
where I should not be
Darwin's fine.
going. I'm about to find
Sweet,
where
sweet,
the hell
I'm
Darwin
dead.
went.
Fuck.
Jesus. Okay, I'm not going that way.
another vulture.
I ain't going that way.
Dude, Darwin, why do you keep getting killed by vultures?
Dude.
Sweet, sweet. Gonna go flood the cave.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Holy crap. Oh my
I
god.
should have just died to the Ed, Ed and Eddie cliff, but I didn't.
Oh wait, can you die to go back?
I have recall potions, so I don't usually.
Okay, I don't have that.
there is a log, and I can't break
Oh my
it.
god.
You cannot break that log, correct?
Why?
Eddie Cliff.
Why
What the
can't I
fuck
break
clip was that
Vamp,
again?
what's going on in Chill Cafe right now?
Because I'm not using an axe.
The harpoon dude's
Stink.
kind of being stupid, and Thomas, a guy who's in here, really wants you to tell him off.
Do you want me to just mute him?
You can, I don't know, do your moderation thing. I don't know really.
I don't even know what the command to mute is, so I'm just gonna give him the mute roll.
Wait, what's going on?
I think I've seen
Sweet,
it
sweet.
before.
Keep your fucking nose out of it. Sweet, sweet.
Alright.
You have a beak, dumbass.
No,
No,
Toucan
he's got a-
Sam's!
He's got a fucking snout. He's a fucking dog. Sweet, sweet.
Bark, bark. I sniff my own ass. Bark, bark.
Okay, well that's nothing I wanted to hear you say. But look where we
Sweet,
are.
sweet.
What
I
are
love
the
sniffing my own
dogs
ass. I'm a
doing?
dog. Sweet, sweet.
Wait, I gave him a roll.
Sweet,
What?
sweet. I'm a bird. I don't have a pee-pee.
Yeah, you have a thing that does everything. Like calculate math. Literally everything.
Okay, well, I made their cave better. Don't worry.
Darwin, I do not want you to ever again imply that birds calculate math with a cloaca.
Cloaca Cola. Oh
Sweet,
god.
Isn't
sweet,
it
I don't
just-
know what that is.
I just looked
Sweet,
it up,
sweet,
Meryl,
I
and it's just the
Oh, God.
exclamation mark mute and then at the name.
Sweet, sweet. Can you
Darwin, you
not
should
do
know
that?
everything about that. It's the birds everything hole.
The birds do everything with it. They're able to bring about the end of the universe through that hole.
Sweet, sweet. Oh,
Oh my
look,
God.
it's a stupid head.
Are you
Oh.
sure?
Haven't you banned me enough already? You banned me twice last week
I'm
for
gonna ban
sneezing.
you
You
today.
banned me 3 times like just this morning. I'm upset and I was yelling. You dare come back to me and then you just say you're stupid and then I laugh
Sweet,
at
I'm
you.
Darwin. Sweet,
Right
sweet.
next to the desert.
Also, there
Sweet,
better
sweet.
There better be tons of
Tweet,
I have to
water
mute
now.
him on desktop.
How did you do this?
Tweet,
How did
tweet,
you-
I'm Darwin.
Wait, how did you do this? Where did this
Tweet,
water?
tweet.
Where does water come from?
Tweet, tweet, I'm Darwin.
What did you do?
Tweet, tweet, I'm Darwin.
Is this like your nesting
flood the
material or
hellhole
something?
again?
What? He
This
flooded
is my
it.
hell. Oh,
Wait,
leave me
Wait,
alone,
did
I'm
it?
Darwin.
He's like, is this like his nesting material or something? Like, I don't get it. He just does this
Tweet,
all the
tweet,
damn
get out of my
time.
nest, get out of my nest. Tweet, tweet, you're a dog. Go to your doghouse. Tweet, tweet.
So wait, if I die, I don't lose my items, right?
No, just money.
Right.
Oh,
Tweet,
fuck.
tweet, you're getting euthanized. Tweet, tweet.
Fuck.
Aw,
Aw.
I was slain.
Aw, damn. Aw,
Where you
damn.
going?
Now my whole keyboard's red.
It's my nest. Get out.
I'm just gonna sit in here and let you guys like hang out in here and whatnot.
Give
'Cause
him
it's
the
South
wrong
Park
rules.
time.
Oh, sweet ores.
Oh my god. Just wanna. There we go. Just lock me in there. Because we're going on to South Park, baby.
This dude has both mute roles and can still chat. What's going on?
Yeah, you have to make sure it's muted and everything. Otherwise, it like doesn't work. But yeah.
No, it's an issue
The
with
only
role.
thing that I'm muted in Darwin's thingy is fucking the art thing.
Wait, you can. The only thing you're muted in is the art thing?
Yeah, I can say a lot of other things in other places. I just choose not to.
Oh wait, no, you're not muted.
What do you mean?
That's not. You're not muted.
But why am I muted in art?
Because you're not an artist. The thing is, there's a philosophy behind the art thing, is that artists post there, and so artists can comment on each other and then react to each other, but everyone
come
else...
see my nest. Tweet, tweet. This
Well-
is my nest. Tweet, tweet.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Tweet, tweet, my nest.
Time
Oh,
for...
you've gotta be kidding me.
I know, what did he do?
To empty
Tweet,
this.
tweet, I'm a bird.
A quaint little town.
He flooded the whole cave.
Rocky Mountains.
Tweet, tweet, I'm a bird.
Terrorize
He's so
good and
terrible.
decent folk.
Oh my god. Oh, Darwin, you're incorrigible. That's why I love to make fun of you. Oh my god.
Tweet,
This way,
tweet.
way too
Come in the
much.
hell.
Oh my god. Alright. Time for some fun South Park. Why not?
Tweet, tweet, I'm borrowing. Tweet, tweet,
I know
what
I
a
called
band
it
name.
the hellhole,
Tweet,
but
tweet.
why'd you have to make it actual hell?
Oh my god.
Tweet, tweet.
I'm so sorry that you had to deal with Darwin.
Tweet, tweet. Can't help it. Tweet, tweet. I'm brain dead. Tweet, tweet. I'm retarded. Tweet, tweet.
Brain dead. Brain dead. Yeah, sure. Sure, Darwin. You Darwin.
Tweet, tweet. Almost called me dog. That's racism.
I said Darwin.
Okay, now I'm Darwin. Tweet, tweet. A lab is the same thing as a golden retriever. Definitely not racist. Tweet, tweet.
From the deep
Wait,
reaches of
wait.
space, a horror approaches. Once in a great while, the malevolent forces of the universe combine to
Wait,
form
wait.
a force
There
of
we
Oh, I got a
so
crabby.
concentrated, so pure,
Broke into
that
the
no
other
bastion
Yeah, I
of
got a
goodness and
crabby.
decency can stand against
Drown.
it.
Oh, jeez. Okay, cool. Now I can start playing this. Also, I didn't hear a word you said.
Tweet, tweet. Time to go on E621. Tweet, tweet.
Oh god, don't you even dare. I don't want to hear about your depravity, Darwin!
Tweet, tweet. I like it when the birds do the funny thing with each
Keep
other.
that to
Tweet,
your
tweet.
OnlyFans account.
Tweet, tweet. Here we go.
Alright. Playing South Park. At least I know where some of this crap is at now. Hooray. Welcome to boring South Park game where everything is mountains because they live in a mountain town. Just a whole bunch of rednecks living in their mountain town. Except it's just mountains because the level designers decided to only make it mountains. Because that's South Park.
Harley.
Brain Dead was a movie video game. Really? That sounds like that sounds like a fun game, actually. Also, this is a
Tweet,
cursed
tweet. We did
bridge.
it.
Oh, great.
I'm almost nervous. Just listening to, like... the soul leave like Power Dog as he sees more of like the water down in like the hellhole.
Because we're never gonna get to the underworld if he keeps flooding the cave.
Hi, TNT.
Oh my god. Hey, TNT.
Hi, Darwin.
Hello. Hope you're doing well.
Tweet, tweet. Darwin finally killed Max. Tweet, tweet.
What?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I don't even want to check. Wait, I could probably check right now. Yeah, I was slain. Oh, fuck. It leaves me out there? Whatever. Whatever, Darwin. Good job. I'm left outside. The spawn is right out... The spawn is right outside the house. Jesus. Oh, well. I don't believe I actually got any gold there at all, so it's fine.
Tweet, tweet. Thanks for the gold, Max.
Is there actually gold there? I don't even know where I got it. Oh, I guess I did get gold. Alright, you dork. Let's see here. In this game, you just have to kill all the monsters in some rooms, which is annoying.
Darwin's gotta take his shit on the car. Tweet, tweet.
Like in South Park, the main like snowball weapon does basically crap. I mean, you'd imagine snowballs don't do anything. But my god, you have to find like all the cool weapons in order to do any like decent damage. So if you're new to this, it sucks majorly. But the weapons are cool. I get to fire eggs out of a chicken's asshole. I mean, they're cloaca.
No. Where are you finding this water?
Tweet, tweet.
I know, right?
Every time I try to clear out the water, there's more water.
Oh my
What the
god.
I help him. Tweet, tweet.
The endless
something.
the endless fucking water of Darwin.
Tweet, tweet.
It's endless fucking water. I just like how you being Darwin just makes it free reign for you to be annoying.
Tweet, tweet.
Darwin is self-serving and makes jokes at other people's expense just for his own amusement.
This is getting nowhere.
We'll be able to continue this, like, on Tuesday? Not next... sorry, not Tuesday, Wednesday. Like, not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after.
I'm gonna go mad if I have to continue it like this.
Where's Oh yeah, Meryl's gone.
Oh yeah, he does.
I'm fixing something.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, you could help. So that so that Power Dog isn't alone in the hellhole. I made movie.
Dan, look, they got your Uncle Jimbo and Ned. Oh no, we gotta save him. Being a hero is a thankless job.
Aw. We have to go save Ned! Poor Ned. At least Ned's a character they kept around. When South Park hates one of its own characters, they'd, like, kill him unceremoniously off-screen. Like Mrs. Crabtree, the bus driver. I was so sad when that happened. Because Mrs. Crabtree was kind of cool. She was, like, iconic in a way. You know the bus driver in South Park? Like, from the intro theme? Anyway, they just, like, killed her randomly in one episode. They're like, oh yeah, she's dead. It's like, what? It's weird actually watching the show and being like, oh, it really changed. Like, the show I was familiar with was just, like, long-ass fucking time ago. There's a lot of fucking items here that I didn't even look at before. No wonder I was dying. Hell, man. Oh, what am I doing even going after these? Okay. Oh, you kidding me? This cow weapon sucks. The range on it is ass. There we go, finally. Please kill it. Please kill it.
The jungle.
In jungle.
Oh my god,
mighty
3
jungle.
statues.
What?
The
Power Dog,
lion
there are
sings
3 jungle
tonight.
snatchers right here.
They're jungle what?
Warpo
The
Ray.
snatchers, like the funny, I don't know how to describe their looks.
Funny giggle
They're
ha-has.
They do like an extendo on you and try to eat you. Yeah, that.
Oh. Snatcher. That just
Go
said
on, you
statue.
gross. These little monster guys, they're not South Park things at all. They're just random fucking cartoony enemies. Never have they ever been in South Park. There's like nothing to this as far as like the inspiration or its relation to South Park. I guess it's the first game. Like, I think this might have been the game that was made before South Park even was out, but I'm not sure. Doesn't sound right. Also surprised I'm able to fire this gun straight through, like, the railing. Is this thing invincible? What the fuck? Darwin, I blame you! Oh, he died. Finally, Darwin's dead. I want to see the character for a sec. How is that guy still alive? What the fuck? He's not dead at the moment. Well, that's good. Fuck, man.
They put way too much effort into the RGB keyboard support.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
Like, my keyboard's just slowly turning blue as I drown.
Really? That's cool. Like, that's actually really awesome. What the hell? I've never heard of that before for video games. Yeah, that's pretty freaking awesome. Holy shit. Where's that feature at anyway? Like, is it just in the menu? Because I've never...
It's just part of the game.
I've never heard of it. No, I think my RGB keyboard is weird. It has a separate program, so it doesn't interface with it. This rainbow-ass keyboard I got was just back when I was, like, a spendaholic. I was like, oh, that looks cool. I obviously want, like, a rainbow glowy keyboard that with a mechanical... That's mechanical. I don't know what the hype is about mechanical keyboards anyway.
They're just loud.
Is that why? I want my keyboard to be loud.
You want loud clicky keyboard.
Like,
yeah.
It doesn't matter what.
No, I'm just curious what.
Keyboard.
There's stuff that around here that needs to get done.
Okay.
Loud ass keyboard. Yeah.
Tweet,
You have to...
tweet, time to fuck shit up. Tweet, tweet.
Oh, hi, Darwin.
I swear if I see another drop of water in this
Tweet,
darn
tweet, I love water.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
don't
drown.
worry, I got you.
My god. Max just says free reign. Why don't you go torture
I want to
Max?
strangle someone.
Darwin, why don't you go torture Max?
But my fellow bird. Tweet, tweet.
Yeah, but you need to torture Max. He needs to be banned.
Tweet, tweet.
He's up at the top. He's waiting. He's waiting to be banned.
Tweet, tweet.
He's just sitting there, staring, wondering why no one's banned him yet. Menacingly!
I can hear him digging. I'm assuming it's into water.
Oh my god.
And to top it all off, there's a big worm that wants to murder me.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Tweet, tweet.
Dear god. It's happening.
Woo! I fought on your grave.
Oh
Out
shit.
of my way, dum-dum. I'm gonna kick some butt.
Ooh! I didn't know I had
Oh,
this!
sweet.
Alright, Kyle, do your best. I feel so alone. like, I'm watched all of South Park, but I've got no one to talk about it with. It's kind of funny.
Tweet, tweet. South Park, tweet, tweet, and tweet, tweet.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure the original twist for, like, Cartman's mom was supposed to be Kyle's mom. Because, like, I don't know, it just makes sense. It makes sense that... Since, like, Cartman made fun of, like, Kyle, like, all the damn time, it makes sense that he'd be, like, related to him as, like, a brother. And that was, like, the perfect setup for it. But then they just went a different direction because they screwed up Kyle. I mean, they screwed up Cartman, in a sense. Oh, shit. But yeah. I love talking about South Park. South Park's a new Ed and Eddie. Get with the times.
Tweet, tweet, South Park. Tweet, tweet.
At least there's more to talk about with South Park at the moment for me. It goes on forever. Huh?
I think he just messaged me on Steam.
Meryl?
What?
Meryl? Oh, who? Oh, never mind.
TNT asked if I could play, and I said
It's my turn to kick their ass.
Oh shit, okay, that's where they're at. Okay, this sucks.
Why can't TNT join?
Wait, TNT can't
I didn't
join?
know the password.
Oh, yeah, RAD, Rad.
No, it doesn't come up with a password.
Really?
Well, you're in the call and you
just-
asked me? What the fuck's wrong with you?
It just doesn't work.
Really?
I thought you were in here.
So you're going, it's, Velma's Glasses, right? That's the world?
Oh wait, this is the one.
Trying to join somebody and it says joining and it doesn't change from that.
Oh, wait. Maybe, oh, you know why? Because I forgot, I didn't realize that, I don't think we're friends on Steam.
Oh, that would be the problem. if
Yes,
you're hosting it.
that's the problem. So, friend me on Steam, Darwin Darling. You'll be able to fix it then. Just send it. Oh, yeah, Mr. Hanky Poo! Oh, good.
Cool, dude.
I like how you just giggle at that.
You will respect my authority.
Oh god, no. You're giggling at the water again or something.
Tweet, tweet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, go stream on Max, tweet, tweet. I'm not Max, I'm Darwin.
It's my turn to kick their ass.
So
Next time you hit me with that mother thing,
So
I'm gonna
the
kick your
truth
ass.
comes out, huh?
That does it.
What? Tweet, tweet.
You called yourself Max.
Dude, that really
No.
hurt.
I said I'm not Max, I'm Darwin. Tweet, tweet.
Mmm.
Dude, this is great.
Oh shit, really? Shit, really? Shit,
You
really?
will respect my authority. You will respect my authority.
Stop moving!
Sorry,
It's okay.
there was an
No
issue in
wonder
a
these
server
women
and
are so weak.
moderate,
It's made in South Park,
so I had
Really?
to work it out. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Imagine moderating a Discord server.
Sorry, man. I'm just that good.
Tweet, tweet.
Die. Fucking finally.
Why did Strock come up when I searched Darwin?
Because he's friends with Darwin.
Probably because my name is in the description.
Hey, it's my turn to kick their asses.
Oh,
That's probably why. Oh
send a
man,
friend request, I think.
this is definitely the farthest I've ever been. Fucking kidding me.
Cheap ass.
Tweet,
I
tweet.
think I sent a friend request.
Alright, cool.
I also accidentally clicked the close button on Terraria because I'm a dumbass.
Sorry I didn't have friends of friends be able to join.
Tweet, tweet. I don't have to irritate Power Dog anymore. Time to go irritate TNT. Tweet, tweet.
Okay. Oh, is that you, Power Dog?
What?
What was
No,
that?
that's TNT.
Oh shit. Okay, oh shit.
No, I'm
Darwin
not
was
that.
murdered by a jungle bat.
Yeah, because I'm outside
Not-
in the open right now. Because I can't do anything about it.
Oh, that was Max.
Oh. Did Darwin die to the South Park bat?
Yeah, he died to the South Park funny.
He
He died
died-
to the.
The Kenny bat.
He died to the funny South Park Ed and Eddie bat.
Tweet, tweet. Time to go irritate Mal. Tweet, tweet.
Should I be making a new character for this or is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
TNT.
Sweet,
Oh,
never
I've
mind.
reached
Gotta
the
go into
corruption.
TNT.
All right, perfect. Okay, you're able to join. Hell yeah. Phew, that's all out of the way. You have only 14 health left. Still the farthest I've ever been, but hopefully I can make it through. Oh, finally some health. God damn.
Oh, hey, it's me.
Sweet.
Hello. Oh wait. Wait, is TNT there and TNT also there?
What?
Are there two TNTs?
What?
Oh, I thought Matt. Oh, you can't change your name. That's right. Darwin's still there.
I fought on your grave.
Sweet.
I found the corruption.
Max,
Oh, this is a corruption world.
fuck
Yeah.
off.
Sweet.
Oh my god.
Sweet.
He's been Darwin all day.
Sweet.
Yeah, fuck!
He's been.
You could steal my wood, but you did!
Oh my god.
Sweet.
Oh my god. I just love imagining more than actually knowing what the hell's going on.
Oh, you tried to steal my wood.
Sweet.
The menacing tweet. Fucking hell. It's a tweet of our nightmares. Oh
Why are
fuck!
you black?
It's Mr. Oh, Mr. Hat. Shit.
Max, if you don't fuck off, I'm going to leave.
I'm on, Sweet.
Oh shit.
Come at me. Fucking come at me.
Oh no.
Sweet, no.
Okay.
I'm Darwin.
Mr. Hat. No, Mr. Hat! There we go.
Max, I swear to God.
Shit, stop. Fuck
You
yeah.
just fuck off.
Sweet.
Oh my god, this is like the most annoying thing ever.
I'm not black. I'm fucking
That is
tanned.
definitely not the most annoying thing ever. I don't care what it is.
Hey,
That would be the
Mr.
key.
Hat right
Constantly being flooded.
Give me things.
Mr. Hat's annoying. This is like the most annoying boss fight. You have to wait until Mr. Hat opens up his like thing.
Sweet.
I fought on your grave.
Sweet, here I come. Sweet.
Please don't.
Sweet.
Is PvP still enabled?
No, it's not. It shouldn't be.
You have to. How it works is that you have to enable it yourself. Client
Yeah,
side.
you have to enable it yourself for both players to be able to use it.
I enabled it, Max didn't, so I couldn't kill him.
Oh my god. Oh, Mr. Hat, you piece of shit, just open up your door. Mr. Hat! Come on. You know what's sad? I think Mr. Hat went to hell at some point, but then you never saw him again. I mean, you saw. Wait, yeah, you saw him again, but he wasn't with the devil. Hate that.
Sweet, Max is gonna die. How do we
They
get
said
this
they
guy?
fixed enemy balancing in this game. They kind of broke it.
Hey, it's my turn to kick their asses.
Well, it's the final update, so hot! Bye!
You will if I get tree huggy.
Oh, fuck, really? Mr. Hat, you suck!
Sweet, I saved Max. Sweet.
Oh,
Sweet.
finally,
Now, take
jeez.
some time. Here I come. Sweet.
Great.
Where we going?
Oh, thank you! This level sucked! So hard it sucked.
Thanks for rescuing us,
Sweet, where we going?
We owe you one.
That isn't it.
Next time you're in a life-threatening situation, give us a call. Man, that sucks. Totally robot eat ass. I killed the mushroom. I killed the mushroom.
Aw, at least Cartman's still cute.
Oh my god, they killed Kenny! You bastard!
Again? The nonsensical robots killed Kenny? Bad news, guys. The robots killed Kenny. I can't believe Kenny's dead in the game. Wait, is he actually still dead? How far am I in this game? I got Terrence. Who the hell is Terrence from South Park?
Oh no. To make it even worse, the hellhole leads straight into a spider cave.
Oh, fuck. Wait, flood the spider cave!
No.
Okay, never mind.
Oh shoot, by the looks of it, it's already flooded.
Oh, shit.
Tweet, I'll flood that for you. Tweet.
Toy Rampage. Fight through town and make your way to the toy store. Oh, shit. Hey, Chef.
Hello,
children.
Please tell me this comic crap is finally over.
I miss
It's all
Chef.
going to come to a head tonight, children. The comet is near South Park.
Oh, great. So now what? We're gonna have to fight killer toys?
Yes.
Wow, good guess, dude.
Great. Killer toys. Oh, shit. Whoa!
So, how many bosses have you guys fought?
Where have you been, Doug?
None.
Yeah, none. This
None?
is, like, we just played for like an hour, essentially.
I do tweet because I'm Darwin. I died.
Yes, he died.
Why are you guys fighting the jungle then?
I don't know what Meryl
Got
is
a
doing.
yo-yo.
I've like no clue what Meryl is doing. Oh god, there's actually a South Park level inside of South Park? Wow. Oh my, I love it. Usually when you're playing South Park, there's a South Park level in the mountains. And it's boring. This time we actually have one
Yeah,
inside
the jungle for a reason, and it's because there's like no caves in the overworld.
No caves.
Okay.
Where
There
are
we
the
go.
weekend?
Wait, it just spawned. It just spawned. Wait, I'm killing you.
I'll get you for that.
What? It just spawned. Okay, I
What
think
about
this is
Spa?
broken.
No.
No, but I was killing the monsters and they just kept respawning
Didn't need you to
automatically.
flood it that much, or at all. In fact, you're entirely a nuisance.
Oh my god.
Tweet, I helped. Tweet.
This is the opposite of helping.
Oh my god.
Retweet, I helped.
Oh my god, Darwin.
Hi, Chef.
I'm going to literally...
Please tell me this comic crap is finally
Still have
over.
that little poster in like the chef's office. Milk is yummy. They should have kept that around for later seasons. Shit.
Tweet, I got
milk-
this. Hold on, tweet. I got this.
You know what's still weird? Like, South Park becomes a lot emptier when, like, Chef is gone and, like, the teacher of the 4th grade class sucks.
Oh.
Tweet.
Actively trying to kill me with water.
Oh no. I shouldn't have mentioned to help you out with the spider cave. My bad.
Tweet. Darwin's helping with the spider cave.
Oh my god.
Hey Max, come help me out in the jungle.
There's no water in the jungle.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, there is.
It's the,
Jungle.
the rainforest. Hey, Cartman!
Hey, over here. Hey, you said to be here.
There's also plenty of water in this dang spider cave.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? I thought that was like some little girl. There's like some blow-up doll thing just like spitting at me.
Oh, sweet.
You're a blow-up doll spitting at me? Is that what you were about to say? I'm just curious.
Tweet, I got this.
Controller.
Oh my gosh.
For the record, I'm actually trying to play the game instead of torturing people, claiming to help them.
Oh my
I
god.
help.
Also, hi, Newt Newt.
Tweet, I helped. Newt, I helped.
Oh my god.
Fake gamer.
Fake
I helped
gamer. Holy crap.
Fake.
Max is
best
fake
helper.
gamer.
I am the best helper that ever helped.
Max is fakemer.
Okay, boys. So what are
Do
we?
you call him gay?
I called him a gay fakemer.
Tweet. I'm Darwin. I'm gay. Tweet.
Oh no.
Bark, bark. I'm Max. I'm
Germany.
bisexual.
I'm at 4 health.
I am playing Mario Maker 2.
That sounds fun.
I'm gonna play the hard levels.
Nice.
Because nobody plays this game anymore anyways.
Shit. I think this level is... Okay, so this is not an exploratory level, at least. Thank God. Load. South Park.
Stick of truth.
You would not believe
I
how
wanna
much
play that one.
easier it is to kill enemies in this mode than it is in Master mode.
I've never played
That game is
Master
pretty
Mode,
cheap
so
right now.
I don't have
Terra-
a clue.
Wait, Terraria?
I started a master mode playthrough yesterday.
Max.
Nice.
In the hell.
I'm still completely new to the game, so yeah.
Hell. Okay, well, don't play master mode itself.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll try not
You're
to.
gonna play master mode.
You know what? I wanted to do a Metal Gear Solid run.
I'm done.
That's like the hardcore version of Metal Gear Solid, like the hard
I
mode.
think I'm done with this game. This game's boring now.
Yeah.
Finally, I can.
Oh, thank God.
Well, Darwin says it's a piece of shit. I don't know, dude.
Fucking hell, man.
Oh, thank God. I don't have to fucking be Darwin anymore.
Oh my God, I can.
No, you still have to
imagine
be
your
Darwin
life.
or you're a fake
Who
gamer
the fuck
forever.
would ever want to be Darwin?
You know what? I want to look at the fuck. I can't look at the multiplayer. Shit. I have to plug in a second controller.
Ha.
The multiplayer's way better in this game.
Which one?
South Park, the original N64 one, because the weapons are actually cool. Like, you can hypnotize people and they'll sing this really old classic song, and they look really stupid. Like, since it's a Turok game, they just had a good time making the fun weapons. Like, there's a dodgeball one, and they all have, like, alternate abilities. It's, like, the best part about the game. It's just that the level design sucks. Tweet, tweet, tweet. I'm gay, tweet, Strox gummies. God damn it. God damn it, Darwin!
Bugs.
Darwin.
I'm glad that we had a
I didn't know you had a secret.
Yeah.
Well, now I have to figure out how to get
fucking
water.
had a great time. We had a great time.
Hey, dumbass, over here!
Yeah, it
I
was
feel
fun.
like
Too mad at you,
Max is
man.
actively trying to hurt everyone in this.
It was definitely fun. Like,
Hurting me.
I was trying to make fun of Max, but he was way more consistent. Like, he was just saying straight up Edda and Eddie fucking, like, incoherently. Like, I was trying to get him to talk incoherently about, like, Ocarina of Time Yura, but it doesn't work. It's pretty sad.
Stop with Ocarina of Time Yura.
In Ocarina of Time Yura, there could have been a missing dungeon that involved the South Park crew because I like Strox. What is that?
Ocarina of Time, you're a tweet.
What about Wind Waker Yura? Wind Waker probably had better stuff.
How about-
Ocarina of Time, you're
God.
Hey, Darwin.
What?
I tried to hit a boulder and it just rolled towards me.
You should teach me some Ocarina of Time tricks sometime.
Yeah.
Cookie crumbles.
Could you, we need. Okay, you want to know what we need to go over? Freaking Shadow Temple skip. The not Shadow Temple skip, but Shadow Temple like key.
I'll teach you Ocarina of Time, you're don't worry.
Meryl, quit flexing with your step stool.
I like how you glitch up and down with that thing.
Dude, I had such a fun time.
Yeah, it was really fun. I'd like to do a highlights reel of this, but I think I have a better, healthier way of doing the highlight stuff, so maybe I can, who knows.
I have another stink bug. Get in my room.
I can't wait till we play this again. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
I can help Power Dog again.
Oh my god.
Don't come anywhere near me, Max.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, great. Now there's piranhas. That I can't fall through, apparently.
Piranhas!
Oh boy.
Game wrong. I was talking to you.
We need equipment to have invincibility frames.
Oh my god. What the hell? This? I'm supposed to hit these
I'm the
guys.
best at the piranha and the Terraria.
They actually. Oh my god, one snowball takes them down? Oh, thank god. They actually are smart. They were so smart about that. Holy shit, thank you.
Well, I mean, Merle had the right idea. He just fucking walked away from me every time I was near him. He should have just walked away.
Well, I can't exactly just walk away from my one.
Nah, just go through another hole.
There we go.
Building the elevator? Is that your one objective?
Yeah, the elevator.
In the other hole.
Yeah, I'm trying to dig out the hellhole, but Max is actively making it a hellhole.
Hey, that means you
And now
did your job. You accomplished your goal.
Dude, I actually helped you.
Yeah, you accomplished your goal. I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I don't see the problem either. I don't even need to fucking impersonate Newt, because he has the right idea all along.
I'm just a bit dickhead.
You're basically a Norwegian version of me.
Oh my god. Jesus, you guys. You're
I don't know
incorrigible.
if I like being Max, but
You're your
I'll
own
take it, I
person.
guess.
You're your own person, but you're a... shit. Oh, these bomb guys are like stupid.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
You'll wake up in your...
It's fine.
You'll have nightmares about water falling on top of you.
You don't know anything about
Max's
nightmares until you play me in Monopoly.
Oh,
free parking!
Free parking.
Free parking.
Free
I need to change the voice chat to free parking now.
Tweet, tweet. I love free parking. Tweet, tweet.
My god.
I mean, yeah, anything that's free is good, right?
I was talking to Strock, and he was like, "Why is your name free parking?" Because he didn't understand what it was. And he was like, "I thought it was like free parking in your ass or something." And I was like, "No, dear God, no."
Tweet, tweet. I left the park on ass.
You left the park on ass.
You know, I started walking in the direction trying to find corruption, but I haven't found any corruption. And Crimson works also.
The corruption's to the right.
Don't worry.
This is not right. I'm not going right. This is not right.
Don't worry, TNT. I'll get back in the game and then you'll have corruption again.
I see the angler.
I swear if I see Darwin has joined, I'm gonna have a breakdown.
My god. Oh,
This
shit.
definitely was not the right way.
Oh, shit.
Let me tell you.
Darwin, do my dishes.
Alright, later.
Darwin, do my dishes for me.
Dishes be done. Okay, I'll do the dishes. Just give me a sec. Give me a sec. I gotta draw them for a bit. But
no,
yes.
you gotta do my dishes, not draw my dishes.
No, Power Duck, he's actually
I'll
coming
do
back.
the dishes. I'll do the dishes. Let's watch.
Oh no.
You see? Wait, where's my drawing?
This is a horrible idea.
Where's my drawing?
Is that the
down
Persona
here?
3 portable battle theme?
Oh, now
I'm gonna
this is
do it
that.
anyways. I'm gonna die.
You're going to die. What the hell?
Fuck it.
I'm just trying to
Here
keep
I
going
go.
as far right as I can.
I can't draw the dishes.
TNT?
I can only make the screen blue. Anyway, it is time for Echo. Let's go into it. So you guys, I'll see you around. Take it easy.
My furry game. Tweet, tweet.
Oh yeah, shoot, guess it's time to multitask.
At some point, there is going to be a multi, like, I want to have people, like, doing a visual novel, like the voice acting for a visual novel with me. I think that'd be pretty fun.
Do my dishes or make the household twice as bad.
Once in a great while, the malevolent forces
That'd be
of the
pretty
universe combine to form a force of...
All
If you need
right.
a character that's
Oh,
a
hey,
dickhead,
shit,
I'll
someone
do a
actually
dickhead
protected
character.
me. I'll leave this Terraria open, by the way. Give me a sec.
I tried to ruin the protection. Apparently it didn't work.
Hell yeah. Alright, perfect.
Where'd you come from? Die.
And they are now deafened. I don't know if they can hear me, though. Okay, no, they can't. Alright, cool. Alright, let's get rid of the Terraria window. I just like how that's just kind of there. The fuck? There we go. Perfect. Hello, Echo. Good to see you again. Let's have some fun. I kind of tried to play the games as long as I could. Honestly, I made the last game last a little bit longer, South Park, just because I was having fun. Like, Newt joined. I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to Newt for a bit. I thought it would be pretty fun. And yeah, it turned out it pretty much was. Got to laugh for a bit. Now it's time for Echo, everybody. Let's just get going, because this is the final game of the night, and let's actually see if we can get through the rest of this. I actually will be pretty happy if we end up doing so. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty tight. Let's go right into it. Alright, cool. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And my setup be pretty good. Let's just have some fun and sit back and relax. And load. Ooh, which one was it? Pretty sure it was the top one. Yeah, okay, this should be good. Alright, so last time on this game, we ended up doing, well, we went TJ's route. And now we are just, honestly, I like TJ. TJ's really cute. So I can't wait to see more of TJ. It should be pretty fun. Let's see, let's see. TJ and I arrive at the house. Carl grins at us, his eyes bloodshot and fur mussed up.
What took you guys so long to get here?
TJ frowns, rubbing his nose inconspicuously. I don't think I've ever seen Carl this far gone. I stare at him as he stabs back at us, his grin never wavering. I finally break the silence. Hey, are you okay? Carl suddenly gets a very serious look on his face.
Chase?
Gravelly, he reaches out both of his paws to put on my shoulder.
I have...
He smirks, then he sets his face sternly again.
Never felt better.
He brings me into a hug and whispers fiercely into my ear.
I'm so glad that you're here.
He suddenly shoves me back and whirls on TJ, who cringes. Carl goes after him, sweeping him off his feet like the lynx in his brand new bride.
Oh, Carl!
Get inside before you get a heat choke, fluff cheeks.
I stand there on the doorstep as Carl takes the cat inside, TJ throwing me a wide-eyed look over the ram's broad shoulders. I stare back, wondering if this was such a good idea before stepping in. Yeah, now I remember, our friend TJ actually is kind of a pushover. He ends up getting suckered in on his vacation to go and help out this girl, like, set up her yard and stuff. It was pretty scummy of her to, like, take advantage of TJ's nice, kind mood and attitude, but hey, it happened. And so now we just, well, he likes hiking and we were hiking through the desert, even though I'm an otter and I need to be in the water, so go figure. But yeah, pot smell aside, the coolness of the mansion is a welcome relief to the quickly rising heat behind me. I'm just in time to see Carl toss TJ into a two-cushion couch before flopping onto a bigger one across from it. He smiles at me and pats the cushion next to him. I sit down on the last cushion, leaving a space between the two of us. I'm just a little worried about how handsy he's being right now. Carl shrugs and kicks up his feet on the cushions between us, tapping me with his hooves. We sit there for an agonizingly awkward 10 seconds before TJ clears his throat.
So Carl, how have you been?
Carl rolls his head onto his shoulders to snap his gaze in the direction of TJ, who gulps.
TJ, I've just been peachy. You get me?
TJ's ears twitch.
Yes?
Supery.
Carl giggles quietly to himself. He stares at the ceiling for a while, continuing to tap me with his hooves. Look down and see that they're leaving hoof-shaped prints of white dust on my pants.
Man, I'm glad you guys are here. I thought it was gonna go crazy.
How come?
Carl interlocks his fingers behind his head.
This house, man. You go crazy in it when no one's around. Flynn spent the night, but then he had to go to work.
TJ seems to have run out of things to say, leaning back on the couch as his tail twitches around nervously. Carl doesn't seem to mind, though, staring peacefully at the ceiling. Oh yeah, we also have to go help out that lady later today, too. And so we're just hanging out with Carl. Poor guy. I exchange glances with TJ, who shrugs worriedly at me. I look at the massive flat screen. Hey, you want to go and watch something, maybe? Carl flicks his eyes to the TV.
Good. Have you seen the new Luce Lobo movie?
I have to think about that. Not since last summer, I think.
I haven't.
Yeah, it's the fucking shits, dude.
Carl sticks his leg in the air, swiveling on his butt before launching himself off the couch to land on his hooves awkwardly. He stumbles, falling into TJ's couch. The Lynx tries to steady him, but the ram is off before he can grab the remote. Suddenly he spins around and tosses the phone at me, and I have to lunge to catch it.
Chase, please order us a goddamn pizza. I'm starving.
What? I stare at his phone. He sighs loudly at me.
The Giano's app, duh.
It takes me a second to find it in the sea of random-ass game apps. Oh, so, what do you guys want?
I'll shove anything from Giano's into my fat face.
I stare at him.
So order anything.
Okay. I end up letting TJ pick the topping since he's the vegetarian. Once I've ordered the extra large pizza, Carl's already started up the movie. I didn't know anyone delivered out here. Carl sits down with the beer in his hand, and I wonder if I should tell him not to drink anymore. Honestly, I don't know if the way he's acting is more due to the pot or the drink. He grins.
That's what's so great about Giano's. They'll deliver anywhere if you pay enough.
Oh god, that's gotta be an awful ass lot of fucking money. Oof. Takes a swig and belches.
Price of delivery is the same as the fucking pizza, though.
He stares at me before pointing at his beer.
You want one?
I glance at TJ, who's staring hard at the screen. Maybe I'll have one with the pizza. Me and Tej have some yard work to do for Janice. Carl wrinkles his nose.
Lame.
Hey, Carl, do you want to come with us?
Carl thinks, then gives a massive shrug. Oh yeah, Carl is extremely rich. He does not have to worry about money at all. Lucky bastard. Lucky bastard. He pats his stomach.
Swear to God, I'll hurl.
Hey, that's fine.
TJ smiles, but Carl seems to be watching over the movie now, which is already a few minutes into the intro. The pizza doesn't arrive for another hour, and when it finally does, the slices are almost room temperature. Still, with the pizza, beer, and a movie, I start to kind of enjoy myself. By the end of it, Carl seems to have sobered up a little bit. Not a whole bunch, but to the point where he's at least coherent. He turns up the TV in size, flat on his back on the couch at this point, his fetlocks across my lap.
Okay, I'm fucking stuffed.
I agree, and now I'm feeling even less inclined to go over to Janice's place. TJ pulled out his phone and now he's staring at it with his ears lowered. I'm about to ask him what's wrong, but that's when Carl nudges me with his leg.
Yeah, you guys want to play a game?
I look at him cautiously. What kind of game? Carl looks around, then finds a row of 3 bottles on the ground next to the couch, 2 of them empty, and 1 half empty.
Never have I ever.
TJ gives a nervous laugh.
But Carl, I don't drink.
Yeah, give it a try.
I frown, giving Carl a look. Or we could just do 10 fingers. You don't have to drink for that one. Carl pouts.
Wow, you're boring as hell today. Alright, Chase, we'll do both. You guys can do the 10 fingers bullshit.
He struggles to sit up, burping again while he does. He leans over with a groan and picks up his beer.
Okay, I'll go first.
I hold up 10 fingers and TJ does the same, somewhat reluctantly.
Never have I ever.
Carl seems to think hard, then grins.
Had sex.
TJ's ears flatten, and I glare at Carl. Really? We're going there already? Carl shrugs.
What? That's the first question everyone asks.
I lower a finger, still glaring. Isn't this game about getting to know things about people that you don't already know about? I look over at TJ, not surprised to see all of his fingers still up, though he's still blushing. I'm surprised you haven't, though. You've had girlfriends. Carl sneers at me.
Turns out having to lift up my own gut so they can suck me off turns them off. Never gone past that.
So they still sucked you off?
Blowjobs don't count.
Yeah, he doesn't waste any time. Not at all. Yeah, they do. It's called oral sex.
Nah, man.
I suddenly become very aware of a beet red Link sitting across from us. I cough loudly and sit up straight. Trying to think of something that's interesting, but still G-rated for TJ. Never have I ever been in a fight. A physical fight, I mean. Carl takes a drink. TJ's fingers stay up. Who did you fight?
The fuck have you been? Remember Clint?
Yeah? TJ starts to lower his fingers too, then stops.
Well, he mostly attacked.
Well, hey, wait, he mostly attacked us. He didn't really fight back, so it's not really a fight.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait! I am gonna kick him down? What the fuck? Throw him to the ground? Carl shrugs.
Me and Flynn have gotten into it before.
Well, you already took a drink, so... I look over at TJ. Your turn. TJ looks off to the side, seeming to think hard.
Never have I ever failed a test.
TJ grins. I lower a finger, smirking, but Carl lets out a snort.
Yeah, cute.
The amount of disdain in his voice has me looking over at him, but he's already chugging down his beer. His burp seems to shake the couch.
Alright, never have I ever kissed a dude.
Carl!
What? I never actually seen you kiss Leo, so... Oh wait, maybe I have. Meh.
He shrugs again. I lower a finger, rolling my eyes. JJ, of course, doesn't. As I'm trying to think of my own question, I suddenly feel something warm press against the side of my face. I blanch away out of instinct and turn to find Carl with his eyes closed and lips puckered.
Carl?
JJ sits on the couch, his face a portrait of comically cartoonish shock.
Alright, now I have.
Carl takes a big gulp of beer. I'm not sure how to react, but TJ's reaction is enough to make the whole same thing funny, instead of, like, sexual harassment. I mean, you can't do it after the question has been asked, right? Carl puts his chin on a fist, fluttering his eyes in a way he probably thinks is seductive.
Yeah, you can look it up if you want.
I shake my head, wiping the side of my face as I try to think. Never have I ever flown in an airplane. Carl and TJ both lower a finger.
Really? That's crazy.
I shrug. Hardly ever been out of the state in my life.
That's tragic.
Yeah, it kind of is. And so it goes. Chase is basically me. I have been in an airplane once before though, but I was 2. The game continues for another 20 minutes, most of the questions innocent enough. Still, I notice that every time TJ takes his turn, Carl gets more and more agitated. Never have I ever done drugs, never have I ever been late to class, never have I ever gotten less than an A- in a class. Still, I can tell that TJ's directing it mostly at me. Probably because he's being mischievous, and probably because I think he's genuinely trying to figure me out. Carl's mood continues to sour though, and it all seems to build until the 6th round.
Never have I ever been in a car accident.
I lower a finger.
You've crashed before?
I mock glare at him. Why do you automatically assume it was my fault?
Oh, sorry.
My dad was driving and we got rear-ended.
Oh.
That's when I notice that Carl hasn't spoken at all since the question was asked. I look over at him and he sees that he's got the bottle resting on his knee as he watches TJ. I lean over to poke at him. Hey, you okay? He glances at me before turning back to TJ.
You knew I'd been in an accident.
TJ looks at Carl, confused.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, I told you at the motel when you first got here.
Oh! Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah, okay.
TJ continues to look confused. Carl stares at his lap for a while, and I start to wonder if the game is over. Then he looks up and stares at TJ, rubbing his chin. He seems to be thinking hard.
Never have I ever...
We wait. Carl smiles.
Never have I ever killed someone.
What follows is dead silence. Carl stares straight at TJ with a smile on his face. TJ still looks confused.
That's a weird thing to say.
Is it?
TJ freezes up as if ice-cold water has been dumped over his head. I look at Carl slowly, but he's not looking at me at all. TJ clenched his paws and they rested in his lap, his face expressionless, almost as we both realize what Carl's getting at. We sit in that silence for it feels almost like a minute. Carl finally breaks the frozen portrait that we're all in, leaning back into the back of the couch.
You know, my life has been going downhill since it happened.
TJ and I don't say anything, both of us watching Carl.
School, grades, drugs, whatever, I don't know. Seems like it all started after whatever it was that happened.
Carl looks pointedly at TJ again. Carl? My voice comes out shocked and bewildered. That seems to get through to him a little bit, his long ears flicking down briefly. TJ continues to stare back at him, and I'm reminded of how he looked when Flynn was having a go at him. Carl finally looks down, away from TJ.
So I was in the crawl space the other day, and I found an old letter from Sydney.
I don't say anything, neither does TJ. Carl waits a while, then goes on.
I haven't opened it. It said it was a treasure hunt in the front.
A treasure hunt? Sydney absolutely loved treasure hunts. He was always making them in his spare time. They were usually pretty bad, and the prizes at the end were usually pretty awful. It would always take some convincing on his part to get us to go on one.
I don't know why I have it, but it's made me...
Carl stops talking and closes his eyes, pressing himself deeper into the soft cushions of the couch.
Maybe if we knew what happened, we could fix some of our problems.
JJ finally stands up, and Carl's eyes snap open when he does. I watch him too, having no idea what he's about to do. Because the look on his face, I wonder if he's about to actually do something violent. Attack Carl or something. His expression is dark, not like I've ever seen him, even when Flynn was yelling at him. Instead though, he just stands there for a few moments, staring at Carl. Carl looks away again, his ears lowered.
Self-improvement starts with realizing what the actual problem is, Carl.
That didn't sound like TJ at all. Wow, not even the voice. Carl seems shocked as well as he finally looks up at the links.
Stop blaming others and start blaming yourself.
His voice is calm and smooth, but ice cold. TJ turns on his heels and stalks towards the door, his fur fluffed out. I finally snap out of it and stand up as TJ opens the door. I take one last look at Carl as he slumped on the couch, his head down. I'll call you later, okay, Carl? Carl doesn't say anything. So with that, I hurry out the door and TJ left open. I catch up to the links about 100 yards down the road, trying to match his brisk pace. It's late afternoon at this point, and the heat hits me like a ton of bricks. Sweat already threatens to drip off my chin as I approach TJ. He slows down when he hears me panting, letting me catch up. We walk in silence for a good 15 minutes, and I almost jump when TJ finally speaks up.
Can you believe he did that?
I take a few deep breaths, gathering the time I need to form a response. I think he was just really high and really drunk. TJ shakes his head.
He knew what he was saying.
Sure, but look, his inhibitions are down. JJ isn't as upset as I thought he would be. Not at least in the way I thought he would be. Instead, he seems more angry than anything.
I think it's because she's been talking to Flynn. Just who knows what he's been saying to him.
That could definitely be the case. TJ finally sighs and stares at the ground, his ears falling. I can tell he's finally about to start crying, so I quickly put my arm around his shoulders. Hey, it's okay. He was seriously drunker than I've ever seen him. He's not going to remember any of this. He doesn't look up. TJ, you are a huge reason why we've all stuck together at this point. TJ doesn't say anything, and I see his eyes watering up. I could be making it worse, but I give his shoulder another squeeze. You're the glue. And like you said, Carl's blaming his own problems on everyone else. This has nothing to do with you. TJ sighs, leaning against me a little. I take this as a good sign and nudge him. Listen, let's get to Janice's place, and let's get those chores out of the way. After that, we can get some ice cream at Ray's, okay?
Alright.
TJ lets out a small laugh, and we continue down the road for another 10 feet like that. Then he suddenly pulls away from me, faces me, and hugs me tight. He buries his face in my chest, and I feel his fingers clench into the back of my shirt. He holds me like that for a long time. We get to Janice's house about a good half an hour later, me covered in sweat, and TJ airing out his shirt. It's 5 at this point, but the sun is still pounding down the back of my head like a lead weight. Janice opens the door almost the second we knock, and I can tell immediately that something is off. First of all, she's got no pants on. I catch a glimpse of her large white panties before I snap my eyes back up, staring hard at the coyote's face. I can't see TJ, but by the funny way he's breathing, I'm pretty sure he's noticed as well. Janice spreads out her hands, grinning.
Well, I'll be. You made it.
We gawk at her for another few seconds before TJ finally speaks out.
Yeah, of course.
Janice suddenly steps forward towards the links and cups his face in her hands. I keep my eyes up, trying to focus on her face. She squishes TJ's face to the point where his lips purse out a little bit.
You, TJ, are a lifesaver. You know that.
She says it sincerely, and I can see TJ trying to pull back. Unfortunately, it also looks like the coyote has a good grip on his face because everything but his head moves back.
Thank you, Janice.
TJ tries to speak from his squished face. Janice, what did you want us to do today? I break in hoping to move her attention away from ripping TJ's cheeks off. She seems to be really enjoying the tufts of fur there.
Oh, Chase, you're here too.
Yeah, we're gonna work on it together.
Well, alright. How about I head out there and show you two?
My eyes flick down to her bottom half for just a second and immediately regret it. There's no way around it. You wanna get dressed first? Janice looks down.
Oh, that? Well, I've got to apologize just now. I was in the middle of getting ready for work. I just forgot what I was doing.
Glance at TJ, then quickly back to the coyote. Oh, well, we can wait.
Nonsense, it'll only take a sec.
I'm left open-mouthed, following the coyote automatically as TJ follows closely behind me. A quick glance around reassures me that there isn't anyone around at the moment, but if someone does come around, Janice marches us out to the back, to the few wooden remnants of the shed we'd moved earlier. She points at the ground.
I want you two to dig a hole right here.
TJ stays just silently behind me, as if using me as a shield to Janice's shameless immodesty. We're digging a hole?
Yep, in a rectangle from here to here.
Janice marks a line in the dirt with her foot before walking about 5 feet in the other direction and marking another line.
And 3 feet wide and at least 3 feet deep, if not more.
I nod through her instructions, just trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Okay, so what are we doing this for? Janice stops, scratching the back of her head.
A pool. I'm gonna have a pool back here.
A pool?
Yeah, a nice little pool.
She grins at us, and I quickly nod at her. Okay, we'll get right to work. Shovels in the garage, right? I'm doing everything I can to get her back inside.
Yep, need anything else? I can make you lemonade before I leave.
Nah, we'll get the water if we need it.
Well, alright. No need to finish it today if you can't. I know how hot it is.
Janice turns to leave, but not before reaching out and pinching TJ's cheeks almost viciously. He squints his eyes, ears flattening as he just stands there and takes it. And with that, she hums her way back into the house. I wait until I hear the door close. Oh my god, she's gone insane! TJ stays quiet, staring at the spot in the ground that Janice marked out. Seriously, maybe we should just go.
No, she's probably just having another off day or something.
I shake my head. And this is definitely not a pool. TJ kicks at the dirt and I shiver as I see a small spider skitter across the ground. Either she's lost it and we're doing nothing here, or we're digging a grave.
Oh, come on, Chase.
This was a bad idea. I hear the garage door opening and shut my mouth. The car engine starts up and then I see an old rusty white sedan pull out of the driveway. Janice waves at us and blows a kiss, which I'm pretty sure is directed at TJ. Then she peels off like she's in a drag racing to the diner that's less than a mile away. So who do you think she's on her way to murder?
Oh, stop it.
I look back at TJ. You think she even put her... I don't even know if she put her pants on! TJ shudders and looks back at the ground.
Let's just get this done. Then I promise no more chores for her, okay?
I sigh. Look, oh right. Just remember whose fault this is if it ends up being our grave. The work is tougher than I thought it would be. We both start at opposite ends of the little trench thing we're making. Janice said we should do more than 3 feet if we could, but this whole thing is bullshit, which I'm pretty sure it is, that I'm not doing any more than the minimum. I'm at least glad to see TJ returning back to his cheerful, bubbly self. We even almost get into a dirt clod war, but that comes to a quick end when I hit TJ in the thigh with a rock-filled one. About 2 hours later, the sun is comfortably low, and we're a little over halfway done. It's at this point that I get a text message from Carl.
Dad, I'm sorry.
I look at it for a while until TJ finally looks up.
Everything okay?
I debate whether or not to tell him now that he's in such a good mood. It's hard to tell exactly what will make TJ feel better or worse, I've come to realize. Still, I think he can tell who it's probably from already, judging by how slanted back his ears are. It's from Carl. It just says sorry.
Ah.
TJ stops digging, pressing the shovel into the darker, moist dirt at the bottom of the trench. Yeah, I'm getting kind of freaked out, honestly. Honestly, I don't like this at all. My gosh. There we go, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Alright, cool. I don't like the way that the direction this is going in. I'm very freaked out about whatever the hell this is. It's obviously a grave, but a grave for what? I'm so happy you're smart enough to recognize it was a grave. So happy. You can't believe how happy that makes me. At least our character Chase is smart enough. I would definitely, I would just, after she's gone, I'd be like, I'd be like, I just gone at that point, because one, we don't get to stay there. We're gonna leave in like a few days, so we don't have to worry about her ass, and then we just never stop by the diner. We'll just go get our food we'll go get our food in Peyton or some shit. Or we'll just get our food at Carl's. Like, we'll just stay at Carl's the whole time, and then they'll lie about where we're at, because she's like an insane freakazoid. That's my opinion. TJ stops digging, pressing his shovel into the darker, moist dirt at the bottom of the trench. That's
it?
That's it.
Are you going to respond?
I don't know, should I? The text message just said sorry. TJ starts digging again.
Yeah.
TJ tilts his head down.
I need to apologize, too.
Now that seems more like TJ. Well, what should I say? TJ stops digging again and looks up at me.
How about let's get the hell out of this town?
Nah. I look up at him expectantly.
Okay, so I'm trying to be more assertive, like you said.
Oh? I didn't expect him to say that. Is that why... TJ looks down, so I stop myself. Is that why he'd acted so strange at Carl's mansion? Sorry. Never mind. What were you saying?
So, I'm just gonna say this. I was thinking about that treasure hunt Carl found.
For a moment, I don't know what he's talking about. Oh, the thing he found in the crawl space?
I was thinking...
TJ leans on the shovel handle, looking away.
Thinking that we should open it, together.
Okay... I say it slowly, realizing how delicate a topic this is. Is there a reason you want to open it? TJ sighs deeply, looking up at the deep and red-orange sky.
I always feel like things like this happen for a reason. We're just talking about finding closure yesterday.
Okay.
So, I feel like this might be a way to do it, maybe. Read what he had to say. Maybe go on one of his last hunts.
TJ swallows hard. I can sort of see where he's coming from. Sydney always wrote stupid riddles and stories with his treasure hunts. It might mean something to read something that he wrote so long ago. Okay. I keep coming up short with what I want to say. Again, I can see why TJ might think this is the answer, but I'm not so sure. Well, I guess I can ask Carl about it. Did you want everyone there?
Maybe. Maybe just us. We can let the others read it later if they want. I don't think Flynn...
I nod quickly. Yeah, that makes sense. So, you want to do that tomorrow?
See if we can do it tonight. We've only got a few days left, and this is making me nervous.
TJ gives a tight laugh. Yeah, Sydney's treasure hunts could be pretty elaborate.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Are we starting to be able to talk about him normally again? Maybe TJ's right about this. Okay, I'll text him back and ask if I can call him.
Okay.
It takes me a little bit to figure out how to word TJ's request. Hey man, can TJ and I come over and talk? While we wait for Carl's response, TJ abruptly looks back at me.
Are you and Carl, friendly with each other?
Huh?
I mean, how he kissed you.
What? No! I laugh. That was just Carl being drunk.
Okay.
TJ goes back to digging, his ears twitching around. I grin. What, are you jealous?
No.
He says it way too fast and loud. Hey, if you want to give me a kiss, I don't mind. TJ doesn't respond, instead focusing hard on the ground he's digging up. Aw. If you're shy, I can do it instead. I see his eyes widen, but he still doesn't say anything. I make kissy sounds at him. And that's when he flings up some dirt at me, smattering my pants with dark brown spots. Aw, come on, you dingus. I see TJ smirk as he goes right back to work. Tamani's just like egg. Be careful, Tamani. I think these guys might be capable of making an egg or something. Oh god, I mean, who knows? But hey, good to see you, good to see you. I'm thinking about picking up another dirt clod, but that's my phone buzzes again.
Okay.
Cool, so now it's time to leave that dang awful, like, dead person's... Apparently, one of the tasks we're doing in this town, to Manny, is we're digging up a person's grave for the local waitress lady. Yeah. Turns out this town is full of psychopaths, and we have to get out of here as quickly as possible. It's very freaky. Pretty sure she went to work with no pants, too. We walk up the length of Carl's driveway, our shadows covering its entire length in the light of the sunset. TJ's starting to drag his feet again as we get closer to the door, and I stop to look back at him. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sure? We don't have to do this today. We can come by tomorrow. That sounds some type of illegal. There's a lot of some types of illegal going on here, Manny. You bet. You sure? We don't have to do this today. We can come by tomorrow. TJ shakes his head, taking a swig of water from the water bottle we bought from the convenience store on the way here.
No, I'm just a little tired. It's been a pretty long day.
Yeah. I wait for TJ to catch up and match his stride as we make our way up the sidewalk, then up the steps to the door. TJ doesn't do anything, instead just gripping onto his water bottle, making the plastic creak. I wait another second, then reach out across TJ to press the doorbell. The faint, fancy chime emanates from behind the door for a few seconds, followed by the clopping of Carl's hooves on the wooden floor. There's a pause yet. He reaches the door, and I imagine him hesitating as he reaches for the door handle. A second later, though, it swings open, revealing a very bleary, red-eyed ram. Oh, poor guy. Also, Chase, that makes me very nervous. I'm gonna kinda... I bet if it's freakier than the lady who wanted me to dig a grave, then yeah, I can't... Ugh. I can't wait. But I bet it's gonna be terrifying. Carl blinks at us a few times through the bright orange sun behind us. Finally, he steps aside, opening the door wider.
Okay, guys.
There's a pause as I wait to see if TJ will say anything. When he doesn't, I clear my throat and step through the door. Hey man, are you okay?
No, not really.
I don't say anything in return, instead spreading my arms out in the cool air of the mansion. I turn around and wait as TJ steps through the doorway, the links framed by the golden sunlight, the fine hairs of his fur lit up with like white hot wires. I see Carl's hand that's not in the door sort of twitch, like he's grabbing something in the air.
Okay.
Carl stands next to me, looking back. TJ stands next to me, looking back at Carl.
Hello.
Carl rubs vigorously at his arms.
Okay, listen.
Carl pauses. I get the idea that he's wanting TJ to tell him that everything's okay, so he doesn't have to explain anything. That would definitely make things easier. But he doesn't say anything, just watches the ram. Carl rubs behind his head for a second, looking back at the door. I'm not sure why it's so hard for him to apologize to TJ. I thought it was weird that Carl had apologized to me instead of the Lynx in the first place.
Listen.
Carl takes a big, shuddery breath, blowing it out loudly.
I was really messed up earlier. I wasn't thinking right.
TJ continues to watch Carl silently. His ears are up, at least. Carl stutters and stumbles over a few more syllables before he continues.
And I wasn't thinking straight.
He scuffs the hardwood floor loudly with a hoof.
And I don't think you did anything like that. I was just pissed off.
TJ's quiet for a few more seconds, but Carl doesn't offer anything more.
So, why were you angry?
Carl sighs and leans his head back against the door, his horns knocking loudly against it.
You said some shit that I'm ass hurt about, okay? It wasn't your fault.
TJ folds his arms, looking down.
Well, what was it I said?
Carl shakes his head.
Stupid shit. I mean, stupid because of me. Stuff about school, car accidents. Just brought up old stuff for me.
Oh.
But I don't think you ever did anything like I said. I was just being a huge dick. I'm sorry.
His voice breaks a little at the end, and he quickly looks at the floor, his ears down. TJ's again quiet. I think about changing the subject now that the apology's out of the way, but TJ speaks first.
Thanks, Carl. And I'm sorry I brought stuff up like that. I'll try to remember in the future.
Carl shakes his head, looking back up.
Yeah, not your fault.
We stand there awkwardly for a few more seconds.
I guess. I thought maybe Flynn had been saying stuff to you. That was why you said it.
Huh? Oh.
Carl's non-denial hangs heavy in the air. I haven't seen Flynn in days, and I'm wondering what he's been up to in that time. I'll have to ask Carl when TJ isn't around. As of now, though, I want to change the subject because things are getting awkward. So, TJ had an idea about the scavenger hunt thing. Carl looks at me as if now just realizing that I'm there.
A scavenger hunt?
Oh yeah, the treasure hunt!
TJ scratches his arm, looking embarrassed.
Sydney's treasure hunt?
TJ scratches harder at his arm, looking more and more flustered, so I jump in. Yeah! We were thinking about actually doing it to, maybe find some closure. Carl frowns.
Really?
TJ stops scratching at his arm, and his ears are coming back up.
Yeah, I believe things happen for a reason. That you found it now while we're all here means something, I think.
Man, I mean, it's really old. You even think any of that stuff would be out there right now?
Well, maybe. But I guess I'm not really looking to find anything. It's like a thing we could do while we remember him.
I think it's a good way to find closure for a dead friend. I tried to back TJ up under Carl's somewhat bewildered stare. The ram strokes his chin.
Yeah, I guess that sort of makes sense. I mean, if you're okay with doing it.
TJ squares his stance, looking up.
I am. It's been so long feeling this way. I feel like this might be our last chance to do something.
Carl looks over at me. I nod, indicating I feel the same way. I don't fully understand this new direction in TJ either, but I sure as hell supported him.
Well, okay then. I'll go grab it. You want to just open it now?
Let's go to the motel or something. With Jenna there too.
Yeah, okay.
Carl finally shuts the door before making his way back to the stairs. TJ seems to deflate then, his shoulders hunching back in. See, that wasn't so bad, Teach. I mumbled to him once I think Carl's out of earshot.
Yeah, it was okay.
We stand there awkwardly as we wait. The whole situation is so strange. Carl comes back with a crumpled-looking white envelope in his hands, slightly yellowed by the ages. TJ eyes it, with the fur standing up on the back of his neck.
So, you dudes want to drive back to the motel, or?
Actually, we didn't drive. Carl drops his hands to the side.
Are you freaking serious? I can't walk in that heat.
Well, TJ did. I tug up some of the fur on the lynx's neck to show Carl. TJ actually jumps a bit, and I quickly let go. I want to ask him what's wrong, but Carl keeps talking.
Man, I'm gonna smell like shit once we get there.
The sun's almost gone anyway. Carl smirks at me.
I sweat walking in the winter.
You can take a shower at the motel. Carl blows his breath out loudly, frowning.
Okay, but I'm gonna put on more deodorant before we go.
The walk back isn't so bad. Carl makes it out to be a lot worse than it is with all his gasping and wiping his face constantly. TJ gets a text from Jenna to meet at the diner instead of the motel since she's going there for dinner anyway. Once we walk in, Carl lets out a gasping groan of relief as a few heads turn. Jenna looks up from the corner booth and waves at us. I wave back and start making my way over.
Going to the bathroom. Gotta wipe my pits.
TJ makes a sour face as he follows me to the table. Jenna scoots in so we can slide in next to her.
So, what's all this about?
Carl found a treasure hunt that Sydney made. Jenna toys with her brown leather purse, staring at it.
Okay, like a map or something?
No, it's a letter.
What are you going to do with it?
Well, I look over at TJ, but he doesn't say anything, instead looking out the window at the sunset. We were thinking about doing it.
You're thinking about going on the treasure hunt?
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Jenna pauses, clearly trying to choose her words carefully.
I mean, would there be anything left of it at this point? It would have to be at least 11 years old by now.
Jenna looks over at TJ, studying his reaction. It doesn't give her anything, though, still staring out the window. I spread my hands out on the table, instantly regretting it as I feel the grease slide under the pads. We're seeing it as more of a closure sort of thing. A send-off. We're not really expecting to find something. TJ finally looks back at us.
He made it for us, so I feel like we should do it for him.
Jenna stares back down at her purse.
I guess Flynn won't be involved?
No.
And Leo?
He's gonna be busy for most of the week. I don't think he'd really want to anyway.
Well, why not?
Now TJ looks like he's trying to choose his words carefully.
He pretends like it never happened. I don't want to bring it back up for him.
No one says anything else until Carl shows back up, and the fur in his head and face a little wet.
Hey, Jenna.
Carl?
Jenna nods at him as he sits across from me. He reaches across the table, snatching up a menu from the metal holder in the center.
Jay, I'll pay if anyone wants something.
Jenna curls up a lip in disgust, but I'm starving, so I browse the menu for it as well. TJ goes back to staring out the window, and I can see his ears twitching around.
So, where's this treasure hunt thing?
Not gonna lie, you had zero clue if you were gonna be getting into when I joined and typed egg. The regret is now biblically insurmountable. It's insane. That's pretty great, Tamani. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you typed egg and it kind of fit. Back to it.
So, where is this treasure hunt thing?
Carl looks up and sees that Jenna is staring at him.
Huh? Oh, we have it. I'm gonna order real quick, though, if Chase is ready.
A nod and Carl waves his menu at Janice, who quickly bustles out our way with a tray of glasses of water. She's wearing pants now, but there's definitely still something off about her. Her eyes are wide, her smile's more like a grimace as she sets down her glasses and straws. She takes our orders well enough, though, and Jenna waits patiently as Carl and I order a meal and TJ gets a smoothie. Carl methodically tears off one end of the wrapper of his straw before he blows the other end, shooting the rest of the wrapper at me. I flinch and try to catch it, failing as it falls to the floor. Jenna clears her throat loudly.
So, where is it?
Carl looks at her, the straw's still in his mouth.
Oh, right.
Carl reaches into the pocket, then pulls out the envelope. He pushes it onto the table, face up. Hey, okay, mentioning the egg at that point I think did fit. Oh yeah, I remember. I made a little joke that, like, you said egg, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe they'll make an egg. I forgot who. It must have been TJ and Chase, the main character. I don't remember at this point. He pushes it onto the table, face up. There's writing in black marker on the front. Treasure hunt number 7. We all stare at it.
Should I read it?
Carl sets a hand out down to the letter.
Or should someone else?
Carl's eyes briefly flick over to TJ, then quickly look back down to the letter. TJ's hands come up, then surreptitiously snatches at an ear before letting it fall back into his lap. It does seem appropriate that TJ open it, but if he doesn't want to. Carl looks just as hesitant, so I finally reach out and gently slide it from under his hand. Hey, I can read it. No one objects, so I open it carefully, not wanting to rip anything as I pry the adhesive apart. A chill goes up my spine for some reason. A strange, surreal vision comes to my mind's eye, a inky blackness linking out over the envelope, spilling slowly across the table. I can feel it too, like a cold draft is wafting from inside. I pause, feeling an emptiness in my chest. What the hell? I give my head a small shake, breaking out of the trance. I guess it's only natural I feel this way. That's Sydney's handwriting on a letter sealed after he licked it. He loved making these treasure hunts. It's really sad, so it makes sense that I'd feel this sudden drop in mood. I swallow as I continue to pry it open, the feeling getting worse and worse as I do. When it's finally fully opened, the feeling slowly subsides. The tension in the air seems to melt away too, like the hold down just let out a sigh of relief. I look up for a moment at the others, wondering if they're feeling the same way. It's hard to tell as they're all looking intently down at my hands. I quickly look down again and stick my fingers inside, feeling a piece of paper catch on a pad. Gently, I press down on it, and we slowly slide it from the envelope. It's bright white copy paper, folded in half. I've been creased so long that it's starting to part the fold, in the middle part so that the edges are barely holding it together. Black blotches bleed through the paper, probably written in the same thick marker that was used for the envelope. I gently unfold it, not wanting to rip it apart more than it already has been. I take some time to read it. It sounds kind of suspect. I guess it would. I mean, it's kind of new to you, I imagine. So it's all probably just a little bit strange. Excuse me as I, try and give something to people. Honestly, dudes, I don't know what you guys want. Let me toss out some things, I guess. Just take these items, go up to the surface and take them. I sent out the shadow bricks, yellow marigolds. You can have the clay blocks. You can have the gel. And that's all I'm giving it because I don't know what else you want. Alright, back to it, sorry. The big blocky black letters are sloppy and childish. Even though it's only a few sentences, it covers the entire page. The last few words trail off into a tiny, almost illegible scrawl. It droops off down the side of the paper as Sydney realized he's ran out of room at the end. Okay? I clear my throat, then start reading aloud. Welcome to treasure hunt number 7. This is the biggest one so far, and it took a long time. So no cheating this time. I'm talking about you, Carl and Chase, no skipping steps. First clue, these things fly really high. It's in their home with my comb. Chase, you don't have to do this one, I know you hate it. You'll see if you figure it out. Good luck, guys. Sid. I feel my throat close up just a little as I stare down at his name. He always wanted to go by Sid, but it never stuck, so none of us ever did. It just didn't suit him. I look back up at the others. Carl is still staring at the paper, and TJ's looking out the window again. Jenna has a hand up to her mouth, staring as well.
Wow.
Then she wipes at her eyes, and I look away. She actually shows sympathy for him. God damn. And yeah, watching his Chase's psychosis bleed through is like really enjoyable. It's really enjoyable watching Chase essentially go insane right in front of our eyes. I guess I never really thought about how this might affect Jenna. She and Sydney never really got along because of the way he treated TJ. But still, he was just a kid like the rest of us. Carl lets out a ragged cough.
That old cheating thing was totally you, Chase, not me.
I look up at Carl, raising a brow. You're the one that told me to do it. Carl smirks.
And you're the one that did it.
What did you do?
TJ asks quietly from his corner, finally looking away from the window. Well, Sydney likes to reuse certain hiding spots. I mean, there were only so many places he could use.
Yeah, and Chase went straight to Sydney's mailbox and ruined the whole thing like a boss.
I was like 8.
Turns out it's the last spot he got the prize.
Carl makes finger quotes around the last word. Yeah, one of those plastic clapper things we used to get in elementary school for reading a lot.
He was so mad.
Yeah. I remember dropping it on the ground because of how lame it was. I also remember Sydney crying, but I'm not going to bring that up. Carl seems to have at least lightened the mood, though, and Jenna stopped wiping at her eyes. I'm starting to think TJ was right about this whole closure thing. I know where he's talking about for this one, though. I tapped the paper with a finger.
Yeah, it's the birdhouse.
Birdhouse? But where's that?
It's in the forest.
TJ sits up straight, her ears up as well.
The birdhouse is one of the trees close to the road.
Oh, well, I never went in there because of all this shit. Sorry, stuff that would get in my fur.
TJ looks back out the window. The sun's gone now. The clouds in the sky are still tinged red.
You guys want to do it tonight?
Really? It's getting kind of late. We still gotta eat.
By the way, if you are here and you're new to this, this is a horror novel. It is a slow burn horror novel. Funny enough. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Carl looks eagerly over at the front counter through the small rectangle that leads to the kitchen.
We can use Chase's car. Besides, it might be kind of fun in the dark.
TJ adds the last bit meekly.
Hell no.
As long as you guys know where it is, it shouldn't be a problem.
I gently fold the letter back up and start tucking it back into the envelope.
What did you mean by saying you didn't have to do that one, Chase?
I look up at TJ, then back down at the letter as I gently press the lid of the envelope closed. I thought I saw something and got scared one time. It was a long time ago, though. At least that's what I think he was talking about. Jenna clears her throat, seeming to have collected herself.
I think I remember that. My parents told me about it.
I frown. Really? I didn't like the idea of that.
What did you see?
I shrug. A person in the trees. A hanging person.
Oh.
TJ shudders.
So hell fucking no to going there tonight then. Sorry for the F word, Teach.
It's fine. I saw a lot of things as a kid. I'm not going to tell him how I'm definitely still scared of that place. Besides, TJ looks really eager to start this, so I'm not going to ruin it for him. But really, that's not what's bothering me right now. I look down at my hands as I try to work out a timeline in my head. It When was it that incident happened in the forest? I thought it had been 10 at the time since that was when I'd started going to a psychiatrist, and I'd started going because of that. But that would be impossible because...
Here we are!
A plate with a massive burger and steak fries lands in front of my face. The big coyote sets a smoothie down for TJ and an even bigger veggie burger down for Carl.
Hey Janice, is Julian working today?
Janice smiles at TJ.
No, dear. He's only here when I'm not. He'll be in tomorrow if you're looking to find him.
Okay, thanks.
Janice then clutches her tray to her chest and watches for just a moment.
Listen, Chase and TJ, why don't you come by my house again when you get the chance?
I look at Janice and see that she's got a strange look on her face, confused and worried looking.
What's wrong, Janice?
TJ's voice is full of concern.
Did we do something wrong?
Oh, no, you did everything wonderfully. I just want to have a talk about the way I acted the past few days.
Janice lets out an exasperated sounding laugh.
Not really sure what's come over me, just now realizing how strange it all was.
She glances at Carl.
But we can talk about it later, in person. Enjoy your dinner.
She bustles off, tray still held against her body. Carl watches her go, stuffing a few fries into his mouth.
What was that all about?
The way Janice looked at Carl was just kind of making me a little uneasy. I think she just feels bad for making us work so much. I look over meaningfully at TJ.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
TJ quickly starts sucking on his straw.
Well, she should.
Jenna's sitting back in the booth, having taken out her brush to start grooming the fur on her face and head. I inconspicuously slide my plate a little further away from her. Well, once we finish, we can go get my car and head to the forest. As I lift my burger and take a bite, I look over at the counter where I see Janice leaving over her notepad. Her shoulders are shaking, and it takes me a moment to realize that she's crying. Oh my gosh, what the hell's wrong? The forest is really just a patch of trees on the side of the road near Leo's house. While it's technically small, it still covers several acres, which is enough to get lost in. The sky's a soft blue now, just enough light to see by. It won't be long before that won't be the case, though. I pull off to the side of the road to the spot where I think the birdhouse might be. It's been well over a decade since the last time I've seen it. This is probably where the treasure hunt is going to end, considering the time that's passed. The birdhouse probably isn't even there anymore. We all step out of the car into the warm evening air. Carl folds his arms into the hood of the car and grins at me.
See? Even with the sun gone, it's roasting. At least you can drive me home.
Yeah. I look over at Leo's house, but his truck is gone. TJ catches my glance.
You know, I might tell him what's going on if we find something, and you want him to join us.
TJ picks at his claws. No, it's alright. I give him a quick side hug as we step up to the edge of the trees. I can see why TJ doesn't want to tell Leo about this. He was right about Leo pretending it didn't happen. You can imagine it would go well if we told him about drudging up old Sydney scavenger hunts.
So, where is it?
Jenna looks into the empty ditch between us and the forest, wrinkling her nose at the old scraps of garbage inside.
Well...
Carl looks up and down the tree line, squinting.
It kind of looks different now, but I think it's about here. It's only like 10 feet in, right?
Carl looks at me. That sounds about right.
We can fan out and check all the trees close to the road.
TJ jumps across the ditch lightly, much more lightly than the clumsy hop I executed right after. Okay. There's a slight little ditch. Why do I feel like this ditch will have an hallucination, and the ditch will grow out to be as wide as the Grand Canyon, and then we'll be stuck there, in like a kind of weird floating island of horror trees. I'm sorry. I don't know, but what if it happens? We'll be cursed, guys. I land unevenly on this opposite incline and wheel my arms back as I lean back. Carl starts laughing before I even fall, but TJ reaches out and grabs me by the shirt, yanking me back up from the ditch. I fall into him awkwardly and quickly step back, brushing myself off, even though there isn't anything on me.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. I glare over at Carl, who's still laughing.
Did you even try, man?
He leaps over easily, clearing the ditch along with a few more feet. Hey, that's not fair. I'm an otter.
Hey, don't let that hold you back from achieving your dreams.
Jenna elects to delicately step around the garbage before climbing up the other side. It's okay.
It's okay. You swim better than any of us, Chase.
I sigh. Thanks, TJ. I turn back to the forest, which is much darker as the light struggles to filter through the branches and leaves. Well, let's start before it gets too dark. Should have the opportunity to turn down the hunt, though. Not have made the decision for him. I think it's like, the thing is, these characters, they kind of make decisions for people, Toaster. They also denied our friend Flynn, who, he has anger issues, and so they kind of, at this point in the story, it seems like since they just kind of been away from him for so long, they're able to just kind of dismiss him a lot easier. So Flynn is just kind of, even though Sydney's like his best friend, Flynn's just kind of gone. It's unfortunate, but Flynn's just was left out of the whole Sydney escapades. It's pretty unfortunate. But I guess the same goes for Leo, since Leo also has a kind of emotional problems with bringing up Sydney. So we're kind of like, I guess, the only crew that can do this without anyone losing their shit. As we spread out amongst the trees, I'm struck with how quiet it is. The only sound is the crunch of our feet on the dead vegetation, and that starts to fade as the others move further away from me. I zigzag through the trees, trying to get a look at their full circumference. From what I remember, the birdhouse was a plain old wooden thing that hardly stood out from the trunk it was attached to. You know, this is the best idea ever, going into a forest in the middle of the night in the horror game. Let's see where this goes. You might not see it, even if we're looking right at it. While it's been a long time, walking between these trees does bring back memories. We stopped coming here after what happened to Sydney, mainly because this was his favorite place to hang out. He liked to play capture the flag here. I can still remember how fast he was, how I'd only catch glimpses of his tail between the trees before he disappeared with the flag. This team won almost every time. The summer of 2002 was the last time we played. Sydney had even been getting along better with TJ then. That might have been the best summer of my life. Well, until it happened. It was almost like Echo saw us having too much fun and wanted to end it. For good. Sydney had still been a dick, though. The images of Sydney whipping TJ mercilessly with the towel we use as a flag come to mind. I move closer to the edge of the tree line before slanting back in again. Looking up between the branches, I see that the sky is a darker blue now. Pretty soon it'll be pitch black. It was about this light the last time I was here. I'd come alone and I was 10, maybe 9? It's hard to remember now, but I think I'd gone there because I was sad. I'd had good memories of this forest, so I thought going there might make me feel better. I was standing in the forest, waiting to see if I did feel better. It didn't happen, so I'd sat down in the leaves and started crying. I was there for maybe 5 minutes before I heard some branches creaking above me. Look over and saw feet swinging around. This confused me, so I stood up and backed away, staring up as I slowly realized I was seeing a fox being hung by its neck. Even now I can remember the way he looked, his overalls and white shirt. His head had been tilted downward towards me, his tongue lolling out of his muzzle, his eyes blank. I can even remember what looked like pinkish red blood on the white fur of his chin. Then I tripped over a branch, and when I looked back up, he was gone. I can't remember much after that, except that I'd gone home and told my parents. That ended up with me seeing a doctor. They never found out anything wrong with me, at least anything that might relate to seeing things. In the end, we were told that sometimes kids hallucinate, and that it would stop happening as I got older. I hugged myself, feeling cold and a little scared now that I've brought back up that old memory. While I know that I was at the age where kids hallucinate most often, I still can't get out of my mind how real it had been. Still, that's not exactly what had been giving me the chills right now, because I just realized that had been the summer after Sydney passed. That's why I was sad, because I remembered how happy the summer before that had been. So what Sydney wrote down doesn't make any sense. Unless I'm going crazy. A creak behind me makes me jump and I whirl around, eyes scanning the branches, terrified of what I might find. But there's nothing there, just branches creaking in the wind. I stare for a while longer before a shout from far down the line of trees makes me jump.
I found it!
It's TJ's voice, high-pitched and excited. I shake myself out of the trance and start jogging towards where the Lynx's voice came from. Maybe I've confused things and I'm just remembering things incorrectly. It's the only thing that makes sense. As I come up on the Lynx, Carl and Jenna are already there, standing around a tree trunk. Sure enough, a little wooden birdhouse is tied to the trunk with rusty wires.
I can't believe it's still here.
It does look pretty beat up.
Jenna points to a little wooden plug in the opening.
It's closed up.
Think it's been closed this whole time?
I don't know, maybe.
TJ pokes at the plug with a claw, then grips around the edges with all his claws before gently pulling the wooden cork-like thing out. A thick, sticky-looking trail of cobwebs follow it. We all stare into the dark hole that's revealed.
Chase, want to reach in there? I'm sure there aren't any spiders.
I shiver involuntarily.
I don't really want to either.
Jenna sighs before pushing past TJ. Bending over, she picks up a twig and sticks it into the hole before swirling it around. When she pulls it back out, it's like she's made a cotton candy cone out of spider webs. She drops that and then takes out her phone, turning on the flashlight before holding it up to the opening. She is good!
Well...
We all wait anxiously for her to say something.
There is something in there.
With that, she reaches in with just her fingers. After a few crinkling sounds, she pulls out a Ziploc bag and inside a folded up piece of paper and a blue comb.
Holy shit! No way!
Well, no one ever combs back here, so I guess it all makes sense.
But shh.
You actually put a comb in there to make it rhyme.
Jenna makes a few twerking motions away from the birdhouse and gets rid of the cobwebs. She looks around, the sticks and out to me.
Since you read the last one.
Yeah, okay. I glance at TJ, but he doesn't make any indication that he might want it. The bag is covered in what looks like dirt and cobwebs. A few clumps both dangle from the bottom. I open it carefully, and when I pull out the paper, I can tell that it's been wet a few times. It's a little crumpled, but when I unfold it, the water damage isn't bad enough that I can read it. Still, the paper immediately splits in two this time. I have told it together as I read it. It's dark to the point where I have to have Carl hold his phone up to give me some light. Good job, but that was a little easy, right? Next we'll find out how brave you are. I know this is already a scary test for Chase, but that doesn't count. Do you really remember? Get a flashlight, and make sure Leo is with you. Here it is. Stay in school, it will be cool. We'll have fun in 301. I hope you don't die! Sid. We're all quiet for a moment, then TJ giggles. I look at him, but he's covering his mouth with a hand so I can't see him smiling.
That's not really a riddle, is it?
I smile. Go easy on him, he was a kid.
Sorry.
So, the old school in room 301? I assume that's what he meant by a test of courage.
Shoot. He went in there all by himself? I wouldn't even do that now.
Yeah, that is a little weird. The feeling that something isn't right grows inside my chest.
Well, we have to break the law to get in there. We'd be trespassing.
Jenna glances at TJ because we all know TJ wouldn't break the law.
Besides, it's getting late. Maybe we can go check it out tomorrow. One of us can go in for you, TJ.
TJ looks up at the sky where the stars are starting to twinkle through the branches.
Well, if we're gonna trespass, we should do it at night, right?
Jenna's mouth falls open.
What?
TJ looks flustered.
I mean, we don't have all that much time left here, so we should probably just get as much of it done as we can.
So, you're okay with breaking the law?
Well, yeah, if it means we can finish this.
We all stare at him.
I don't know what else to say. I just really want to get this done. It feels right.
We're quiet for a moment before Carl claps his hands together.
Well, alright then. Let's go. We still got a few hours before I'm going to bed.
Jenna sighs loudly.
Alright, but I want to get back before 10 so that I can finish my papers.
Yeah, don't worry. Onward!
Carl marches ahead of us, taking a running leap across the ditch. Look at TJ, who's still looking fidgety again. Hey, we'll finish this before we leave, okay? TJ gives me a small smile.
Okay.
Carl says that a cop still patrols Echo randomly at least once a night. Because of that, we let Jenna sit out in the car and keep watch. If someone shows up, she'll text us, which should give us time to get out in the back of the school. It'll still look suspicious as hell, but as long as we're not caught on the property and have some sort of excuse, we should be fine. At least that's what Carl says. We stand there in the front door and notice that a couple chains hang loosely off the door. No lock to be found. Well, at least that hasn't changed. Carl shrugs.
Teenagers break in all the time. No point in putting a lock back on every time.
Carl gives the door a shove and it slides open very slowly, letting out an unearthly squeal as it does. The three of us stand there, staring into the darkness. Also, I really love the sound effects in this. They actually timed it slowly to when I read it. TJ fidgets next to me. Having second thoughts?
No.
His voice comes out in a crackly squeak that Carl snorts at.
Just so dark.
Nighttime has a way of doing that, my man. Good thing I charged my phone before we left.
Carl takes out his phone from his pocket and holds it up before turning on the light.
Mine's almost dead.
Hey, we can share. Carl sweeps the light inside, revealing graffiti-covered walls and dirt-covered floors.
Nice.
I look back and see Jenna staring at us from the car. She gives me a thumbs up. I inhale deeply. Well, let's go. I take out my phone and step inside, and TJ follows me. Carl stands next to us, spinning in a circle.
Well, it's not that creepy.
Okay, so the rooms here are the 200s.
TJ points up the doorway next to us, a small label above it reading 203.
So that means we have to go up one floor.
Carl sweeps his light around and points to the staircase.
Shall we?
Those things are better be stable. Carl points his light up the staircase.
I can see some graffiti up there. It's probably fine.
The ram leads the way, at first tentatively setting a hoof on the first step before testing the next.
Yeah, it's good.
And with that, he strides up the stairs while TJ and I are following a little bit more hesitantly.
Why don't they just demolish this place?
I heard they wanted to turn it to a museum. I can't see why, though. Carl shines his light on the railing, the wood rotted and broken.
Hey, do you guys remember when Chase saw someone staring at one of the windows up here?
Oh my gosh, please don't talk about this right now.
Do you even remember that, Chase?
Yeah, actually. That was a long time ago. I hardly remembered it, but I do remember seeing a dark form in one of the windows. I'd been positive it was just an object sitting in the room, but I'd wanted to tell my friend that I'd seen a ghost. It was nothing like what I saw in the trees. Thinking about it is creeping me out, though.
Stop!
GJ whines as we reach the top of the stairs, then clearly trying to change the subject, points up at the door.
Alright, 305. Maybe this way. Chase, let me see your phone.
TJ takes it from me and points it at the next door over.
Yeah, 304, so the last one down.
He hands me back my phone and stands there a moment. Carl chuckles.
Want me to go first? You scared?
TJ glares at him. Come on, guys, I want to get out of here, too.
Okay.
Carl leads the way again down the hall to the very end. There's more stuff in the way on the floor with a lot of desks and chairs. Carl keeps his light up, counting down the doors.
303 and 302? 30... Fuck!
TJ jumps a foot in the air, and I point my light at Carl. What? Carl turns around sheepishly, rubbing his hip.
I ran into this stupid desk. Hurt like a mother.
Really, Carl?
TJ clings to me, taking a deep breath.
But here's the door.
Carl points the light back up at the door, and sure enough, there's a 301 up there. TJ and I stand next to him, both staring into the dark room.
Hey, I think this might actually be the room you saw the thing staring at you from.
Carl?
There's a warning tone in TJ's voice. I rub my chin. Actually, yeah, I think it is. TJ sighs loudly and closes his eyes.
Guys, please, can we just...
Carl thrusts his hand into TJ's side as he yells, sending TJ into an hysteric fit of screaming and grabbing onto me. I stumble as I try to keep the lynx from rending my flesh with his claws.
Oh shit, I'm sorry! Ow!
Carl reaches out to, I assume, comfort TJ, but it gets a backhand across the face in response.
You ass!
I watch the two of them with wide eyes, never having seen TJ so indignant. Carl stands back, a hand up to his cheek.
Whoa.
Alright, let's start looking.
As if nothing had happened, TJ takes my phone and strides into the room, his tail twitching in irritation.
I can't believe you slapped me.
Carl calls after him, but gets no response. I smile, trying not to laugh as I walk past the ram.
Can you?
He asks me, rubbing his cheek as he follows me in. Hey, you asked for it. Probably not the best time to be scaring him.
Yeah, whatever. What the hell are we looking for anyway?
I look around. From what I can see, there's not much left in the room. A few desks are pushed against a wall aside from the chalkboard and a map at the end of the room. There's nothing else. I go over to stand by TJ at the other end of the room, looking outside. There's not much in there, is there? TJ sweeps the light around the room, frowning.
Not really.
He points the light at Carl, who's at the other end of the room by the chalkboard.
Anything written on the chalkboard, Carl?
Carl shines the light on the board, then gasps. What?
But there it is. A whole lot of dick.
Carl steps to the side, pointing his light at the board, and sure enough, it's covered in countless drawings of dicks. TJ sighs. I mean, we were bound to hit a roadblock eventually. I trail off staring at the window at the far end of the room, where I see a small-looking box on the ledge. What's that? I point, and TJ shines the light over at it. A metal-looking box glints back at us. TJ immediately walks over to it, and I follow him. Carl joins us as TJ fidgets with the latch, popping them open. There's a soft creak as he lifts the lid, a tray extending out as he does. And there, sitting in the tray, is another folded piece of paper. What the fuck? And yeah, TJ has a lot of backbone right now. There's no way.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, why not?
TJ gently picks up the note, handing me back my phone.
Shine out on this for me, please?
Someone would have taken it by now.
Well, they didn't, see?
TJ had unfolded it, and he showed me the handwriting, the exact same we'd seen in the other two notes. I frown, but I don't say anything more. Maybe it did just sit here the past 10 years, no one wanting to bother with an old-looking toolbox. But this place is broken into regularly, with the point being to tag or take stuff. Someone definitely should have taken it by now. This is all on top of the idea that Sydney came in here as a little kid just to hide a note. Something isn't right, and I'm starting to feel uneasy. I don't have time to dwell on that, though, as TJ begins to read.
So you went to the school. You found it with some tools. Next, go to where I sleep. It's where I keep my secrets. Something Chase can't keep. Sid.
It's silent for a moment as we all take that in. I feel my face flush and my fur prickle as I wonder what the hell that last line's supposed to mean. Carl and TJ don't look at me, but I can sense that they want to. Carl's the first one to make a sound, clearing his throat.
So, Sydney's bedroom, maybe?
That's what I'm thinking. This is a kid writing this stuff, so it should be pretty straightforward.
I shake my head. Really, guys? TJ finally looks over at me.
What?
There's a defensive tone in TJ's voice, and I know he knows what I'm about to say. This is way too much. TJ frowns at me.
Too much what?
You know. I trail off, not used to TJ looking at me this way. He lets the silence drag on as I look over to Carl for help. He clears his throat again.
You know, Tej, this is pretty weird. Like, someone would have probably taken it by now.
Why does that have to be the case? People could have just missed it. We almost did.
TJ looks back down at the note, holding it in both paws. I'll reach out for it, but TJ pulls it back, like I'm going to try and steal it from him. Can I have a look at it for a sec? And yes, Doug, gamer, this is Animal Crossing. This is basically Animal Crossing stuck inside a terrifying painting. Just to make that clear. TJ hesitates, then holds it out to me slowly. I eye the links as I reach out, taking the note from him gently. TJ's behavior alone has me deciding that this whole thing is definitely a bad idea. The note looks old, just like the first two we found. The writing looks the same too. Maybe it is possible that Sydney came in here to hide the note, wanting to make this scavenger hunt especially scary for us. But still, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about it. I need to find time to really think about this. For now, though, I hand the paper back to TJ, who takes it from me gingerly, as if worried it'll fall apart.
Carl, do you know who lives in Sydney's old house now?
Carl tips his head back, as if thinking.
I can't remember his name, but yes, he's Red Panda, I think.
Well, let's go then.
Yeah, let's go.
I give a start. Wait, to the house? His family moved out right after it happened. There's no way it's still there, TJ.
The other two were.
This is different, though.
Might as well try.
I can't imagine going up to the new homeowner and telling him about Sydney and his post-humorous scavenger hunt and just him letting us in. But the determined look on TJ's face told me right away that I won't be able to talk him out of it. Can we at least do it tomorrow? I look at my phone. It's almost 10. TJ doesn't say anything as he looks out the window, his face barely visible in the darkness. Carl shifts around next to me.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired. We'll have all day tomorrow.
TJ suddenly turns around and heads for the door.
Fine, but we're going. I am at least.
Carl glances at me, probably feeling as uneasy as I am.
Okay, I'm coming too. I just think it'll be easier.
TJ doesn't respond, and we make the rest of the treacherous journey out of the school in silence. Jenna looks up from her phone as I slid into the driver's seat.
Find anything?
Yeah.
Another note?
Yeah.
Well, what did it say?
I busy myself with searching my pockets for the keys, so Jenna turns in her seat to look back at Carl and TJ.
Well?
Next one is at Sydney's old house.
What? Really?
Yes, we're going there tomorrow.
TJ doesn't offer anything more, so Jenna turns back around in her seat and gives me a look. She seems to sense the mood, though, and doesn't question any further. As I stick the keys into the ignition, TJ speaks up again.
Chase, what did he mean by you not keeping secrets?
A moment of silence goes by before I answer. I don't know. Or at least I don't remember. It's been a long time. I lay awake next to TJ, listening to the Lynx's steady breathing. I've been tossing and turning for the past 3 hours, trying to get some sleep, but my mind won't settle. This whole scavenger hunt has left me with such a bad taste in my mouth. Something about it is especially unsettling, and I've turned it over and over in my mind, examining it from every angle, and now I'm unsure of it. I saw that fox hanging in the forest after Sydney died. That's why I was there in the first place. That's why I'd been so sad. I turn over on my side, gripping my pillow in both paws as I stare at the wall, listening to TJ's soft snoring behind me. So how the hell is any of this happening? It's scary, but not because I think Sydney's ghost is writing scavenger hunts or some stupid shit like that. No, someone wrote the notes pretending to be Sydney, then planted them around the town for us to find. And that someone is likely one of us. Leo, Carl, Jenna, Flynn, or hell, even TJ. Are any of us sick enough to do something like that? And if so, then who? I tried to remember if I told anyone about that incident in the forest before today, but I honestly can't remember. Apparently my mom had told some people about it. Jenna's parents, for one, but I really can't imagine Jenna being among the aforementioned. Whoever's writing them seems to like singling me out too, mentioning the forest, and how I told secrets. I roll back to stare at the ceiling and start wondering about TJ. He's been acting really strange the past few days, his bright, cheerful demeanor almost completely gone after we started the treasure hunt. I guess it's possible that he's upset to do something that's as crazy as this. Maybe it can make him feel like he's connecting to the person he'd watched die over a decade ago. Maybe he did it a long time ago, and it's only now that we've come across them. Maybe he can't remember because he'd buried those memories. Those papers do seem pretty old, but I can't shake the feeling that this person has it out for me in some way. I think about how Carl was the one to find the first letter, but I'm almost immediately dismissed the idea that Carl might be involved. He would have no reason to do it. Unless... the only other person I can even imagine doing this is Flynn. He was the one most upset about Sydney's death, aside from TJ. Carl and Flynn seem to have grown pretty close to the years, so... could the two of them be involved somehow? It's pretty suspicious that it would just show up in Carl's basement. I roll back to my side, preferring to stare at the wall. I don't like suspecting my friends like this, but this whole thing is messed up on so many levels, and I'm really worried about TJ. Depending on how this all ends, it could make things even worse for him. Considering how Flynn treated TJ at the river, I wouldn't be surprised if it's leading up to something terrible. And on top of all that, there's the insidious way that these rhymes refer to me. I decided I'm going to have to do something after we find the next note, depending on what it says. If we even find it at all. I'm hoping that we don't.
If you go in, I'll give you $1.
No!
$5.
No!
10.
No!
You could buy like 20 candy bars with that money.
I'm not going in!
Alright, quit yelling.
Carl and I swing side by side, synchronizing our legs so that we swing back and forth at the same time. As always, it doesn't work because Carl's so much heavier than I am. The wind feels good on my fur, finally cooling me down after being out in the heat all day. And yes, I can confirm, after being all hot and feeling awful, a nice cool breeze in Arizona feels so good. Toby sits on the top of the slide next to us, watching us with a bored look on his face.
It's my turn, Chase.
In a minute.
It's been like 15 minutes.
Nuh-uh. Toby sighs and sits back, pouting. I look back over all the old school and smile. But if you go inside, I'll let you.
No!
Toby's shouts seem to echo across us, and I giggle. Fine. We swing a little longer, the rhythmic squeaking of the chains being the only sound.
No, when's Sydney coming back with the popsicles? He's taking forever.
Maybe his mom caught him and made him stay home.
Ugh.
Carl leans far back in the swing and I feel the entire thing shift around. I wonder if it's going to collapse. Oh god. You know how many times that I was like swinging back in elementary school And it felt like the swing would like start swaying as like the kids would just go insane on it. Oh my gosh. Like the kids that were trying to do like the 360 on the swing, like around the pole. Oh god. Those swings are rickety and scary, and they probably collapsed at some point. Absolutely terrifying.
We should go to your house, Chase. It's too hot.
But I want to swing!
I lower my feet and I let them kick through the dirt as I slow myself down, sending a cloud of dust in the air. Let's talk about Sydney reminds me of something. Something I've been told about yesterday. Now that he isn't here. Hey guys! My mom told me something about Sydney yesterday! Toby's already slid down the slide and walked up next to me, holding one of the chains on the swing as he tries to push me out of the seat. Don't push me, Toby! Do you want to hear it? It's a secret! I move to stand between the two swings as Carl kicks his hooves in the dirt next to us.
Keep swinging, Carl. I want to swing with you.
Wait, what's the secret?
Swing, Carl.
Wait a minute, it's really weird. That seems to finally catch Toby's attention and he settles down.
Oh, what?
Carl and Toby stare at me for the first time. I feel a little worried about telling them, but having their full attention like this is just kind of cool. You know what happened to Sid's dad a while ago when school started, right?
Yeah?
Carl completely stopped on the swing now, staring at me. Well, my mom says the cop thinks it's really weird what happened.
Sydney's dad died. He's in heaven now.
Toby says it matter-of-factly and starts to swing a little again.
Even if you're a Mormon, you can go to heaven. My dad said so.
Yeah, but do you know how he died? I start whispering and looking over my shoulder, the dirt road, to see if Sid is coming. It's empty for now.
He accidentally got shot when he was hunting with Sid.
That's what the adults told us. That he was accidentally shot. Maybe he was loading his gun. My mom said that they aren't sure if that really happened, though.
What do you mean?
Toby seems to have taken great interest again and stopped swinging, staring at me. Well, maybe Sid did something. Carl frowns.
Like, Sydney did it?
I mean, I don't know, but my mom said to be careful around him, just in case. Toby's eyes suddenly widen even more as he suddenly understands.
Sydney killed his dad? Shh!
Toby flinches as I grab his muzzle with one paw, squeezing it shut. You have to keep it a secret! Toby just sits there, staring at me. Carl does the same. Now I kind of wish I hadn't told them. They don't know, though. My mom just said to be careful. That's it. It might have been an accident. I talk kind of fast, like I'm trying to take back what I just said. I let go of Toby, but he just sits there and doesn't swing. Carl just stares at the ground, then his ears flick up. A few seconds later, I hear scuffling footsteps making their way up the dirt road, and I turn around to see Sydney jogging towards us. His arms are filled with colorful ice pops wrapped in plastic.
Hey, sorry guys. I had to go to the basement freezer to find some. They're super wolf pops.
He stumbles up next to us, kicking up another cloud of dust. He stands there for a second, breathing heavily, sweating through his thick fur.
Grab one.
The three of us reach out automatically and take one of our own. Mine's partially melted already, blue liquid pulling at one of the end of the plastic. Sydney frowns at us.
What were you guys talking about?
Nothing.
Carl says it almost before Sydney can finish his sentence. Sydney glares.
Yeah, right. What were you guys saying about me?
Sydney turns on me, and I just shake my head, busying myself with opening the plastic. Then Sydney turns to Toby, glaring into a smirk.
All right, Tobias, you better tell me what you were talking about.
I feel my stomach turn even as I open the package and turn it upside down to pour the sweet blue juice in my mouth.
Tell me, or I'm gonna wrestle ya.
Sydney goes at Toby with his paws up, baring his blunt claws. Toby eyes him for a moment, but once Sydney gets close to the lynx, twists out of the way and acts only like a cat can.
Don't touch me!
Toby hides behind Sydney and turns to watch him, lowering his paws slowly.
What's wrong?
Toby doesn't say anything, standing behind me quietly. I can feel his cold ice pop pressing against my back. We stand in silence for a while, and I can see Sydney trying to figure out what's going on. I try to think of something fast. Hey, let's go to my house and play on the trampoline!
Yeah!
Carl hops off the swing and starts walking towards the road. I follow him as Toby clings to my side. Sydney doesn't follow, and after a moment, I turn back to look at him. He's glaring at me. What? He goes on glaring before throwing his ice pop into the dirt and running past us.
You guys suck.
He runs up the road and back down towards town, disappearing into the bright sunset. God, that sucks. Oh god, that sucks. I feel so bad for the kid. Ugh. TJ gets up early in the morning, and I fall in and out of sleep as he moves around the room quietly. Actually, I think there's also a Saturday in this. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I gotta get that first slot. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a nice night and all that cool stuff like that. I do have water. Ooh, I need water. If there's one thing about these things, is I need water. But yeah, you remember the swings being sketchy sometimes? They are definitely sketchy. Yeah, I don't know, playground equipment at elementary schools? They're probably not up to code. That shit is scary though. Oh my gosh. But yeah, that's terrifying thinking back to. Like, really, really old-ass school equipment. That shit's the worst. It's the worst feeling, too. I really like to kind of... like the veil of creepiness going on with this. It's always very, it's just very freaky. I like this kind of story. It's very fun. This weird, horrifying version of Animal Crossing. Oh my god. All the people playing like freaking Terraria still, it's funny. Oh hell yeah. Why did that people just walk? What the fuck? I'm looking at this. Me and Newt are just kind of dying in the game apparently. Shit. I guess I can't really show it, but yeah, that's funny. Back to it. I just need some water. TJ gets up early in the morning, and I fall in and out of sleep as he moves around the room quietly. The shower turns on at some point, and I think I hear Jenna's voice. I fall asleep again, and when I wake up next, I see Jenna in the corner of the room, sitting at the table and typing away on her laptop. I stare at her groggily until she notices me.
Morning. Still tired? It's almost noon.
I rub my face into my pillow and groan. Guess I was up later than I thought. I forced myself to sit up. Couldn't fall asleep.
Yeah, I've been having trouble too. The beds are terrible.
I look around. Where's Tej?
Hike.
What?
He went on a hike.
I sit there frowning at Jenna. She types a while until she finally notices me staring and shakes her head.
Look, I don't know. He wanted to go alone.
He's been asking us to go with him all week.
I know. I think something's bothering him.
Jenna pauses.
Well, I know it's a scavenger hunt. Of course that's what's bothering him.
I sit on the edge of the bed, rubbing my face with my paws. This was a bad idea. Jenna goes on typing.
Maybe, maybe not. He really wanted to do it. I'm going to try to talk to him when he gets back, though.
I stare at my feet for a moment, deciding on whether or not to just text him now. Jenna, do you think there's something weird about that treasure hunt? Jenna doesn't even look up from her screen.
Oh, of course I do. I think everything about it is weird.
I mean, I don't even know if Sydney put those there. Jenna finally looks up at me.
Why not?
Just everything seems off.
Who do you think put them there, then?
I shrug. I don't know. Jenna stares at the computer screen for a while, not typing anymore.
Well, the whole reason we're doing this is because of TJ. This seems to be what he wants to do. And even if it was someone else that left them there, if it's going to help him, then I'm going to help him with it.
Jenna shrugs.
And in the end, if it all is just a treasure hunt, I'm hoping that it ends at the house.
Yeah. Jenna goes on typing, apparently done with the conversation, so I finally get up to go to the shower. Breakfast is long gone by the time I go to the lobby, and what's left is a few dried biscuits. So I opt to go to the diner instead while Jenna opts to stay in the room to finish her paper. I sit at my usual booth in the corner of the diner, half-heartedly flipping through the menu. Janice comes over and takes my order and my short answer to her pleasantries to keep her from being too chatty. Once I'm done ordering, I sit back and look out the window, watching the bright sun bake the hot desert below. I imagine TJ out there on the trail, trudging along the path under the 100+ degree heat. Aside from worrying about what he might be going through right now, I also worry that he might pass out in this kind of weather. I can only hope he had the right kind of mind to take along the water and make sure to cool off, like he did me. I look down at my phone on the table again, considering whether or not I should call him. Maybe a text at least. Whoa. Hey, man. Then I set my phone back down and wait for a response, wondering if I might drive out the trail myself if he doesn't. That's why I sensed someone move up next to me on the table. I look up expecting to see Janice, but I met with the sight of a young white deer, his clasped paws holding a folded blue apron. Who is this? I blank on his name for a few moments, and I'm left with my mouth hanging open like an idiot. Then I remember. Oh! Julian! What's up? Julian smiles.
Hey there! My shift just ended and I saw you sitting there!
I wait, but he doesn't go on. Oh, I don't want to say it, but it looks like he's expecting it, and I can't really find a way out, so... want to sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Julian responds quickly and slides into the booth across from me, setting up his folded apron down on the table.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I wonder if I sounded a little annoyed. Part of me hopes that I do, so he might get the hint like Janice did. But he goes on sitting there, interlocking his fingers and resting his forearms on the table.
So, how are you today?
Good. You? Julian shrugs.
I've been better. This job is starting to wear me out, you know?
Yeah, I've had a few like that. Well, the bug seems nice enough. I don't think I've had more than 5 conversations with the guy in my entire life. It was just a regular face that I saw through middle and high school. Part of the background, you know? It wasn't until the last few years of high school that I noticed him and TJ hanging out. And TJ was the only reason we ever briefly interacted. So I'm a bit confused now why he's suddenly taken an interest.
Yeah, so what sort of job do you have?
Well, I'm between jobs right now. I'm going to school, but I'll probably stock shelves over the summer like I did last year.
So that job wore you out?
Well, no, but my fast food job did. The one I had in high school. Kind of like stacking boxes and putting stuff on shelves.
See, I think food service jobs are definitely the worst, so I can see why stocking might be a little better.
He breaks off as Janice comes back, setting down my chicken sandwich.
Oh, you know Chase, Julian? Oh, a little. I know him through TJ. Ah, well, if you see that boy again, let him know that I'd like to chat with him.
I look up and Janice gives me a wink before bustling off. I decide to definitely not let TJ know.
But anyway, I'm going to school too, over at Mesa, and this diner has some seriously flexible hours. Only reason why I'm still here.
At least you guys don't seem very busy, even during the lunch hour. I'm not at the 2 or 3 other people occupying the tables.
Heh, yeah, so wonder why we're still in business. Probably got something to have to close down in a year or 2.
That idea actually makes me a little sad. I look down at my chicken sandwich, feeling a bit awkward at the idea of Julian just watching me eat, so I leave it on the plate for now. Julian leans back and looks out the window.
So, where's Tej at? I thought you two were hanging out.
I get the feeling that this is the main reason why Julian is talking to me. Yeah, he went off on a hike earlier this morning. I slept in.
Oh, I see. You still do that a lot?
I shrug. I don't know. We've only been here about a week. He does love going on hikes, though.
I mean, does he do that at CCU?
I stare at Julian for a second before I realize what he's talking about. Oh! No, I don't go to CCU. I'm at Pueblo.
Huh, so you guys met up here?
Well, I picked him up and brought him here, along with Jenna, but she goes to Pueblo too. I grow a little frustrated having to explain everything to this guy. All I want to do is eat, then go back to the motel and wait for TJ.
I see. Well, TJ was my best friend during senior year after you and Carl left. We hung out all the time. After he left for college, we kind of lost touch.
Yeah, he's not very active on social media. I'd only seen TJ post a few pictures since he started classes. A few were of him on the college soccer team, and was of him standing in a prayer circle along with an inspirational quote. But Julian revealing that he was TJ's best friend towards the end of high school cools my exasperation. I suppose he does have a reason to know what TJ might be up to.
He was kind of desperate right after graduation, so I've been a little worried about him.
Depressed? That surprises me. I've never known TJ to be depressed. Sure, he's been sad before, but not outright depressed, as far as I know.
Maybe I don't know too much about him. I thought it might have to do with graduation, but it went on all summer.
Oh, well, if you want to talk to him, I could definitely let him know. I gesture at my phone on the table. I also make a mental note to myself that I should talk to TJ too. Well, about everything. Julian smiles.
That would be great. Please do. I think he must have changed his number after leaving.
Okay. I hesitate, then pick up the phone to type out the brief message. I just met Julian at the diner. He'd like to talk to you. TJ hasn't texted me back yet.
How long have you known TJ?
I set the phone back down and settle back into the booth. Since he got here in like 2001, so 14 years ago?
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, it really is.
You guys always been good friends.
For the most part. I had times where I was kind of a dick to him, but he's always been a good friend to me.
I see. Yeah, we all went to the same elementary school, but it wasn't until junior high that I met him in the Bible study.
Ah, of course.
I always knew about you guys, though. The Echo Kids.
Yep, that was us. The Echo Kids. The weirdos. Julian glances around before lowering his voice.
It was a mean thing to say, but this town is kind of messed up. A lot of weird things happen here.
I can't argue with that. Julian looks around again, biting his lip. Then he lowers his voice another notch.
Hey, so this is gonna be a little weird, and I don't want to offend you, but it's something that's bothered me for a while.
I eyed Julian wearily. Yeah?
TJ told me what happened at Lake Emma a while back when we were talking about death in heaven.
I feel a little chill go up my spine.
Well, he never actually told me what exactly happened, but I can tell it really affects him.
Julian pauses, but I don't say anything, keeping my eyes fixed on the table.
Now, you don't have to tell me, and if it makes you uncomfortable, please don't. But it feels like if I have a better idea of what happened, I might actually understand him a bit better.
Julian brings his interlocked fingers up to his chin to rest on.
I'm not going to ask him to tell me, of course. I know it was a long time ago, but I know you can carry stuff like that around for a long time. So if you're not okay with it, then please just let me know and I'll change the subject.
I contemplate it for a moment, wondering if the buck is out of line to be asking about such a thing. I decide he isn't. He's one of TJ's best friends, so in a way he's sort of connected to it. So I guess he does have a reason to know. Okay, but please don't bring it up with TJ. Like you said, it really still affects him.
Never.
Julian looks at me solemnly. I think for a moment, gathering my thoughts. It's been a long time since I thought of the story from the beginning to end. Okay, it was around, I think, August 2003. It's a little bit hard to remember. What I do remember is that we're all gone down to the lake to swim like we did almost every week. There's this little spot where the beach kind of curves in, and it's mostly sandy and shallow water. That's where we usually hang out and swim. Even though the water was always sort of stagnant there, it was at least safe and warm compared to the rest of the lake. I think at some point, one of us wanted to go in and skip rocks. We had to go further up the shore to do that, and TJ was more interested in building sandcastles. So he stayed behind while the rest of us went up the beach to find the rocks. When you go up that far, you can't really see that spot anymore, so I'm not completely sure what happened. I vaguely remember looking back at TJ as he went up the beach. The lynx bending over his castle, the back of his wet swim trunks covered in sand from when he'd sat down. Sydney went with us, I at least remember that, but while we were skipping rocks, he just sort of disappeared. Glanced up at Julian for a moment and see him listening attentively before I looked back down at the table. Anyway, we heard some splashing and some shouting from TJ, and we all ran up to the beach to see Sydney floating out in the lake. I swam out there and got him. Too late, though. I don't mention the part where TJ was crouched in 3 feet of water, staring at Sydney's body floating 20 feet away from him. I don't tell him that TJ's explanation for what happened always amounted to Sydney stepping out too far into the water. That maybe the current knocked him off balance and pulled him in. How it even said that it almost looked like an invisible shark had grabbed Sid and pulled him out. None of it makes any sense at all. None of us are really sure what happened. It seems to be enough for Julian, though, as he shakes his head.
I'm very, very sorry to hear that, but thank you for telling me. All I knew is that a friend of his drowned in the lake. He didn't tell me how close he was to it. It makes sense why that would affect him so deeply.
Yeah, no problem. I realize that Julian is probably the first person I've ever told the story to outside of Echo. I also realized that it wasn't hard to do at all. I suppose it's easier to tell someone who wasn't related to the incident, someone that has no connection to the raw horror of that day. That and a lot of time has passed. Maybe I just got over it without even knowing.
But yeah, Echo's a crazy place. You know about that mass hysteria thing that happened 100 years ago? This place is kind of famous for that. Almost all the paranormal broadcasts I listen to has an episode on it.
My heart skips a beat as I suddenly remember my project. I cover my face with my paws.
Shit! Oh, what's wrong? Did I say something?
I uncover my face to see Julian looking at me with some concern. No, I just forgot some schoolwork I need to get done. A project. The excitement around the scavenger hunt completely wiped the thought from my memory.
Oh, what kind of project?
A news report on Echo and that mass hysteria incident. Barely done anything on it since I first got here.
Hey, that's so cool. Do you need help?
I blink. The buck's eagerness is surprising me. For the first time, I see him becoming embarrassed. Skin on the inside of his ears turning a dark red.
Sorry. It's something that always interests me, so I got a little excited.
Glance down at my phone and see that I still haven't gotten a response from TJ, so I get an idea. Despite my initial annoyance, I like how considerate Julian was about the whole Link incident. I also want to give him a chance to see TJ before the end of our trip. Well, actually, I've been meaning to get some footage of the mine. Or at least the opening, since it's sealed up. If you want, we can head up there to get some shots, and at the same time look for TJ. The trail's in that area. Julian perks up.
Hey, that would be really awesome. Thanks. Do you want to eat that first?
I look down at my sandwich, then shake my head. I'll just eat it on the way to the motel.
Oh, I got my truck. I can drive you over. There's a bunch of room if you need your equipment.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Just let me get a to-go box and we can leave. 20 minutes later, and we're heading up the narrow canyon road towards the mine. I haven't been there in years, but the dirt road leads straight to it, so I don't have to look up for instructions. Julian chats away while I eat my lukewarm sandwich out of a foam to-go box. While there's an almost robotic quality to the buck with how articulate he is, he's also really nice. You can certainly see why TJ would call him a friend. The bumpy road curves upward, and finally we get to the mine. There's a wide open dirt space for parking, along with some concrete barriers along the edge of the drop-off. There are a few signposts, probably giving a brief history of the mine, and then there's TJ. The Lynx is sitting at the opening of the mine, right at the entrance. He's leaning back against the rebar grid that's sealing the entrance. What the? Julian stops talking and looks over at me, then the direction I'm looking.
Oh, is that Tage?
I don't say anything because I realize how limp the Lynx looks. His head tipped back, his paws limply laying on the ground. I'm out of the truck before Julian can even park, my to-go box spilling out on the gravel as I jog towards TJ. TJ! What's wrong? You okay? The Lynx doesn't respond, and when I get to him, I see that his eyes are open, but they're rolled back to the point where I can only see white. I bend over him, trying to help him sit up better, made more difficult by the bulky backpack getting in the way. As I'm doing this, I feel a rush of cold air from the mine, blowing out the rebar. I ignore it at first, focused on trying to get TJ to respond to me, but then I realize there's a hissing sound to go with it, like something exhaling. I glance up to the grid, but don't see anything. Still, I get the unnerving feeling that the opening is breathing somehow.
Is he alright?
Julian's shouting and running up next to me turns my attention back to TJ. Look down at the Lynx and see his ears twitching around. I crouch down next to him, putting a paw behind his head to give him some support. TJ, what happened? Are you okay? TJ turns to me, blinking in confusion.
Okay. What's wrong?
He rubs at his eyes with the back of his paws before adjusting himself so that he can sit up straight.
You were just sitting there. You almost looked.
Julian pauses. It looks like you were passed out or something. TJ finally seems to focus on us, the dazed look in his eyes disappearing.
Passed out? Oh, no, I was just taking a quick nap.
TJ lets out a short laugh and leans his head back against his backpack. What? Here? I look back at the sealed mine, the ominous blackness still seeming to yawn open at us. But why here?
Well, it's harder than usual today, so I started to feel like I was gonna pass out. Thought that might be a bad sign, so I decided to rest once I got here.
You came here on purpose?
Yeah, I saw the canyon with you last time, so I decided to take a trip to the mine this time.
TJ smiles lazily up at me as he continues to lounge against his backpack.
Sorry I worried you, and... Oh, Julian!
TJ seems to suddenly realize that the stag is here.
What are you doing here?
TJ quickly gets to his feet, sliding his arm out straps of his backpack. He hugs Julian, the stag hugging back, just as enthusiastically. TJ doesn't even greet me so intimately. I guess they have more of a history than I thought.
Oh, hey, Tej. Yeah, I met Chase at the diner. You weren't answering your text, so we both just decided to come up and find you. That and Chase needs to get some footage for his project.
Oh, cool! Do you need help with that, Chase?
TJ turns to me with a grin. I don't know what it is, but TJ's acting a lot more chipper than he was yesterday. That almost dark broodiness is gone, replaced by his usual cheer. I have to smile because of it, despite the situation, just a few minutes ago. Sure. Another breeze of cool air seems to whoosh softly through the rebar. I look back at it. TJ, why the hell would you sleep here next to the creepy mine? TJ frowns.
Because it was really cool. Like, cold. I was laying in the opening and felt some cool air blow out, so I decided to lean against it. It just feels really nice.
TJ walks up to the metal grid and spreads his arms out, clutching onto the bars as he presses his face against it. He leans his head back and pulling a face.
Well, it smells really musty, but it feels good.
I look back at the opening. The blackness inside sends chills up my spine. I think back to when a body was found in there over 100 years ago. Even though I know there aren't any dead bodies in there now, it still creeps me the fuck out. I try to hide my shudder as I turn away, looking back at the truck. Hey, so are we going to Sydney's old house now? Is that why you guys came to...
Hey, wait. We're going to Sid's old house now, right?
Yeah, I was about to say. TJ is trying to hide it, but I can hear the eagerness in his voice. I turn back to look at him. The Link's now with his backpack to the mine. I pressed up against it. I want to tell him to move away from the opening, but I wouldn't be able to explain to him why. Well, let me get some filming done first. I can do the voiceover later, so it'll be quick. I hold back a wince as I realize how much time that's going to take. My project is going to be shit at this point. Can't avoid that. I need to make it the least shit as I can.
Oh yeah, sorry.
TJ laughs nervously, then looks away.
Sorry, I'm just a little loopy from my nap. You guys really surprised me.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna go get my equipment really quick, alright? TJ nods at me, and as I jog off to the parked truck to grab my camera. So TJ might still be acting a little weird, but I'm just glad he's happy again. Seeing him the way he was last night was a little unnerving, to say the least. I scoop up my camera bag from the bed of the truck and head back, slowing down to a walk as the heat is already starting to catch up with me. How TJ was able to go a several hour-long hike is absurd to me. It almost seems foolish, especially for someone like TJ who knows about how dangerous that could be. When I get back to the mine entrance, I see Julian and TJ sitting there with their backs to the either side of the opening, chatting with each other. They're eating granola bars, and TJ hands one out to me as I approach. Thanks. Hey, TJ?
Yeah?
TJ looks up at me innocently. If you go on a hike again, be sure to bring me next time, okay? I don't think you should be alone out here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
His ears droop a little, a small frown on his face. I just don't want you to get hurt, you know? It's really hot today, and it would have been really terrible if you passed out alone.
Yeah, sorry.
I drop my bag gently on the ground before leaning back against the wall next to the Lynx. It's all good. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Thanks. I didn't want to wake you up this morning.
Jenna offered to go with you, didn't she? TJ sighs quietly, looking away into the mine.
Yeah, but I can tell you guys don't want to go. I just don't want to ruin this trip for you more than I already have.
What? TJ, what are you talking about? TJ goes quiet, then just shrugs his shoulders. Maybe he isn't back to his old self after all.
I wouldn't mind going with you, TJ. I love hiking.
Julian smiles gently at the Lynx. For some reason, I feel a tiny tug of annoyance in my chest. It's stupid, but I was the one who offered first, and I'm the one that took TJ out the first time. Yeah, we could both go. I think there's a little romantic rivalry happening, oh boy! Yeah, we could both go. The point is, you don't go out alone next time. Alright, Teach?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
A short silence stretches out between the three of us before Julian speaks up again.
We were just talking about our old Bible study group.
TJ leans his head back against the wall, rolling his eyes. It's an expression I don't see from him very often. What about it?
Oh, just the way that TJ would always take it so seriously, and no one else would.
TJ shakes his head in exasperation.
Yeah, I never had any control in that club.
Oh, really? You were in charge? It's a little odd to think TJ in a leadership position like that. I just never knew him to put himself out there in high school.
Yeah, I revived it after it sort of went defunct for a few years. Wasn't all that popular.
TJ smiles with some embarrassment.
Yeah, we had like 3 of the members, not including you and me.
Yeah, then one dropped out after like 2 meetings.
Julian clicks his tongue.
What a godless school we went to.
Hey!
You know I'm kidding. Mostly.
Well, I did want athletes to join too, as long as they weren't disruptive. I just wanted to show everyone what a nice experience it could be. Even if you didn't believe.
I very vaguely remember TJ inviting me to the club, and me saying that I'd think about it. I never went, of course.
Wasn't all that spiritual in the end, though.
Yeah, mostly we just talked and brought snacks. It took TJ a while to realize no one wanted another Sunday school session at actual school.
Yeah, hours of planning out the window.
It was still a great time. I think the 4 of us were happier for it.
Well, yeah, I guess.
TJ seems to suddenly notice me.
Sorry, Chase. You wouldn't know much about this stuff.
It's okay. It's interesting to hear about. Again, I get that little twinge of jealousy, even though I know it's not fair. I'd chosen not to show up, probably because using that time to go home and hang out with Leo.
You didn't miss much. Just discussions about movies and watching movies too.
They couldn't even be religiously themed.
Thank God.
Hey!
I love how indignant TJ is.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time at least. I came away thinking the whole thing was a failure.
I think I remember you mentioning that you wished your friend here would have shown up.
I don't really remember.
Of course you do. You said it all the time.
TJ's ears flattened and turned red.
Who, me? Yep.
Julian grins as TJ tries to look away. Well, the situation is kind of funny. Now I feel worse about not ever showing up. Sorry, Teach. You know, it was high school and all.
Yeah, I understand. Don't worry about it.
So, did you start in the club at your new school?
TJ smirks.
It's a Christian school, so there's like 50 clubs about religion.
Oh, are you a member of any of them?
A few.
Oh, which ones?
A singles club?
Singles?
As in finding a date?
As in finding a date?
Sure.
He looks away again. It's hilarious how bashful he is about this stuff. He's in college. All this should be more natural to talk about, but not with TJ. A singles club, huh? Did you meet anyone?
Hey, Chase, don't you have some stuff to film?
He looks back at me with a frown. Oh, I was just asking. Julian chuckles quietly. I bend down and start pulling out my equipment, deciding that a few long shots with the tripod should be enough. As I'm extending out the legs, Julian asks about TJ about the hike.
Was it fun?
TJ shrugs, finishing the last of his granola bar and brushing his paws together to get rid of the crumbs.
Yeah, it was okay. It was really quiet.
I wince as one of the pads gets pinched between metal.
Kinda creepy, to be honest. I would like it if you two went along sometime, if I do it again.
No, of course.
Yeah, definitely. For the next 20 minutes, I set up the camera in 3 different spots, getting about 1 minute of film for each. TJ and Julian sit in the truck while I do, and whenever I glance at them, they seem to be animatedly chatting and laughing. Once I'm done, I'm sigh and quickly snap the legs back down the bag along with the camera. I see my go-to box in the dirt, considering picking it up, but I don't. I drop the bag into the truck again before hopping into the passenger seat, leaving TJ to sit between the 2 of us. They go quiet as we start to pull out into the dirt road. This can only go so well with a threesome thing. TJ on the Kristen mingle all day long, yeah. And oh boy, let's see how this jealousy thing goes. I feel bad for Tej. What were you guys talking about?
Oh, not much. Just about high school.
TJ nods. Again, I'm starting to feel a little left out between these two. Kind of like a third wheel. So, what's the plan now?
Well, we thought we'd go to the house now after we pick up Jenna and Carl.
Alright. We drive in silence a little while, and for some reason I start to wish I was sitting in the middle. The way Julian keeps turning the wheel forces his elbow to brush up against TJ's side, and I force myself to look away, wondering what the fuck I'm thinking. I'm treating TJ like he's something that belongs to me. We've only hung out recently over the course of this week. I barely talked to him in the past 2 years. I forced myself to look out ahead out the windshield. Then TJ's phone buzzes, and my eyes naturally go to the screen as the link whips it out. I see the name Flynn, then the message underneath it. I only have time to see a few words. You know,
his fucking tell me.
TJ jerks his phone back down and I look away just as I feel the Lynx's eyes on my face. I wonder if he saw me looking. Yeah, I'm sure he did. It doesn't really matter though, because now I'm wondering how the fuck Flynn thinks he's doing. They've been staying away from each other the past few days, obviously, but I guess Flynn found another way to get to TJ. What the fuck does he think he's doing? I feel myself getting angry. I don't exactly know what the lizard is saying to TJ, but judging by what I saw, it's definitely not good. Make a mental note to ask TJ about it tonight. If he won't tell me, then I'll let Leo know. He'll do something about it. We all walk up to the sidewalk to the old ranch-style house. It's been a long time since I've seen the place. Even longer since I've walked on along this path. Cindy's house is just up the gravel road behind the forest. Quote unquote. It's a bit of an odd spot, secluded from the rest of the town. It was all the better for us, I guess. Since it's nice not to be reminded of what happened.
Guys, I don't know about this. I think he's just gonna let us in. Or not.
Well, what else can we do? We just gotta ask him.
Maybe Sydney didn't mean his room.
Well, where else will he sleep?
I don't know.
I mean, he'd nap in random places, if I remember right. Like, he slept on my couch, even.
Stop it, Chase. You know that's not what he meant.
Well, who knows?
I do. I know where it is.
The dark edge to TJ's voice is creeping in again.
But I suppose there's no harm in asking.
You can't deny that it's a little weird for 5 young adults to just show up on your doorstep asking to be let in.
Well, we don't have much of a choice, though, do we?
TJ's walking ahead of us, marching up the concrete steps without hesitation before immediately ringing the bell. Whoa, wait, we didn't even think about what we're going to say!
I already know what I'm gonna say.
We stand in there in stunned silence for a bit and look around at the others. Carl looks completely uncomfortable, almost nauseous. His paws shoved deep into his pockets as he stares at the ground, hard. Jenna is staring at TJ, her brow furrowed, clearly worried. Julian just stands there, as if the situation doesn't bother him at all. The door finally opens, revealing a young red panda, not much older than ourselves. He blinks at us, then fixes a smile on his face.
Oh, hello! Can I help you?
I see TJ's ears flatten down a moment. His originally tough resolve clearly flattening.
Hello.
The red panda stares down at TJ for a moment, waiting expectantly. I don't recognize him, and I'm sure I would have seen him around the town if they moved in after Sydney's parents moved out. It must have been sometime recently, just a few years ago. I decided then that I should step in to let TJ try and gather his wits. Hi, I'm Chase. This is TJ, Carl, Jenna, and Julian. I point to everyone, feeling my cheeks growing hot.
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Minji.
Another moment of awkward silence before I try to think of something else to say. How the hell do you bring up wanting to search someone's house because it belonged to your dead friend? As I'm trying to figure that out, TJ speaks up again.
Our friend used to live here about 12 years ago?
Oh, really?
The panda seems to think.
Are you talking about,
Cindy?
Sydney. Yeah, he was our friend.
Sorry, I couldn't remember the name. I think his aunt told me about what happened.
Yes, and, he left something behind for us in his room. Is it alright if we come in and look?
Minji's originally inquisitive look is replaced by one of confusion and definitely a little bit of suspicion.
All of you?
I notice Carl still staring down hard at the floor, his paws twisting in his pockets.
Yes, if that's alright with you.
Minji stares at all of us for a good 10 seconds, causing even me to glance down at the floor, realizing how stupid all this actually is. Finally, he starts to take a step back, closing the door a little bit as he does.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, wait!
TJ steps forward, his fur bristling. The panda jumps a little, closing the door further until it's at the point where I can only see one of his eyes.
Sorry, it's just... Maybe I can come in and the rest of my friends can wait outside. This will be really quick. I know exactly where to look.
The panda's one eye looks back at us. TJ turns around and makes a shooing gesture with both paws. There's a pause, then we both stumble back a little, down the steps to the sidewalk. My face burns again in embarrassment, realizing what a bunch of crazy people we look like right now. Look back and see TJ standing alone on the porch, looking back at Panda, his paws clasped together. Again, what feels like a very long silence seems to drag on until Inji opens the door slightly.
You know what? Why don't you just tell me where it is and I'll have a look?
Oh yeah,
TJ seems surprised, as if only now considering that idea.
it's the room on the left, down the hallway.
TJ points at the door at an angle.
It's in the closet, in the back corner. It might be in a box.
Inji's facial expression mirrors mine as I frown. A box in a closet, sitting there for over a decade?
Alright. I'll have a look.
Inji disappears behind the door, and I hear a deadbolt slide into place. We stand there in silence for a while before Carl breaks it.
That dude, he's calling the police.
No, he's not.
We look like a bunch of crazy people. We should leave.
Not until he comes back out.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Well, I think it's technically okay unless he tells us to leave.
He did say he's going to look for it. No harm in just waiting for his answer.
I see Carl scruff his hooves against the pavement, looking around nervously. Wonder if he's had too much weed or something. Or if he's just completely normal and actually worried that they very well may be calling the cops on us. Who knows? Why do you think it's in the closet?
He used a shoebox and there was a spot for his treasure huts before. You remember?
I vaguely do, now that he mentions it. But I'm surprised TJ remembers. He was even younger than me then. Then the door opens and Inji comes back out. His facial expression is completely different now. It's one of amazement and disbelief. But it's what his paws has that catches my attention. It's a teal-colored shoebox, old and worn and torn through the corners. My mouth drops. Inji stands there for a moment, holding the box out.
Is this it? It's not mine, and there's a piece of paper inside.
TJ's paws shake as he reaches out to take the box, lifting the lid to look inside.
It was in the spot you said. I've never seen that before.
I feel my stomach twist, more dismayed than anything that he found something. Do you not use that closet? It's a bit of an odd question, but I want to know how the hell he might have missed it. Inji shakes his head.
No, not really. It's mostly a storage room right now. I think I've opened it a few times, put some boxes on the shelves, but I can't really remember.
Do you not look inside when you first moved in? Inji looks at me, and so does TJ over his shoulder. I guess now I'm sounding like the crazy person.
Well, I can't really remember. It was a couple of years ago. I had a family help me move them in, so maybe they just thought it was mine if they saw it.
I wanted to ask more, but I bite my lip, not wanting to seem as frustrated and suspicious as I am.
It's definitely something I could have missed. Found a few things in the crawl space from the last family.
Who lived there before you, if you don't mind me asking?
Inji leans against the doorway, his arms folded, looking a lot more relaxed now.
It was the family you're talking about, I think. The Bronsons.
Yes.
TJ's still looking down at the box, having not taken out the note.
Yep. The woman who lived here moved right after what happened. Then her sister moved in. She told me about what happened when I bought the place.
Inji looks down at the box that TJ's still holding.
Do you know what he left you? How do you know where to find it?
It's an old scavenger hunt that we found. It told us to come here.
Like, something he left behind?
Yeah.
Wow, well, sorry about what happened to your friend. You must have been children at the time.
No one says anything, so I nod for him.
I'm sorry. Also sorry for being so suspicious when you guys showed up. They thought I caught someone trying to break in a few days back. Can't be too careful.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's completely understandable.
Inji nods, then shifts around.
I don't want to pry, but what does it say? I didn't read it since I don't want to intrude or anything.
TJ lifts the lid again and reaches in to pull out the piece of paper. It's identical to the others that we've seen. Inji takes the box from the link so he can use both paws to unfold the note. Then he starts reading.
I hope you're all having fun. Soon you'll know what Chase has done. Figure it out. It's a piece of cake. If you can't, look by Carl's drawing at the lake.
It goes quiet for a while. The only sound is the wind rustling through the trees. Then I hear a gagging sound and look back in just in time to see Carl hurling into some bushes. TJ is strangely calm as we sit in the motel room. It's been about half an hour since we found the last note. After Carl lost his lunch in the bushes, Julian drove him back home, and we had to put the scavenger hunt on hold. TJ wants us all to be there for it. Julian is still with us, and I keep wondering when the hell he's going to go home. He just joined our little group today, and TJ acts like he needs to be part of this for some reason. He barely even knew Sydney, but that doesn't really matter, I guess. This whole thing is so ridiculous. So obvious that Sydney had nothing to do with this scavenger hunt. Someone's planting these damn notes, and they have it out for me. I sit back with my back against the headboard of the bed, staring at my legs as TJ tries to defend this whole thing.
If it's really bothering you, Chase, then you don't have to come.
I know it's a vendetta scavenger hunt. Someone's gonna have a knife. Bail. It seems very sus. Suspect, in other words. Very, very sus. I bristle a bit. You're insisting everyone else go. Why not me? I force myself not to look over at Julian.
I do want you to come, but you're so angry. I've never seen you like this.
Oh, I have. We all have. Chase is just acting like his old self now.
Jenna sits in the corner on a laptop as usual, smirking. It pisses me the fuck off. Okay, listen. Whoever's writing these has it out for me. Look at what the last one said.
Sydney wrote them, and he always kind of teased you. It's just like him.
I go quiet, looking away with a glare.
What do you think the clues are implying about you, Chase?
I think for a moment, but it's hard with all the anger that keeps threatening to bubble up to the surface. I don't know. I just don't like the sound of it, and honestly, I try to think of the right way to word what I'm going to say. If you respect me, you'd see that and stop this stupid hunt. It goes quiet for a moment, then Julian stands up.
Hey, I'm gonna head out. Let me know what you guys decide to do tomorrow. I've got the whole day off.
Oh, okay, man. Thanks so much for coming with us.
TJ gives the stag a side hug, and I try and keep myself from bristling. Once Julian leaves out the door, TJ sits on the foot of the bed, looking at me.
I completely respect you, Chase, but I really think these are from Sydney. He's just teasing you.
I don't say anything, just look at the wall, feeling more unnerved by my emotions than anything else. I don't feel like myself at all.
I know I asked you this morning, but if you think there's something else going on, well, who could it be?
Jenna crosses her arms, looking at me earnestly. I sit there quietly for a moment, debating whether or not I should tell them. Yeah, Julian definitely bailed out of there very quick. I decide I have to, and since neither of the others seem to see it. I think it's Flynn.
What?
I think it's Flynn and Carl. They're doing this whole thing.
You can't be serious.
Who else? Carl's the one that found the first note. I think Flynn gave it to him. The looks on Jenna and TJ's face make me look away again. Am I going crazy?
Chase, that's...
Crazy, I know. But you saw how Carl was acting today. How nervous was he? He even threw up.
Carl does that sometimes.
Ugh. I slide my legs off the bed and let them hang over the side, fully facing the wall now.
I know how Flynn was back at the river, but even he wouldn't do that.
I look back at TJ with a glare. What about those texts he's sending you?
What?
TJ's paws fly up into his pockets, a shocked look on his face. Jenna looks between us.
What?
Flynn sent TJ a text swearing at him. I think he's been messaging you this whole time. TJ's quiet, just staring at me.
TJ, is that true?
TJ stares at the floor a moment before finally looking up, his voice oddly calm.
Yeah, well, he's angry. Of course he would be. But he has no reason to be writing this scavenger hunt. Flynn would never do that.
Are you sure about that? TJ glares back at me. Now I can tell I've made him angry.
Yes.
Why would he do it in the first place?
I don't have to think hard on that one. To hurt TJ, to ruin our friendship by making up lies about me just to be a complete dick. Take your pick.
That's absolutely ridiculous!
I don't say anything, choosing to glare at the wall. Jenna looks between us again and shakes her head.
Alright, that's enough of this. Neither of you are acting like yourselves, so I think it's best we need to head to bed, alright?
Whatever. I slide into the bed on my side, still staring at the wall, listening as TJ gets up and goes into the bathroom. Jenna goes on typing on her computer. I lay there quietly, deciding I'm going to have to do something to stop this. Sneaking out of the motel room is probably the hardest part. I know that if they catch me at any point, it's over. At about 3 a.m., I slammed out of bed, listening to TJ snores and watching Jenna's unmoving form curl up on the bed in front of me. Quietly, I dig around my bag for my keys, then I slip out the door into the night. I grit my teeth as my car starts up, imagining TJ or Jenna pulling back the curtains and seeing me sitting in the car. I've got excuses. I'm sick. I've had to drive to the emergency room, or even that I just couldn't sleep and wanted to get a snack somewhere. They're all suspicious, but should be enough to cover my ass if things go south. I drive along the quiet road, my surroundings almost black since the moon is set. It takes me a moment to find the side road that will take me to the shore. Once I do, I see one lonely orange light standing in the middle of the parking lot, but I park in the corner in the darkness. I sit in the car for a while, wondering what I'm doing, wondering what the fuck I'm going to do. But something drives me, a feeling that if I don't do this, then the rest of my life is going to be ruined. I can't let that happen. I open the door and quickly get out. I pull out my phone and turn on the light, finding a small dirt trail that leads out to the inky blackness. The air is cool, and I can smell the lake. Pretty soon I can hear it too. The soft, desolate sounds of the waves running against a thin strip of shore. It's peaceful, but at the same time, it terrifies me. And for a moment, I feel like the lake is one giant living thing. It dwarfs me with its presence. A giant, all-knowing thing. It knows I'm here. I shudder and force myself to continue. I find the shoreline and the dry sand shifts under my feet as I take a right and follow the shore. I try to ignore the sounds of the lake, the feeling that it's watching me, beckoning me towards it. Finally, I come across the boulder that I'm looking for, the one that Carl used to carve his drawings into. Of course it would be something Carl used. That fat piece of shit. I'll kneel down beside it, moving the light of my phone around it until I find the drawing. I look at the super wolf etched into the rock, glaring. Then I see a glint of light above it. I shift the phone light above to see what it is. I gasp, and I can't help a ragged scream from escaping my throat. Tarantula sits there, staring back at me, his cluster of eyes shining in the darkness. I stumble back in the sand and fall, sitting down hard causing my teeth to clack together. I scramble back up. I look around for a rock and quickly find one. When I turn back around and lift the light, the spider is gone. I look around for a while in case it just moved around, maybe on the ground closer to me. I don't see anything though, and I throw the rock at the lake, cursing the damn thing. Fuck! Then I kneel down and look at the spot between the rocky ground and the boulder. It takes a few moments, and I have to get real close, looking deeper into the crevice, and then there's a glint of what looks like metal. I start to dig. First with my bare hands, and then with the help of a flat rock laying nearby. I'm sweating, gasping by the time I pull the thing free. It looks like an old lunchbox. I shine a bright light on it and can barely make out what looks like a cartoon dragon. I open it up and pull out the note. I read it. In a fit of rage, I tear the stupid thing in half, throwing it on the ground. You fucker! I hiss it out through my teeth, then pull out the piece of paper that I'd taken out of one of Jenna's notebooks along with a pen. I write for a moment, using the old lunchbox as a flat surface. When I'm done, I drop in the box, then wedge the box into the crevice, covering it up with the loose dirt I'd moved. I pack it down, then stand back up. Thinking twice, pick up the shredded note and stuff into my pocket. Then I walk back up the shore and up the trail, ignoring what looks like the eye shine of tarantulas all around me. Maybe it's just the stars. I don't remember much of the drive back, or the parking lot of the motel. Next thing I know, I'm standing next to the bed, glaring down at TJ, watching him sleep. Yeah, we fucking fucked up this note. We don't even know what it says. Saturday. We arrived at the lake about 10 in the morning. Julian had driven down an hour ago to pick us up before driving to Carl's house. Carl wasn't ready when we got there, and when he answered the door, his eyes were bleary and red, of course. It took him a good 20 minutes to get ready, and all the while I struggled not to glare at him. It's weird. I've been friends with the Ram for almost my entire life, and it's only now that I'm feeling really disgust for the person that he is. So many self-created problems. He keeps his head down most of the time, so he doesn't see me. He's still feeling sick too, so he opts to ride in the truck bed on the way down, and Jenna sits with him. I can't help but wonder what might happen if we have an accident. TJ sits next to me, and this time I'm sure to sit in the middle so that Julian is on the left and TJ's on my right. I feel better this way. As the lake comes into view, I rest a paw on TJ's knee. He glances at me, then nods in acknowledgement. I give his thigh a squeeze, and then wait as we pull into the parking lot. going over the scenarios in my head for what might happen.
Well, here we are.
We don't say anything in response, so we quietly get out of the truck. Jenna jumps out of the truck bed easily, but Carl struggles, and I imagine him falling straight out and face-planting into the asphalt. Jenna helps him, though, and we are all walking down the trail towards the lake, single file. I walk right behind TJ, though, so I can keep an eye on him and anyone else that might try to fuck with him.
Wow, it's been 12 years since I've been down here.
Yeah. There's a cool freshness to the air by the lake. I breathe it in and get hit with the sweet memories of spending entire days down here. Swimming in the lake, building sandcastles, poking at dead fish on the beach. As we start walking on the beach and approach the big boulder, I feel my heart start to hammer in my chest. I could pick up my speed to catch up to TJ. How are you feeling?
I'm okay.
You don't sound okay.
Well, I'm nervous.
We all are. I actually feel like I'm gonna throw up. TJ suddenly reaches out his paw and holds mine. I'm surprised. TJ's never done this before, and though I know it's probably due to the situation we're in, it still makes me feel warm inside.
It's gonna be okay. I know it. This is going to be the end.
TJ's voice breaks up on the last word. The end? The end of what, exactly? TJ's guilt over Sydney? The mystery over what exactly happened to him? Of the world as we know it? Yeah, that's probably it. Because I know that after this morning, things are never going to be the same again. Just remember that if it's buried by that boulder, it's probably gone by now. I know I've said that every time before, but the lake has flooded a few times since. I look up at the steep rocky bank on our right. Remember that spring that it went all the way up to the road?
Yeah.
I look back at our friends. Jenna's walking side by side with Carl, talking to him in a low voice. Julian is ahead of them and he's looking directly at me. I look away. I'm just saying that even if it's there, it's probably water damage to the point that we won't be able to read it. TJ stays silent as we come up to the rock, sitting there on the beach like it has been since I can remember. Probably like it has been since before the lake was even created. TJ still holds my paw as Julian, Jenna, and Carl stand next to us, the five of us in a sort of semicircle around the boulder.
Well, here we are.
Julian says the exact same thing he said in the parking lot, and I feel myself starting to get annoyed. But I cling to TJ's paw, and that calms me down a little.
So, if it's still here, it could be anywhere, knowing Sydney.
Jenna says his name carefully.
He'd probably leave a marker of some kind. This one could be hard to find.
I remember he said it's by Carl's drawing. It's probably right next to that.
Okay, I don't know, guys. The other ones were inside of something. This is just out on the beach. The sand's changing all the time.
Carl digs at the damp sand with a hoof, his paws shoved into his pockets, eyes downcast. Everything okay, Carl? I say it sharply, not bothering to filter out the annoyance in my voice. He looks up at me, a bit surprised.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just feel sicker from the ride down.
Smoke too much? Carl frowns.
No, I just get sick sometimes when I'm stressed out. The weed makes me feel less sick, actually.
I stop myself from asking what it is that you're so stressed about.
Are you okay, Chase?
I'm good. I shouldn't be drawing attention to myself right now. Meanwhile, Julian is walking around the boulder, looking for the drawing. TJ lets go of my paw and finally starts to walk around the boulder from the other side. Almost immediately, he points excitedly.
Oh, Carl, you're drawing!
Carl sidles up right next to him before chuckling quietly.
Oh yeah. For some reason I thought it'd be gone by now.
Why would it be? You chipped it into the rock. Didn't you spend like a month doing that?
Carl looks down at his paws.
Yeah. Fucked up my paws doing it too.
I move around to stand next to them when I see the rough outline of a muscular wolf with a long cape. Super Wolf. Carl had been obsessed with that superhero since the new movie was coming out that summer. I don't think he liked it very much because right after he saw it, he stopped working on the etching. It's actually pretty good, especially, when you consider that Carl was like 9 when he did this. I push those memories out of my head, wiping out the smiling, childhood face of Carl from my mind. I then steel myself, preparing for what I'm going to say and for what's about to happen. Hey, look at the sand underneath it. Everyone looks down in unison at where I'm pointing my finger. I let it sink in for a moment before I say it. The dirt. Looks like someone dug it up recently. No one says anything. Or maybe the sand's just wetter there. I don't know. TJ kneels down next to the boulder, reaching out a paw to steady himself against it as Julian kneels down across from him. He reaches out with the other paw, poking at the loose-looking dirt, slightly darker than the sand around it. Still, no one says anything. He decided not to push it further, knowing that I've already planted a seed of doubt in TJ's mind.
We should have grabbed a garden shovel from your house, Carl.
Yeah.
I pick up the flat rock I used last night. Here. There's this. I hand it to Julian. He looks at it for a second before digging with the sharp end into the dirt. It sinks in deep and easy for the stag to turn out the sand. Less than a minute later, TJ grasps and reaches into the shallow hole, pulling out the lunchbox. Now there's daylight, I can see the chipped green paint on the dragon. TJ holds it for a moment, staring down at it. Julian looks around at us.
Was that Sydney's?
I can't remember, but TJ nods with shaky hands, unlatches the metal clasps. Carl stands further back from the rest of us, motionless. Jenna once again has a paw up to her mouth, not saying anything. TJ opens the lid. The hinges squeak a little as the tin flops open, revealing the note. Paw still shaking, TJ reaches in. At this point, there's little hesitation in TJ's movements. He's eager to find out what it says, eager to get this done. TJ unfolds the note, then reads it. He doesn't read it aloud, instead letting his eyes go back and forth over the page while the rest of us wait. I know at this point that he's finished reading it, but he still doesn't say anything, eyes glued to the page.
TJ?
TJ doesn't say anything, continuing to stare.
TJ, what does it say?
TJ sits there for a few more seconds before he wordlessly holds out the note to no one in particular. His face is blank for the most part, but I can see the shock in his eyes. Julian takes it from him and starts reading.
You've reached the end, but I don't have the answer, so I'll ask again. TJ, what happened to Sydney?
The silence that follows is one of the heaviest that I've ever experienced. Carl's still frozen, but now he's looking up at Julian. Jenna's moved her paw from her mouth at this point, but she's clutching her necklace, her eyes on TJ. Julian is still staring at the links, waiting probably unsure of what any of this means. TJ, meanwhile, stares at the hole that we dug up, his paws laying limp in his lap, ears drooping. I start walking over to him.
What does it mean? Do you guys know?
I rest a paw on TJ's shoulder, touching it softly. He doesn't move, so I crouch down next to him, slowly wrapping an arm around his shoulders, drawing him in. I can feel him trembling.
Guys?
I look over at Julian with a sad look on my face. We have a friend who has a grudge about this whole thing. I think he might have been the one leaving the notes. TJ shakes his head against me, but doesn't say anything. Julian stares.
But why?
I shrug, beginning to stroke the top of TJ's head. Julian looks from me to TJ. I don't know. Maybe he thought that this was his last chance to hurt TJ somehow. I really don't know. Jenna and Carl just walked up to stand next to us, and both seemed to be at a loss for words.
The paper's different, though.
TJ's voice is distant and faint, muffled against my chest. There are ways to make paper look old. Maybe he just didn't have time with this one. TJ shakes his head. Julian shakes his head.
Listen, I know I've only been part of this for a day, but this is crazy. And those are a lot of assumptions. Do you really know what happened?
If you knew this friend of ours like we do, you'd understand how obvious this is. But then Jenna shakes her head as well.
No, Flynn wouldn't do this. He's a jerk, but he wouldn't do this.
You know that Flynn's been sending TJ threatening texts all week and that he's been out to fuck with TJ since we got here. Jenna shakes her head again, but doesn't say anything.
Nah, he wouldn't.
I snap my gaze at Carl, glaring.
Dude, even at its worst, he'd never do something like this. It's too fucked up. All that work just to fuck with us? And it has to do with Sydney? No way.
And who found the first note? Who's been Flynn's best friend since we all left?
Whoa, Chase.
Carl's eyes go wide. TJ finally lifts his head, looking up at Carl. You're the one that gave it to us, set us off in this whole bullshit scavenger hunt. Carl takes a step back, mouth hanging open, looking at me like I'm some sort of alien or something. This entire thing was fucking crazy from the start. Our dead friend who left notes behind a decade ago and somehow is still all here? In the school, in that house? Fuck that!
Chase, stop.
Jenna's voice is soft and distant, lacking any sort of authority. I stand up suddenly, staring the ram down.
What? No.
Carl takes another step back, and I can see his chest heaving. He can't even get his words out. It's like he's just run a marathon and can't catch his breath. Huh?
I don't...
Carl clutches his chest, and I can't help but notice how fucking guilty he looks right now. He suddenly retches and gags loudly.
Carl, breathe.
No! You can't use your fucking anxiety! I make air quotes.
You're a monster.
As a shield right now. Did Flynn put you up to this? Carl retches again and doubles over, spitting on the ground.
Carl!
Jenna starts walking towards the ram, but at that moment, something rushes past me, then past Jenna. I have a moment to see TJ's back. His tough ears are laid flat against his head, like he's moved so fast that the wind has pushed them back. There's another quick movement, so that I can't quite see from my angle. But then Carl's stumbling back, a pop to his face, letting out a gasp as he's been holding his breath for 10 minutes. I lunge forward, reaching out for TJ as the cat goes in for another swipe. Carl jumps back towards the embankment, and as he does so, he lands on the many rocks that separate the beach from the road. I grab the back of TJ's shirt. At the same time, I see Carl's hoof disappear between the rocks. Then he falls back. And then there's a sound like a thick branch snapping in two, cutting through the air like a gunshot. Immediately, Carl lets out the most hideous scream I've ever heard the ram make.
No!
Jenna runs past us, followed by Julian in a more even jog. Meanwhile, I hold on to TJ, the link still going after Carl, making a yowling sound as his claws swipe at the air, baring his teeth. He's wild, feral, not thinking at all. TJ, stop! I'm here! I try talking into Lynx's ear, and at the same time, I feel him start to go limp in my grasp, the energy and rage slowly going out of him. I finally feel safe enough to turn him around, pulling him into a tight hug. It's okay. You've got him. You're fine. TJ looks towards Carl one last time, watching the ram roll back and forth on his back, choking, howling, and screaming all at once.
Oh my god, oh my god!
TJ suddenly turns his face into my chest and starts to cry.
Jesus, his ankle!
Carl, can you move?
But Carl isn't listening, continuing to scream and hyperventilate at the same time.
Quick, call an ambulance.
I don't know who she's talking to, but Julian pulls out his phone. TJ continues to stab into my chest, and I start to move away, towards the trail, pulling TJ with me. I'm taking TJ back to the motel.
Yes, leave, please.
Janice snarls at me over her shoulder.
Hi, we need paramedics. Yeah, someone here tripped and broke his leg, and now he can't get up.
Carl, I know it hurts, but you need to breathe. I'm going to count.
Janet's voice starts to fade away as I start fast walking towards the trail, pulling the sobbing TJ along with me. TJ finally pulls away from me when we reach the parking lot and start walking ahead, hugging himself. I follow behind him at a close distance, listening to him sob for a while. It isn't until we reach the road that he's finally calmed down enough to stop sobbing. I walk quietly behind him for a little bit longer before finally catching up, walking next to him. He doesn't say anything and goes on hugging himself, hiccuping softly every once in a while. I wonder if I should say anything, asking about what happened, or even change the subject completely. Eventually, though, he's the one to speak first.
I didn't mean to.
He cuts off as he goes into a coughing fit. I rub on the back gently. It's okay, you don't have to explain yourself after what he did.
Do you think...
TJ takes a deep breath, finally steadying his words.
Do you think he really did that?
I let the silence drag out a moment before I finally replying. Who else could it have been? I completely understand why you went along with all those notes, but in the end, this is only the realistic conclusion we're going to get to.
Yeah, I just didn't think they'd do something like this. Especially not Carl.
TJ says Carl's name softly.
I still don't know if he did it. But then I remembered what he said when we played Spin the Bottle. I felt like it had to be him. I was just so angry. I've never been so angry in my life. It was scary.
I mean, maybe Flynn didn't tell him everything about what was going on. I guess he could have been tricked into thinking Flynn somehow had good intentions in all this. I don't know.
His leg.
TJ covers his face as he's about to start crying again. I quickly put my arm around him and hold him close. Hey, this isn't your fault. Honestly, he deserved that scratch you gave him. He fell on his own. TJ shakes his head.
I can't even remember what happened. I just started running at him. Like I wasn't in control. It was like it was all automatic or something.
Him too.
TJ. I stop the Lynx and turn him towards me, even though he keeps covering up his face. This is not your fault. What Flint and Carl did to you is absolutely disgusting, and honestly, I'm amazed that you were able to hold yourself back as much as you did.
But the sound he was making, it was just so awful.
TJ's face screws up under his paws. I hug him again. No, he only had a taste of the pain you're feeling on the inside. Now stop thinking about him. It's over. This whole thing is over. TJ starts crying softly again, and I hold him closer, letting him get it all out of his system. Over his shoulder, I can see the ambulance lights flashing, though they don't have the siren on. I'm thankful for that, at least. My phone buzzes in my pocket a few times, but I ignore it, waiting until the Lynx's soft sobs taper out. I turn him away from the lake so he doesn't see the lights, as we keep walking slowly up the road. Less than a mile away, the motel signs glint in the sunlight. DJ shuffles along, continuing the quiet snuffling. Did you want to leave today?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, let's get back to the motel and sit down for a while, okay? Then we can decide what we're going to do.
Okay.
TJ's breathing evens out again as we get closer to the motel.
But why do you think Flynn would do that? It doesn't make any sense.
I shrug. Well, like I said yesterday, I think now that he knows he isn't going to get the answers you want, he sets out to hurt us now. That's it, really.
You're right. I guess I just didn't think he was capable of that.
I mean, you could always see the best in people. There's nothing wrong with that. TJ doesn't respond, and we're silent the rest of the way there. God, I'm enjoying this so much. The first thing TJ does when we get inside is lay on the bed and stare at the ceiling. Check my texts and see that they're all from Jenna.
They say Carl just broke his ankle and that he's going to be fine. Julian is driving me to the hospital so I can sit with Carl and bring him back when they're done. By the way, when they asked Carl what happened, he just said he slipped on a rock and fell. He says that's where the scratch came from, too. I assume he doesn't want us to tell anyone about what happened. You should think about checking out early. I'm probably going to a friend's house in Peyton after this.
I stare at the last text, wondering what exactly it means. She's going to her friend's house and that's just it? Almost sounds like she's done with us. I guess one good thing came out of this then. Carl's gonna be fine. He told the paramedics that he slipped on a rock, so I don't think he's gonna be like pressing charges or anything. TJ covers his face, and I hope he isn't about to cry again, but when he starts talking, his voice is steady and even.
I'm gonna have to see him before we leave. I don't want to leave this town like this.
He sounds defeated, like he knows things are now ruined beyond any sort of repair. I suddenly feel a wave of compassion and love for the Lynx. The one purely good person in this shit town. I get up and drape myself over the bed next to TJ. He looks up in surprise, ears perked and twitching, his tufts waving around in the most adorable way. Listen, I know we can't just forget what happened back there. And I know we can't just fix everything, but... I pause and wait until TJ looks up at me. I want to spend the rest of this weekend together and just have fun. There's not really much else we can do. TJ looks back up at the ceiling.
But what about your project?
I laugh. Dude, that doesn't matter anymore. I'll just take the class over the summer, or something.
That doesn't sound good. I don't want you to be the cause you fail.
You're not. I'm making this decision on my own. TJ continues to stare at the ceiling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I just broke Carl's leg.
Carl fell and broke his leg, TJ.
No, I did it. Things are so messed up now.
His voice starts to go up high again, and they quickly put a paw on his shoulder. Shh. We can't think about that anymore. It's over. I rub his shoulders comfortingly. You know what? Let's go to Peyton. Get out of this crappy town and do something, okay? TJ lets out a shuddery sigh.
Maybe. I just need a minute.
Okay. I roll over and look out the window through the blinds, feeling like I've accomplished something. Things went a little further than what I planned on, but it's working out for the best. My main issue now is figuring out what the hell Flynn and Carl were planning with all that bullshit, and what all they know. Assuming it had been them at all, but as of right now, I can't imagine who else it could have been. I feel a little guilty about what happened to Carl, but I had to show everyone how stupid and crazy the whole damn thing was. And just then I see Flynn's truck roll into the parking lot. I tense up, staring in disbelief. What the hell reason we have to come here? I only frozen up for a moment before I suddenly swing my leg off the bed. I don't know if TJ's looking. I hope not as I start to closing the blinds. I'll close these so the sun isn't shining in your eyes. I'm going to make a call to Jenna to make sure things are going alright, okay? I look back and I'm relieved to see TJ only now looking over at me.
Okay. Just tell her I'm sorry.
I will. Now go get some rest. I try not to look like I'm in a hurry as I go to the door and open it just wide enough for me to slide out. Flynn's truck pulls into a parking space about 20 feet away and I jog over to him before he can get out. Hi! I say just as he opens the door. He looks at me coldly for a moment before getting out and slamming the door shut. Hey! We stand there awkwardly for a full 10 seconds when Flynn doesn't say anything. You need something?
Why do you think I'm here, Chase?
I shrug. I have no idea, Flynn. Flynn stares at me for a few more seconds as he chews at the toothpick in his mouth.
You were down by the lake.
That's a really weird thing to assume, Flynn. Flynn scoffs.
Don't play with me. I see ambulance lights over by the lake and 10 minutes later get a text from Carl telling me he hurt his leg?
Really, Flynn? People go down by the lake all the time. Could have been anyone.
No one goes down by that lake. I know you've been sneaking around town doing shady shit with Tej and Jen.
I keep on a straight face, refusing to crack under Flynn's pressure.
The only reason why I didn't ask you what the fuck you were doing is because I know you all hate me right now. But if we really went down there together, that's fucked.
Why is that fucked, Flynn? Because you decided it's off limits for everyone else because it makes you feel bad? Fuck off. Flynn's eyes widen for a moment.
Do not fuck with me on this, Chase. You know that's the last thing I ever want to hear from you.
It's strange how I feel right now. Normally I'd be trying to calm the lizard, to try to talk him through his temper and pass the trauma, but now I don't care. Just like with Carl, I don't care how far this goes. This is his fault in the end. I can't believe you, Flynn. You started this whole thing, and now you try to act like the victim. It's fucking disgusting. Flynn gives me a baffled look.
What are you talking about? You mean what I said by the river?
Actually, yeah, that was probably the start of it.
How did that lead to you assholes fucking around by the lake?
You know exactly how. I watch Flynn carefully, trying to see if I can sense anything in his demeanor, in his expressions. I've never really known him to lie, but if he's lying right now, then he's fucking amazing at it, because all I can sense is bewilderment. He must have a lot of experience with lying.
Chase, what the fuck is up with you right now?
What do you mean?
You're acting like an ass.
Oh, so now you know how we all feel when you talk to us. Flynn stares at me, studying me, then he looks up.
Who's here?
No one.
The fuck? Then where's TJ and Jenna?
Not here. Flynn glances down at me.
Well, I gotta take a piss, so can I come in?
No. We stare at each other down for a long, long time. Finally, Flynn pushes past me.
Well, I'm gonna give the door a knock to see if anyone's there. Maybe you missed them.
I whirl around and follow him angrily. He doesn't want to talk to you. Flynn turns on me.
Oh, so TJ's here then? Why didn't you tell me that?
Why do you think? Flynn, you need to leave right now. Flynn glares down at me.
Look, I know you guys are up to something having to do with Sydney. If that's the case, then I have every right to know.
Flynn starts walking again.
And he has every right to talk to me, himself.
I dart around Flynn and stand in front of the lizard, glaring up at him, bracing myself once again.
Get out of my way, Chase.
Leave him alone. Flynn pauses.
All I want to do is talk. That's it.
I let out a mirthless laugh. After what you did at the river? Hell no. Flynn tries to push around me again. I grab his arm. He swings, tries to yank it back, and shove him back towards his truck. Leave! I'd be yelling right now, but I won't want TJ to hear us through the thin motel walls.
Don't fucking touch me, and get out of my fucking way!
He tries again, and this time I grab his arm and yank him away, swinging him like Leo did at the river. He might be tall, but I'm kind of amazed at how easily I can manipulate Flynn's body like a mannequin. Either that, or I just don't know my own strength. Flynn rolls with a curse. Fuck! And I immediately pops back up, taking an awkward swing at my head.
Fucking little prick!
I duck his punch and tackle him around the waist, knocking us both to the asphalt as Flynn grunts loudly. Ugh. I scramble on top of the lizard and sit on his chest, pinning his arms under my knees. Again, he can barely move under me. Weak. I snarl down at him, raising a fist. Flynn flinches, closing his eyes and turning his head away. I pause, letting the tension build. Finally, I slowly lower it. Leave Flynn, otherwise I'm gonna cave your fucking face in. I'm tired of your bullying TJ and taking out all your problems on the rest of us, and just being a miserable piece of shit all your life. I keep my voice low, almost growling like a canine. Flynn cracks an eye open, looking up at me in fear. I fucking hate you. I always have, and you deserve to have every single one of your fucking teeth knocked out for the way you've always treated us. I look back towards the door, but it's closed, quiet. I look back down at Flynn. Leave, and I never want to see your ugly fucking face again, understand? Flynn just stares up at me. I can see the fear still, and maybe even a little hurt.
What happened, Chase?
I don't say anything. I know he isn't going to fight anymore. I get up and Flynn lays there for a moment, staring at me, just bewildered, utterly shocked, in fear. Finally he rolls over and gets to his feet unsteadily, then without a word, gets back into his truck and starts it up. I turn away finally, hearing the lizard pull out of the parking lot, as I open the door to the motel. I'm relieved to see TJ sitting on the bed, looking down at his phone. I was positive that he'd heard something. He looks up when he hears the door open.
Hey.
Hey, Tej.
What did she say?
Carl's good. The doctors are checking him out. She said you're fine and that she understands why you did it, but I guess she's a little stressed out too because she's going to a friend's house in Peyton.
Oh.
TJ's ears lower. I think she just wants to give you space.
Maybe. But I did get a text from Julian.
Oh, hey, thanks, Bardog. I'll leave it up when I'm done. Oh, really? There's that twinge of irritation.
Yeah. Said he was gonna stop by after he dropped off Carl. I was thinking we just wait until then before to leave. To talk to Julian at least. I don't think Carl wants to see me.
Okay. I try not to let the anger creep into my voice as I sit down on the bed next to Lynx.
And Chase?
Yeah? TJ smiles at me through his puffy eyes and matted cheek fur.
Thank you for being there for me. It means a lot.
It's late afternoon by the time Julian arrives to pick us up from the motel. Things are predictably awkward at first as the stag drives us out of town in silence. I'm just happy that I've managed to sit between him and TJ again, leaving the Lynx to stare out his window as the desert landscape passes us by. Watch Julian as his thumbs tap idly at the steering wheel before he suddenly sits up straight.
Oh, Chase, you left your camera on the truck bed yesterday. I forgot to tell you.
He glances over at me and I nod. Ah, yeah, probably should have remembered that.
Do you want me to pull over so you can grab it out? I don't know how you feel about it sliding around back there while we're on the highway.
I shrug. Should be fine. It's probably been through much worse considering the crap rental from the university.
Ah.
Julian starts tapping away at the steering wheel again.
So, your friend seems okay. He'll need to rest for a few months to recover, but he didn't seem too worried about that.
I snort. Well, of course not.
Yeah. Anyway, what was it you guys wanted to do?
Julian leans forward a bit to glance at TJ. I just wish he'd keep his fucking eyes on the road. I nudge the Lynx and he snaps back from his just haze from the window to look back at us.
Huh?
I was asking what you want to do tonight, TJ.
Oh, I'm not really sure. We can go see a movie, maybe.
Anything out you wanted to see?
Yes, not really.
You know, I'm used to doing this thing where I'd get a random ticket to a movie I'd never heard of before. I'd have no expectations, so I'd usually be pleasantly surprised.
Oh, that sounds kind of fun. As long as it's not R-rated.
Yeah, so the way I do...
Why don't we just go to the Familyplex? I cut Julian off, looking over at TJ.
At the Familyplex?
Yeah, you remember the place, right? We go over there as kids for birthdays and stuff.
The old rundown arcade thing at the mall?
Yeah. TJ seems to perk up a bit.
I haven't been there for like 10 years. That could be a lot of fun.
But if it's still open. I've been to that corner of the mall in a long time.
It is.
Well, alright then. Should we go there?
There's a moment of silence before TJ shifts next to me.
Yeah, let's do that.
The Familyplex is basically as I remember it. Like TJ said, a good decade had passed since we've been here, maybe more. But the ugly stained carpet and sickly colored walls still cover the place. A real relic of the 80s and 90s. I'm still happy to see TJ smile as we walk in, his adorably wide eyes scanning the place as I'm sure he say with that same sense of nostalgia.
Oh my gosh, everything's exactly the same?
The look on TJ's face is slightly less enthusiastic.
Even smells the same.
I kinda like it actually. Reminds me of a movie theater.
same.
You know, it's really just the popcorn and recycled air from the AC.
I realize that when a fucking stick in the mud Julian is, but I ignore him, instead following TJ as we make our way to the machines. Luckily, the place is mostly empty. There's a group of teenagers being loud and annoying over by the air hockey tables, but otherwise we have the place to ourselves. For a moment, we just stand there, then Julian reaches into his pockets.
You guys want to chip in some money and I can go get us a few rolls of quarters.
I take out a 5, and so does Julian, while TJ hands over a 10.
Wow, Teach, that's a lot.
I only have 10s. Besides, we'll go through them fast. We always do.
Julian walks over to the front counter while TJ and I wait awkwardly next to the skee ball ramp. I feel like things wouldn't be so tense if Julian wasn't here, and I feel myself getting passively annoyed by his presence. I'm about to ask TJ how he's feeling when Julian comes back with 2 rolls of quarters.
So we have 2 rolls. You want me to count one of your shares, or?
I shake my head. Nah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're just here to hang out anyway.
TJ takes one of the rolls and tears off on one end.
You guys want a skee ball?
Oh, sure, you know. You've always been pretty good with this game.
I take the opened roll of quarters from TJ and take out one of my own, inserting it into the neighboring skee ball machine. There are only 2, and I kinda hope that Julian might just wander away, but he stays right there, behind TJ, watching. I sigh and insert my coin, watching as the little ball rolls out into the little compartment. Meanwhile, TJ is having a terrible time, each one of his balls rolling into the scoreless gutter. Roll my first ball and watch as it misses the 40 and rolls into the 10 gutter.
Nah, don't worry, Teach. Want me to show you how?
Julian moves next to me and I grit my teeth in annoyance, moving over a bit. The stag flicks the ball expertly down the ramp and lands it squarely in the 40.
Wow, on your first try too!
Honestly, I'm out of practice, but usually I go for the hundreds in the corner.
How do you do it?
Well,
Julian grabs a hold of TJ's wrist, and I feel my fur starting to stand up on my neck and shoulders.
It's all in the wrist.
He moves TJ's arm forward before bending the Lynx's wrist back.
Oh, I see.
TJ tries again, and this time he gets a 10, but on a second try, he lands it in the 50.
Oh, nice!
Julian holds up his paw, and TJ slaps it loudly. The stag laughs and looks over at me.
You're alright, Chase. You still got 4 balls.
Without a word, I turn back to the machine and hunt the balls thrown up the ramp, each one landing in the gutter. Meanwhile, I listen to Julian and TJ celebrate another 50. For the rest of the night, I follow TJ and Julian around, the stag showing the cat how best to play the games. All the while I stand next to them, dumping my quarters into games I don't even finish. I just want us to run out so we can leave. You love Tetrahedron. Is that like one of the games? Also, my voice is getting a little scraggly. The drive back is quiet and tense. TJ and Julian asked me multiple times at the Familyplex if I was alright, until I finally told them I just had a headache. That stopped their questioning for the most part, and luckily that prompted TJ to propose we just go back to the motel. I tense up again when he offers Julian to spend the night there, but luckily the stag declines, wanting to go back home to his own bed. As we drive, I notice TJ nodding off, his head bumping on the glass of the window. You can lean against me, Teach. TJ's ears flick, flushing a bit.
Oh, really? I mean, I don't wanna...
As an answer, I reach over and clasp the side of TJ's face before I force Lynx's head to lean sideways against my shoulder. TJ stiffens up a bit, then he relaxes, and 5 minutes later, I can tell that he's fallen into a light sleep. Julian glances over at us occasionally, but doesn't say anything. I lean my cheek against the top of TJ's head. I realize how good it feels to sort of envelop him like this. It feels like I'm protecting him. All those bad, tense feelings from the arcade start to melt away. Pretty soon, I start to drift off as well, the smooth tone of the highway lulling me to sleep. Open my eyes and see the back of a rusty white sedan pulled off to the side of the road. Julian's pulling off as well besides the car. The sun's already getting low in the sky, a little bit of cloud cover rolling in the west. That's when I realize there's a large coyote standing next to the car, leaned over and looking at the front left wheel. She stands up when our headlights hit her, and she shields her eyes against the light. It's Janice. Julian shuts his headlights off.
Looks like she's got a flat.
Huh?
TJ wakes up and a bit disappointed to feel him shift off my shoulder.
What's going on?
Julian's already hopping out of the car, walking over to the now grinning Janice as she sets her paws on her hips.
Well, now, what are you guys doing out here?
I hear her loud, obnoxious voice even with the doors closed. Janice has a flat. Want to go back to sleep until Julian helps her? TJ shakes his head, shifting himself to open the door and hop out. I sigh as he leaves, pushing myself across the seat to jump out as well.
Jason Tobias, too!
She turns her psychotic grin on us.
Yeah, we're having a night out. Anyway, do you need any help? Well, as you know, Julian, I actually do. I don't have my own jack. Been missing for the past 15 years.
Julian smiles back warmly.
Well, I've got one. Do you have a spare? Yep, in the back. I hope it's not a flat, too. Haven't had to use that thing in a while. Well, go ahead and pop the trunk, and we'll see what we've got. I'll go get my jack.
Julian jogs back to the truck while TJ and I stand behind Janice's car. Sadly, that's when the old coyote turns her attention on us.
Well, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I want to thank you again for doing all that yard work during your vacation. Seems I'm always out here just needing help.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, ma'am.
I'm happy to let TJ do the talking, just wanting to get this over with as soon as possible so that we can head back to the motel. I squint as Julian's headlights come back on and he hops out of his truck.
I just want to give us a little more light.
Janice pops the trunk and lifts it up, revealing a cluttered mess inside. She brushes it all aside and lifts up the flap, revealing an old rusty spare tire. She nudges it all, testing the air pressure before lifting it out.
Well, it's a little deflated, but it should be enough to get me to Duke's house. I know he's got a few tires I could probably use. If not, I'll just get him to drive me out and buy me one.
Julian kneels down next to Janice's car, setting up the jack. We stand there in silence for a bit, watching the stag as he works.
Speaking of your vacation, it wasn't really a vacation for you, was it, Chase?
My heart sinks a bit as the dumb yote turns her attention directly on me. Huh? I grunt politely in question, keeping my gaze on Julian to show Janice that I'm definitely not interested in what she has to say.
Well, that grumpy lizard Flynn was telling me about it in the diner a few days back. Something about you wanting to document the spooky stuff in town.
Ah. Try to think of a way to keep things uninteresting so she doesn't ask any more questions. Sort of. I just mainly wanted to find some information on a murder that happened like 100 years ago. Couldn't find out much.
Oh, Flynn made it more sound like one of those ghost documentaries, like I watch sometimes. I had a few stories for you.
Mm-hmm. I keep my eyes firmly on Julian's paws as he starts to crank the jack. Then TJ nudges me.
Hey, are there any rules against it being a ghost documentary?
I sigh, though I try to keep it quiet for TJ's sake. Well, it's more of a news piece, so a ghost story wouldn't really work, I don't think.
Actually, I've seen segments on the news about ghosts. I don't know if they're serious, but when someone catches something on camera, sometimes they'll play it.
I shrug. Well, even if that's the case, it probably won't get me a very good grade.
It's better than no grade at all.
TJ smiles encouragingly at me, and I can't help but smile back. He always has a way of cheering me up, no matter how bad of a mood I'm in.
That's the spirit. Besides, could just be about the history of it rather than making it seem real, even if it is real.
I sigh again, though this time I don't try to cover it up. Janice either doesn't notice or doesn't care.
So would you like to hear from them?
Yeah, let me grab my notepad real quick. I walk over to Julian's truck, listening to Janice as she babbles excitedly to TJ about how scary it is. I try to unzip the bag, but the ledge of the truck bed is just too tall, so I have to grab the whole fucking thing and trudge it back over to the car. I unzip the side pocket and pull out my notepad and pen, then stand up straight and look at Janice expectantly. The coyote sits on the ledge of the truck, making the car shift. Julian pauses, eyes wide, as I'm sure the thought of the sedan was about to topple off the jack.
Well, let's see. I can start with what Grandpa told me.
Yeah, that works.
Actually, that's great, because this happened right here in these very woods.
Janice gestures off to the side of the road at the trees.
So my grandpa was taking a walk here with my grandma and I want to say sometime in the 40s, right after they were married. They were walking along the light trails there, and as they started hearing the strange sound in the trees, something like scuttling up and down the branches. They kept looking, but couldn't see anything.
TJ hugs himself and rubs his arms with his paws.
Wow, that's creepy.
Oh, that ain't the half of it, Tobias. Thing is, as they kept walking, those sounds followed them, and then...
Janice lowers her voice, and despite my annoyance, I have to draw a bit closer to hear her next words.
They started to hear it talk.
Hear what talk?
TJ's fully drawn in by Janice's theatrics, and I have to struggle not to roll my eyes.
Well, whatever it was, it started talking down to them.
Janice pauses and glances at me, and I make sure not to give her anything, staring glassy-eyed at notepads or anything.
Oh, what did it say? What did it say?
Well, just strange things like, you're here and I see you. Though my grandpa said he wasn't sure it even was talking to them, really. He said when it started to just laugh, that's when he and Grandma started running. Even then it followed them. He said it sounded like it was rising in the air, landing from tree to tree, following them until they got out.
At this point, TJ's just frowning, and I have to force myself to jot down some stupid notes.
Well, what was it?
Janice shrugs.
Dunno, Grandpa only told me the story once when he wouldn't go on a family walk in the forest. I asked him why and he told me. Asked Grandma too, she just pretended she couldn't hear me. Thing is, Grandpa's not a liar, that I can promise ya.
I scribbled on a notepad pretending to write this all down.
Oh, he also said it sounded mechanical, kinda like it was coming through a machine or computer. That's weird because they don't really have those back then.
A moment of silence goes by as I wait for Janice to go on. When she doesn't, I look up. So, that's it?
Oh yeah, do you think they'd actually seen something?
I shrug. Anything else? Janice thinks.
Well, there's this bear up the road named Brian. One time he told me a story seeing some aliens around here, UFOs and such.
This time I can't stop my eyes from rolling, but again Janice doesn't see, or ignores it.
Said back when he was a teenager, he saw a flying saucer as he was passing by the lake.
I don't even bother to move my pen, but Janice just keeps going anyway.
You know, I was listening to this podcast a while back. You know those radio shows on the internet?
Oh yeah, I love listening to those when I work out.
Well, there's this paranormal one I listen to that goes really in depth on this kind of stuff. You know, we've all heard the story about golden quartz deposit.
Yep.
Well,
Janice lowers her voice, leaning in like she's discovered the best kept secret in the entire world.
In the podcast, they were going on about how this place, with lots of quartz, ends up being more haunted. You know why?
I don't say anything. So TJ chimes in.
Why?
Well, the quartz captures stuff from the past, like really emotional, angry stuff, and sometimes, when things line up just right, they play it back. Only when they do, it's all twisted and mixed up with other stuff. Makes what you see really awful and horrid looking. But you know?
Janice pauses again.
What?
I think there's more to it than that. I think there's something with a conscious mind behind it all here in Echo.
I finally have to break in. Has anything happened to you specifically? You know, it's better if I have something straight from the source rather than secondhand. Janice finally goes quiet, then eyes flicking down to look at the ground. Julian, meanwhile, has pulled off the tire and is fitting the spare in place.
Well, maybe.
I grit my teeth. Well, what do you mean, maybe? Janice lets out a soft, mirthless chuckle.
Let's just say that I've seen things I promised not to tell anyone about, Chase.
I can't tell if she's joking or not, so I just go along with it. Oh. You order a hit on someone?
Maybe, Chase.
TJ stands there, a mortified expression on his face. Look down at my camera bag. Well, I think it might be good to get some footage of the trees in there while I'm still a little light. If I'm gonna do the whole ghost story thing, then I better give it a horror movie vibe.
Oh, well that sounds wonderfully spooky.
I start towards the tree line, then look back at TJ. You wanna come with?
Oh!
TJ looks back at Janice and Julian, the latter of which is screwing in the tire.
Go on, TJ, give them some company in there, especially after I told you all that story.
Janice cackles, causing the car to shake again.
Besides, I don't mind keeping Julian company in the meantime.
Julian grunts as he keeps his focus on the tire.
Well, okay.
With that, TJ and I cross the ditch into the forest, following the little trail that weaves through the trees. As the darkness of the forest engulfs us, I look back on TJ and see him timidly moving along, looking at the trees nervously. I grin. Are you scared? TJ looks over at me with a snarl.
Oh,
He lets out a soft laugh.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
I pause, waiting for the lynx to catch up to me, then I hold out my paw to him. He stares at it for a moment, as if not comprehending what it is. I stubbornly keep it outstretched. No one's gonna see. TJ seems to think for a moment. Then I see the lynx wipes his paw on his pants quickly before reaching out to take mine. I pull TJ along to the forest, glancing up occasionally to see if I can find a patch of sky sufficient enough for the shot I want. Don't worry, man. I know I saw something in her, too.
Wait, you saw something in here?
TJ's busy looking into the trees, his ears perked and listening. Yep. When I was a kid. Thought I saw a fox hanging from the trees.
Oh my gosh, please don't tell me this right now.
I frown. Listen, what I realized is that sometimes people hallucinate things.
I'd rather just not talk about it right now.
All I'm saying is that the stories that Janice told us aren't real. And even if they are, those people hallucinated, that's it.
Well, sure, but that doesn't mean I still won't freak out if we do see something.
I squeeze the Lynx's paws in mine, shaking it around a little. Well, you've got me if that happens.
Heh.
TJ squeezes back. There's a slight resistance in his grasp, though, as if he's trying to pull back from me while at the same time holding on to me.
Chase, have you been feeling alright?
I feel fine. I stop in the path, looking up a little patch of dusky sky above me, almost miracle and perfect for the shot I'm gonna get.
Because you seem a little bit off. Especially when we were at the family plex. And I know we've all been a little off since what happened. I mean, I was feeling really, really weird the past few days.
I set the bag on the path, unzipping the main compartment and pulling out the camera.
Maybe you're feeling the same way that I was.
I shrug, turning the camera on. I feel fine, Tej. TJ suddenly places a paw on my arm, and that gives me pause.
Chase, are you sure?
He's looking at me directly in the eye, his paw pads warming the fur and skin under them, chasing away the chill of the evening. It's his wide blue eyes that catch my attention, though. They're sincere, kind, and full of love. It's then that I realize what TJ's trying to tell me. After all this time we spent together, over the week, getting to know each other better, talking about our future plans, it's only now that I realize. I stand up straight, facing the Lynx more directly, soft smile on my lips. TJ looks up at me, eyes looking over my face as if searching for something. I lean in, and I kiss him. It lasts a moment. Our lips meet, mine on his for the first time. It's a moment of pure bliss, and I close my eyes to show the Lynx just how passionate I am about it. I feel his lips freeze up against mine, then suddenly they're gone. I open my eyes in time to see TJ stumbling backwards. One paw flies up to his mouth as the other stretches out behind himself, as if worried he's gonna run into the trees. I guess I surprised him. I smile and follow the cat, reaching out my paws. You alright? As I reach down for him, he pushes my paws away. I frown. What?
What was that?
TJ's whispering, but it's a loud sort of whisper, almost deafening in the quiet forest. What do you mean? I kissed you. TJ, I love you. The look of pure shock and horror on TJ's face stuns me. What?
What are you talking about?
TJ, you're asking really dumb questions right now. You heard me. I feel myself getting a little irritated. I just bared my soul to him, and now he's acting like I told him a terrible secret.
But, you mean like a friend?
No. I mean like a boyfriend. A lover. I reach out again, but this time TJ twists away from me and then starts to back up. Back the way we came from. I follow him.
What? How come?
I can see his rapid breathing, his wide eyes, like a cornered animal. I feel myself getting angrier. What do you mean, how come? Do I need to explain it to you? TJ keeps backing up, and I see what looks like fear in his eyes. I don't understand it at all. He starts to turn around, but I grab his arm.
Hey!
You flirt with me all fucking week, and you're asking why? What the fuck you talking about?
Chase, let me go!
He tries to pull away weakly, but I yank him forward so hard his teeth clack together in front of my face. He gasps. You make eyes at me across the table at the diner while we're doing yard work at Janice's house, and you don't get why? Why the hell am I getting so angry?
Let me go!
TJ's still whispering, but it's getting louder. So you're just leading me on? I feel my voice break as it rises in volume as well. What's happening? Why am I doing this? Is this a dream? Were you leading me the fuck on, TJ? I see tears brimming in TJ's eyes, and he looks away from me, like a kid that just got caught doing something wrong. Do I need to tell you again? TJ, I fucking love you. I've known it since I picked you up from the college. Listen to me. I pull him closer, but as I do, he lashes out. I see a flash of light, and next thing I know, TJ's escaped my grasp. My paw is still stuck in the air as I watch the Lynx disappear through the trees. Soon the sounds of its footsteps fade as well, and I'm left alone in the deathly quiet forest. I stare for a long time, listening to the nothingness. Maybe waiting for TJ to come back, or for Julian to come up the path to beat me up. But nothing happens. I don't know how long I stand there, but when I look up, I see that the sun has finally set. I numbly lift the camera in my other hand, but still holding onto it like I was when I kissed TJ. Slowly I walked over to the bag and kneeled down, putting the camera away. That's when I feel the nape of my neck prickle. TJ? I look back hopefully, but the path is empty. The forest, though. The trees and branches and leaves that outline the path, just before it curves out of sight, just 15 feet ahead of me. There's a shape in the trees. The shape of legs, arms, a torso, and maybe a head. Shadowy figure seems to blend into the leaves, almost melting into the twilight. I blink hard, but when I open my eyes, the figure is still there, unmoving, unchanged. That's when I realize that even though I'm holding my breath, I can still hear breathing. It comes from the direction of the shape, even though it doesn't move at all. It looks like a painting. Slowly I stand up. It doesn't move. I start to walk forward, and that's finally when it changes. It starts to melt back into the trees, but the branches and leaves don't move. It moves through them. Then as I reach the bend in the path, it fades into nothing. But the breathing continues. I look around finally and see that it's gotten dark to the point that I can hardly make anything out.
Everything you see is twisted from what it once was.
But what was it?
It was something once, just like I was, but nothing here is obligated to make sense to you.
But what does it want?
What does anything here want? The only thing you know for sure is that it's evil.
And just like that, I'm running up the rest of the path, feeling as if the branches are clawing at me, trying to pull me back into the forest. And still the breathing continues, just over my shoulder, growing ragged of my own, following me, chasing me. I feel it closing in on me, gasping, taking on a robotic tone, as if someone's taking their last breaths through a phone. And I'm the one on the other end listening to it. The crackling breath hisses out, then rises up into a screech of static and noise, and I break through the trees, landing in the ditch and jamming 2 fingers in the process as I throw my paws out to catch myself. I don't care, though. I scramble out of the ditch, gasping for breath. I look up, hoping to see TJ, Julian, even Janice, but no one's there. Both cars are gone. I'm left alone on the road, in the silence and increasing darkness. I walk back to the motel alone. I hope to see Julian's truck in the parking lot when I get there, but it isn't. Instead, there's a typical 2 or 3 cars along with my own. I still have hope as I make my way to the door. Maybe TJ will be in the bathroom taking a shower. Maybe he'll already be asleep. Maybe he'll be awake, and we can just forget what happened. Chat until it's late, order a pizza like we did at Carl's house. But as I press the key card to the lock and it flashes green, I open the door. I don't see TJ at all. It's dark and empty. And that's finally when I realize that TJ's left me as well. My mind is blank as I walk through the motel room, only then realizing that I left the camera in the forest. I don't care, though. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. I curl up on the bed and cry for a long time. I don't care how loud I am. I'm sure if anyone hears it, they've heard worse. The employee at the front desk probably hears it every week because that's just the way this town fucking is. I fall asleep. When I wake up, I can't move. I don't care, though. It doesn't matter anymore. Even though I know better, I open my eyes. Weirdly enough, the motel is as I left it, disheveled with the lights on. Nothing horrible at all, until I hear footsteps at the base of my bed. I brace myself for it, but I keep my eyes open. I don't know why. I guess it feels like I'm punishing myself for what I did to TJ. I lay there on my side, curled up and waiting as the footsteps make their way around the bed. I don't know what I expect my mind to conjure up. Maybe the demon in the forest, the evil electric creature that breathed into my ear as I ran from it, jumping from tree to tree behind me. What I didn't expect to see is a small old kit fox in a button-up shirt and a tie. I watch as he sets a card down on the little table next to my bed. I get a moment to see a silver ring on his finger and the worn black claws. He then picks up a bottle from the table that isn't there and takes a swig from it. He then moves over to the closet rod and clothes that I don't recognize hanging from it. He's got a cord of some kind in his paws. He starts to tie it up on the rod while the other end gets tied around his neck. I know what he's doing. Now I try to close my eyes, but something seems to hold them open. This is too real. The fox braces himself against the wall, and I see his face clearly. Kind, weary, hopeless, and then he sits. But he doesn't completely sit, because the cord pulls taut, and he's left with his legs at a loose slant on the ground. I see his eyes bulge, turning red, and at the same time, those eyes meet mine, and I think he sees me. I gasp and sit up the bed, but he doesn't disappear, he lingers. It's only when he starts to go into convulsions that he begins to fade away. I tug my knees, my back pressed against the headboard of the bed as the fox continues to stare at me, then completely disappears. If it was real. It was real.
Was.
Something's different. Something's wrong in the air. A sound from the bathroom makes me look over at the closed door. Something's in there. Automatically, I get up. It's like I'm not in control of my body anymore. It's like I'm still in a dream, even though I know I'm not. I get to the door and stand there a little while, listening to the breathing inside, and then I open it. I stand there for a while, staring in. The light from the room pours into the bathroom, but it isn't enough to show me anything out of the ordinary. I feel it though. There's an energy in there pulling me in. Slowly, I step inside, looking around, my heart hammering in my chest. I'm not scared. Not anymore. It's sort of an anticipation instead of a fear. Like I've been waiting for this ever since I got to Echo. I don't know if I believe in ghosts now, but I know what's happening here is real. I wait, feeling the cold tiles of the bathroom against the pads of my feet. I'm not sure how long I stand there in complete silence. It could be anywhere from 1 minute to 10, but that's finally when I get an answer. Close the door! Close the door! I don't hear anything, but I feel it. And I feel it coming from my left. I look, but I don't see anything. This isn't like the other times when I hear him inside my head. No, the voice inside me is hiding right now. Like even he's afraid of this. Still, I sense it. And even though I start to feel that fear again, I reach out for the door. Close it! Close it! Close the door! For a brief moment, I have a sudden realization of where I am, what I'm doing, and what's happening. But that's not enough to stop me. There's a haze over my mind, over everything, like I'm in a deep, dark dream that I can't wake up from. I think I've lost my mind, or maybe I'm dead. Either way, it doesn't matter anymore. I push the door closed, but not fully, letting just a crack of light in so that through the mirror, so I could see the outline of the fur on the left side of my head. But as I'm looking at that, I start to get the feeling that it's not me in the mirror. I look shorter, smaller, and something's wrong with my face. I can almost see what looks like the corner of a mouth stretched all the way across the jaw. Just like I saw in the diner in the bathroom 5 days ago. I don't know, it just feels so long. But it's then that I realize the presence I feel is coming from this thing in the mirror. We stare at each other for a long time, the fear rising and rising, until it's almost overwhelming. But my feet won't move. My mind won't reason with what's happening. I'm in a nightmare. This is real! The mirror whispers at me. Then I see the grotesque mouth with the raspy whispering words. Slowly I move a little closer to the mirror, ducking my head down a bit, reaching up to touch my cheek where I see the widened gash of a mouth. The reflection does the same, but when I touch my face, I only feel smooth fur, even as the fingers in the mirror brushed against the opening. What's happening? I ask myself, but my reflection responds. What's been happening for eons? What was supposed to happen to everyone else in this town? But you stopped it! What? Come back here with your secret. Almost started it, but now that everyone's about to find out. What are you talking about? This town might actually survive if they find out. Find out what? I bring both paws up to press against the sides of my face, as if to cover up the gaping mouth. You know what? I squint at the reflection, trying to figure out why it looks so familiar. Sydney? There's a raspy, rustling sound, and I see the thing in the mirror shake, its head twitching from side to side, far too fast for anything of this world. I take a step back. Dread rises in my chest. No. This was supposed to be over. I'm not supposed to see things anymore. You always knew they were wrong. Always knew that what you saw was real. Nothing normal about this. But it's not me seeing things again that's got me feeling the way I do. No. What secrets are you talking about? Again, that raspy sound of rustling leaves, sounding old and forgotten. That's what it feels like I'm talking to. Something old, monolithic, and ancient. You don't need me to tell you. I grasp my shirt, twisting the fabric in my paw, feeling like I might panic, that I might go insane. Already insane. But how's anyone gonna find out? No one knows. You know that's not true. Who's responsible for the cruel joke? I swallow hard. Someone knows. Know that. That was something else. They didn't know. It was a stupid prank on me. To make me look bad. To ruin our vacation. Vacation? Is that what I'm on right now? That thought is foolish, and you know it. It was definitely foolish. And you know who it was. And after what you did to him. I see myself pinning the lizard in the parking lot, holding back from pounding his face into nothing. He's going to tell everyone. No. I hear myself whine, feeling like a child, like the small creature in the mirror. Yes, unless. I wait, feeling tears well up in my eyes, knowing that my life was about to change forever. The silence drags on and on until I finally break it. What?
I can help you keep the secret.
I wait a little longer, but the reflection stays quiet. I get the sense that time is going faster than I perceive it, my legs aching from standing there rigidly on the cold tile floor. Help me?
I can tell you what you can do to keep things the way they are.
I feel a small ray of hope pierce through the towering cloud of impending doom in my chest. How? There's a dark pause, a moment that marks an in-between, between what was and what's about to become. I know things can't truly stay the way they are. They never do. Another split in my life. Just like what happened years ago. Finally the thing speaks, and hear exactly what I expect.
Do the same to the lizard.
I swallow, feeling myself resisting, rejecting the idea.
Unless you want them all to know your secret.
But how do I know it was him? He sounded like he had no idea what we were doing.
He is deceptive, a liar. His entire family has always been.
But I can't! I don't know for sure!
Show him the note. You'll see his reaction, the truth.
My paw drifts to my pocket, feeling the gentle outline of the folded paper. Who are you? The rustling leaves again, and I realize that while this might be Sydney, it's something more than Sydney. And it doesn't answer me. We stand there for a long time again. Minutes. Hours. I don't know. Why would you help me? This time it answers immediately.
This town needs secrets.
But why? Again, no answer. I stand there for what feels like hours. As I continue to stare at this small, disfigured creature, I get the feeling that it's starting to move independent from me. That thought scares me, and I lift my paws. I'm relieved to see the reflection do the same, but as soon as I touch my face, I feel the corner of my mouth stretch up to my ears. In a sudden burst of panic, I lunge for the light switch and flip it on. I'm stunned as I'm bathed in blinding yellow light, and I have to shut my eyes for a moment before opening them. I see myself in the mirror as I've always been, staring back blearily. My eyes are bloodshot. My figure seems to sag with exhaustion. I stand there for a while, feeling my mind cloud up even more as I go over what just happened. Then a violent shiver comes over my body, like I'm suffering a high fever. I feel sick. My skin is sensitive, my joints are sore, and after a moment, I move back to the motel room. I can see that it's light outside through the curtains. How long was I in there? It must have been hours. I don't care, though. Still shivering, I head for the closet bed, sliding under the covers on my clothes and laying under the pillowcases. I realize then that this is Jenna's bed, and I can smell her perfume, along with the faint scent of fox musk on the pillow. Where was she again? I can't even remember through the haze in my head. I think I fell asleep, but I'm not sure. A sudden knock at the door makes me jump. I curl up tight under the covers, hoping that I just dreamed it, or that whoever was outside just goes away. Then a knock again, followed by Leo's voice.
Otter, you there?
I cringe, squeezing my eyes shut, having completely forgotten about him. Why had he chosen to show up now? I lay still for a moment, then he yells again, which makes me jump out of bed, cringing again at the pain in my joints. Groggily, I stumble to the door, leaning against it for a moment as I feel light-headed, trying to gather myself. Finally, I fix my face into a tired smile before opening the door. Leo stands there, his ears perked, eyes wide as if he hadn't expected me to open the door.
Oh, Chase, are you alright?
He reaches out for the rest of his paw on my shoulder, looking over to me. Yeah, was up all night doing my project. I left it until the last minute. I gave him a sheepish grin. Leo clucks his tongue at me.
Isn't that due tomorrow? And aren't you driving home all day today?
I shrug. I'll be fine.
If you say so, Otter.
Continues to stare at me with a look of concern. What's up?
Well, I guess I'm just sorry that I haven't been around more this week. I guess I was just being a bit unfair to you.
I racked my brain for a reason why Leo's apologizing to me, or exactly why he'd been unfair to me.
I guess I'd just been a bit down because you weren't talking to me as much as I thought you would.
Oh. Leo had been avoiding me all week? I hadn't even noticed. Oh, well, it's alright. I was wondering why you hadn't texted me. I'd been missing you. Leo's ears flatten as I see a look of shame cross his face.
You could have texted me too, you know.
I didn't want to bother you. I could tell you weren't all that happy. Leo lets out a big sigh, letting his shoulders droop.
I'm sorry, Chase. Because it just felt kind of shitty after what Flynn did. Then he just kind of went quiet.
I scratched the back of my head. And I can't deny that he kind of ruined the vibe of the whole trip. But I really should have called you afterwards. I'm sorry too.
My dad did call me into work every day, so I guess it would have been hard to figure things out anyway.
That sounds familiar. He's still making you work the weekends too.
Usually, yeah.
Leo looks past my shoulders into the motel room.
And you're right, when I texted Jenna, it sounded like something was wrong. I guess she's already back in Pueblo.
I shrug. Yeah, I think the tension got to her in the end and she took off early. She was complaining about Flynn the entire time she was here. Leo lets out another big sigh.
Great. He's been acting strange, too.
Oh yeah? I silently hope that the wolf isn't going to ask to be let in.
Yeah, driving around acting all shady. That's actually what made me want to visit you, see if everything was okay. Carl isn't even responding to me.
I'm good, just tired and stressed out.
Is Teach here?
He's actually hanging out with an old friend in Peyton right now. Once he comes back, we're gonna start driving back. I was actually in the middle of a nap.
Oh, sorry. You wanted to get back to that then?
I smile guiltily. Yeah, would probably be best. Don't want to nod off on the road, you know?
Of course.
Leo looks at me hesitantly.
Listen, I know this was probably going to be our last time getting together before we all split off, but you want to try this again in the future? Maybe over the summer when you don't have school to worry about. I just feel like we left a lot unsaid. Doesn't have to be everyone. Maybe this time I'll just tell Flynn not to come around.
I smile back at Leo. Yeah, that sounds good. I think that'd be a great time. Leo smiles back, looking genuinely relieved and happy.
Ah, that's good to hear. I'll be sure Dad knows that I want the week off.
You getting the week off? Good luck with that. And I'll let TJ and Jenna know.
Thanks, Chase.
Leo stands there a moment, then steps forward to give me a hug. I hug back tightly before letting him go. I stand in the doorway until Leo's van pulls out the parking lot, heading in the direction of the highway, probably on his way to work. Once he's gone, I deflate, feeling as if that one conversation had been equal to hours of hard labor. Still watching him go, I get a sense of sadness, like it's the last time we'd ever see each other the way we are now. I stumble back to bed, almost falling before I catch myself on the edge with both paws. I stare at the square patterns on the comforter, feeling a little sick. For a moment I hear whispers coming from the dark bathroom, but I don't even look up to see if I can see a figure in the mirror. I wish I'd closed the door, but I'm not going to go near that place again. So I just curl up on the bed, facing away from the bathroom, closing my eyes. I'd gotten bored of skipping rocks pretty quickly. Leo was so good at it, he could skip them over the water 5 times before they sunk. Even Jenna could do at least 3. Mine would splat once and stink like the stones they were. After Leo laughed at my last one, I glared and decided to go into the lake where no one else could go.
Hey, not the way of the rocks. You're gonna get hit.
Leo's telling me to be careful only made me more angry, and I cut through the water, far below the surface so they couldn't see me. I go back in the direction where we came from, wondering if Sydney and Toby are in the shallows. Then I might be able to surprise them. When I come around the curve of the beach, I see that they are in fact in the shallows. But I can tell immediately that something isn't right. Toby's flat on his stomach in the shallows. Sydney's sitting on his back. Toby's just enough room that his head barely sticks out of the water. As I poke my head up, I can hear the cat sobbing. Sydney isn't saying much at all. He's got a strange look on his face. It's a look that I've seen before, like the time that he'd covered Toby's mouth and nose when he had him pinned down and we had to pull them apart. That same look that he'd thrown a dirt clod of the rock at the lynx's head. A look that was determined, almost empty, but completely fascinated with what he was doing. Almost like he liked it. Something about this situation scared me, though. The other times we'd been there to help separate them or stop Sydney from going too far. But now it looked like he was trying to kill the cat. Every now and then a wave would slosh over Toby's mouth and nose, and he'd yell and struggle frantically, begging Sydney to get off. But Sydney just sat there, enamored with his own cruelty. He was going to kill Toby, just like he killed his dad. My visions blur, so as I go under and speed towards them, I lift out of the water to knock Sydney off the lynx as hard as I can. Sydney falls back in the water before quickly pushing himself back up. I see the look of horror on his face. Not at what I'm about to do to him, but because he got caught doing something bad. Not just bad, but weird and scary and something that no one should ever do, not even if you're a kid. I don't think he could ever explain why he liked doing it. That look imprints itself in my mind. TJ runs off. I don't know where to. I try to get Sydney to tell me what he was doing for a while. I don't remember exactly what happens, but I get angry. I throw a punch. It misses and hit him in the throat instead. He lets out a hard cough, reaching up with both paws to clutch his neck. He manages to stumble up to his feet without using his paws, his Luce Lobo swim trunks wetly clinging to his legs. I don't give him a chance to stand for long. I tackle him again and grab his feet, shoving him underwater. He scrambles frantically. I feel a dark satisfaction in my chest as the way I can hear his screams through the bubbling of his exhaling breath. I finally let him go a good 10 seconds and he comes up gagging and choking. He starts to scramble away from his paws and knees before getting up. I see snot hanging from his nose and chin as he stumbles, snorting out water, and I can tell he's about to cry.
You tried to kill me. I'm telling Leo, you tried to murder me.
So that was it. For some reason, the way he immediately tried to put that on me. It was then that I believed he was trying to kill TJ. Maybe not even on purpose. Maybe just waiting for it to accidentally happen. I don't know. But now he was going to make everyone think I'm a murderer, even though we all know he did it. He stumbles away and I go after him, grabbing him.
He's trying to kill me!
His voice is weak and so is his body, especially in the water. I poke my head up from the waves in front of the otter.
Otter, move. We're gonna hit your head.
I shrug my shoulders, dipping under the water again so they can hug myself and tremble alone. Again, time passes in a way that I'm not familiar with. 5 seconds, 5 minutes, 5 hours pass when my phone starts to ring. There's something ominous about it. Something I can't explain, but I feel it deep in my bones, like the aches in my joints. I open my eyes to see my phone is just a foot from my face, vibrating over and over. I see the blank contact image on the screen with the name Julian under it. For a moment, I wonder why I have his number. Why I have his name attached to it. Then I remember it's because we exchanged numbers during the scavenger hunt. So that I can call him to meet up. Slowly I reach out and press the green button to answer. I raise it to my ear, waiting, but only getting silence on the other end. Hello?
Hey, Chase!
Julian's voice sounds hesitant, like he's not really sure about what he's doing. Like he doesn't know me. Yeah?
Hey, so something happened that I thought you... Or at least thought someone should know about.
I slowly slid up, the blanket falling away from my shoulders. What's up?
Well, TJ spent the night over at my place after what you did.
Julian's voice takes on a hard edge for a moment. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Then I remember the forest and what happened there. For some reason, the thought doesn't create that horrible empty guilt I'd felt yesterday. In fact, I felt nothing.
Anyway, we got him a bus ticket back to CCU, and we were hanging out until the departure time, which was an hour now.
Yeah?
Well, that lizard guy showed up, Flynn. He showed up at my house. I don't know how he knew where I lived, but I think Janice told him.
My heart skips a beat.
Anyway, he wanted to talk to TJ, and eventually TJ told him that I could just walk inside. So he did, and after a while, when I looked up, they were gone.
Gone?
Yeah, and so was his truck. I'm pretty sure TJ went with him, but I don't know. They were both acting really strange, so I don't really feel good about it. TJ won't respond to my text either.
I see.
So, since your number's the only one I have from your friend group, I thought I should tell you, you should let the others know.
Alright, I'll do that.
Alright.
There's a pause, but I'm already getting up, looking for my keys.
I'll probably check things out myself before my shift today. You know where Flynn lives.
I can tell that the Buck doesn't really trust me with this information, and why would he? I don't care, though. Yeah, he's on Shepherd Street. Janice will be able to point out where it is for you, but I'm heading over now.
Let me know if you find anything out.
I will, later.
Bye.
I feel my heart rate picking up speed as I finally find my keys under my backpack on the table. Snatch them up and jog out the motel, the heat of the afternoon sun coming over me in a wave. I realize then how late it is. I've been in the motel for nearly a full day, but to me it felt like only a few hours, if that. I should be on the highway right now, if not already back in Pueblo, but I realize that none of that matters now. As I sit down in the oven-like heat of my car, I see it staring at me from the back seat. I'm not afraid of it, at least not right now. It means that I'm on the right track, I think. I'm doing what I was meant to do. I know where Flynn and TJ are. He probably thinks that's the best place to get the truth out of TJ. His truck sits there in the small parking lot alone, gleaming in the setting sun. I pull up right next to it and look inside. Empty. I park and start off the engine, jumping out and jogging towards the faint trail through the sagebrush. I know exactly where to go. Instead of turning right like we did yesterday to the boulder, I take a left. I haven't been on this part of the beach in over a decade, not since it happened. I know this is the right direction, though, and soon enough I see the bend on the beach that turns into the shallows that we played in so many times. I also see an odd set of tracks leading in that direction. Flynn's footprints, not hard to recognize with the long clawed toes, but there's another pattern next to them. They aren't footprints, but drag marks, like Flynn had been dragging something next to him. I pick up the pace and start to run, breath catching in my throat, that feeling of not being able to turn back looming over me like a dark fog. The water and sand around me is starting to tinge a soft red with the setting sun. For a moment, I wonder what would happen if I stopped. What if I turn back instead of turning around this corner? I know that my life will turn out very, very differently if I do. That thing in the mirror, the town, it told me so. But I feel like if I'm on a set of train tracks cutting through the desert with no alternative paths to speak of. And I've been on this track ever since I decided that I needed to protect TJ. As I turn the corner, I see them immediately. TJ sitting on the beach, his knees drawn up to his chest as he stares downwards. Flynn is standing over TJ, his paws on his hips, looking down at the cat. It looks like he'd been thrown there by the lizard, and I finally feel rage replacing anticipation and fear. It's finally going to happen. And now I want it to. Hey! Flynn immediately whirls around, eyes wide as he spots me sprinting towards him. He takes a step back as I get closer, but I skid to a stop 10 feet away, glaring at him as my paws clench into fists. What the hell are you doing? I scream at him, wanting to let him know just how pissed I am. It feels good, finally not being afraid or worried about what was going to happen, because now I know there's no other option. Flynn looks taken aback for a moment, looking at me up and down before he straightens up. He hasn't forgotten what's happened between us yesterday, and I can tell he's afraid of me.
Get the fuck out of here, Chase! This isn't about you!
You fucking bet it is. I look at TJ, and he's gone back to staring at the ground, expression vacant. What are you doing to him?
I'm not doing anything to him, except asking him some questions.
About?
You know exactly what about.
He is trying to confirm your secret.
Get away from him! I say each word with deliberation, taking a few steps closer to the lizard. Flynn steps back again, but only with 1 foot. He doesn't look back, and he does back away further.
You stay the fuck away from me, Chase! And what the hell have you been doing this whole week?
Flynn seems to grow a little more confident with that. What do you mean? I stop and cross my arms, waiting.
What I asked yesterday. And never what happened to Carl. I think I'm owed a fucking explanation.
I feel the anger rise up even more in my chest. You want an explanation after the shit you've been pulling? Flynn once again looks taken aback by my anger.
The hell you talking about?
My paws move into my pocket. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That fucked up scavenger hunt that you sent us on. That you started with Carl. Flynn gapes at me.
What?
I feel some of my resolution dissolve as the lizard's face looks completely bewildered.
He is lying.
Anger swells once again. Quit fucking lying to me. I know what you did, and I know what you think happened. Flynn steps forward.
Chase, get the fuck out of here. This isn't about you. TJ's telling me what happened.
I look down at TJ, again at the vacant stare. What did he tell you?
Leave! This isn't about you!
Flynn walks up to me, giving me a hard shove in the chest. I stumble back. Really? I feel my paw reaching in my pocket, as if it's of its own accord. I grasp the note, even though my nerves fail me as I'm pulling it out.
It seems to happen on its own.
Then what the hell is this? I unfold the note, rippling the old paper in the process. But it's intact enough when I present it in front of the lizard's face. Flynn's brow furrows in confusion for a moment before he takes it roughly from my paws. He stares at it, eyes scanning the page as if looking from all the angles. Finally, his eyes flick up to look at me.
What the fuck is this?
He whispers hoarsely. I look straight back at him, waiting for the expression of familiarity, the guilt, the knowledge that that piece of paper is his own doing. But instead of what the mirror promised, I get shock and confusion instead. Just like that, I feel my determination break down. It was as if something had been driving me to this moment, and that cloud covering my brain breaks for a moment. For a moment, things are clear, and I'm left in a daze. I don't...
What is this?
His voice turns up a scream, and it's such a horrible sound that I stumble back. He holds the paper up, showing me, and I stare as if I've never seen it before. Unlike the other note, this one has a crude drawing. On the far left of the page, a small stick figure with the lynx's ears is kneeling on a beach, surrounded by clams and starfish. He's covering his face, tears falling to the sand below. Extending out from the beach, poorly drawn waves spread from the top of the page to represent the lake. Far below the waves, two figures are connected near the bottom of the page. One has X's for eyes, his legs and arms splayed out, tiny little bubbles coming from the mouth. Below that, another sits below him, grinning mischievously, holding the drowning stick figure by his tail. As if the picture wasn't descriptive enough, words and arrows label the characters. Toby sitting on the beach, Sydney dead in the water, and Chase holding him down. I looked at the drawing so many times before, but now to have Flynn be the one to show it to me. But he had to have been the one to draw this. Who else could have done it? But here he was, standing there in a state of shock just like me. But I could see his expression very quickly morphing into fury. All my plans to confront him, to figure out how he found out, are thrown out the window, because he just found out. I'm completely unprepared. Inconveniently, the present that spurred me on has left as well. And it's only now that he realized how stupid this all was. It's like I've been tricked.
Chase!
Flint's walking towards me, and his expression is like nothing I've seen before.
Chase!
I can see in his eyes what he's about to do. I back away, stumbling, but that's when he rushes, tackling me to the ground and crushing me into the hard-chopped rocks underneath. Unlike yesterday, all my strength and confidence has abandoned me. It's like whatever's been driving me has left me right at this moment, taking several steps back to watch. Like it wanted this to happen all along. Flint's fists find my face, first one to the right side, another on the left. Each one brings a flash of light to my vision, and at that moment all senses leave me. It's kind of nice in a way, like I don't have to be present for the horror that I've brought on myself. A few more punches come my way. Like the impacts like earthquakes in my head, but I don't feel any pain. Instead, they leave me feeling stunned, like I'd been electrocuted. I could feel blood pouring into my nose like a faucet, and soon it fills my mouth with that familiar metallic taste.
You fucking piece of shit! You think you can just play with me like this?
His strong big hand find my neck and start to squeeze. Through blurred vision, I can see him above me. Eyes filled with tears, glaring down at me with a rage that I didn't think was possible.
You little shit! You won't get away with this shit this time!
I hear the rustling leaves again, my reflection, Sydney, the town, whatever it was, laughing at me. Vaguely, I wonder if Flynn had been spurred on by it too.
We're puppets.
Nothing seems real right now. What's happening to me? To Flynn? What's happening between us? It seems impossible. But the breath that struck this throat is very real, and I start to see stars and blackness begin to cloud my vision. After the things I've done, I guess I deserve it. I guess this is the appropriate way to go out.
Flynn?
A soft voice coming from the distance.
It was me. I did it.
Hands come away from my throat, and I take in one massive breath like I'm coming up from the water after being under for far too long. Spit and blood go down my throat and to my lungs, and they roll over, letting out a great cough, spraying the rock in front of my face with dark drops of blood.
What?
I watch the blood drip to the flat rock in a steady rhythm from my nose, having to breathe extra hard through my mouth because of it.
I said I did it. It was an accident. I pushed him out into the water and he drowned.
I grab the rock, stumbling to my feet, feeling that old anger return.
He's going to kill Toby. Stop him.
I stumble unsteadily to my feet and turn to see the lizard with his back to me, approaching TJ.
You will never leave Toby alone, just like Sydney.
I stumble after them, hands tightening around the rock, the back of Flynn's head in my sights.
What did you say?
But you can stop it for good. Break the circle.
I'm a few steps away from Flynn when I swing, bring it down to his head as hard as I can. The sound is awful. Immediately, Flynn bends over, screaming in pain as his paws come up to clutch the back of his head. I swing again, this time glancing off the top of his head. Most of my power robbed by the poor angle. Flynn turns to me then, still crouched low, and tries to tackle me. I stay on my feet for the most part, but I'm pushed back several feet as I grab onto his back for support. I feel the cold water on my feet, and that's when I grab the lizard under his armpits and start to pull both of us out further. Flynn doesn't seem to realize what's happening until the water's up to our knees. He stands up straight, and I see blood running down his face from his head. He's glaring at me, expression wild, gaze clouded just like mine, and he takes a swing at me. It lands on my jaw. Though my head is snapped to the side, another flash fills my vision, and I'm able to grab that paw and swing him out further into the lake. The lizard stumbles in the shallows, standing up waist deep, and that's when I throw myself at him with everything I've got. I tackle him to the water, and we're both submerged. I feel the change in Flynn's demeanor. The change as he realizes that he's gone from fighting for the truth to a fight for his life. Claws came out to scratch my arms, but I ignore it, the cold water numbing any pain that I might have felt. I kick us further into the lake, my powerful tail and body coming into play, Doing what I was built to do. I know I knocked the breath out of Flynn when I barreled into him, so he doesn't have much time before he needs another breath. I'm not going to give it to him. I thrust us both through the water, downward against the rock and sand below us. He grasps at me, kicking with his feet, and I catch a glimpse of his face then. It's not angry anymore, or clouded. Instead, he stares at me with shock and utter disbelief. I'm killing him, and he realizes it. He also realizes the truth then. I see it in his eyes. What he's wanted to know for the past decade, he realizes in the last minutes of his life. He kicks at me with his feet, his movements becoming even more desperate. His paws move to my neck, trying to choke me again, but it's useless. I already have my breath. I watch bubbles spurt out from his muzzle, then all at once in a gush. His paws go from strangling to pleading. He grabs at me by the shoulders, shaking, tugging, looking into my eyes. But I'm relentless. That feeling of not being able to turn back too strong. His muzzle opens, trying to breathe but only taking in water. His thrashing turns up a notch, scratching my legs with his claws as he kicks even harder. The second burst of desperation only lasts a few seconds though. His movement's growing more and more tired, weaker and weaker. He's not looking at me anymore, eyes staring past me, towards the glimmering surface above, a place I'll never let him see again. His movements become more sporadic, like he's having convulsions. My instincts tell me to let him go, to end this insanity, but my paws don't let me. I close my eyes and press harder. After a few more minutes, I don't feel any more movements. Slowly I let him go, careful not to look at his face. His body stays still for the most part, moving back and forth gently with the current. I kick to the surface, my limbs numb as they break through the cold air above. Pull myself along through the rocks, gasping and feeling incredibly weak for some reason. My stomach lurches, and for a moment, it feels as if I'm going to throw up. I stay there on my own hands and knees, staring into the water at my reflection. My face looks blank, and for a moment, I see the horrible gasped mouth. I know I'm crying, even if the lake water is covering it up. What happened? But as I look up, and I see TJ there, everything comes together. He's on his knees staring past me, mouth hanging open. Suddenly I remember exactly why this has all happened. My chest fills with warmth and love for the cat as I stumble towards him on my knees. TJ doesn't seem to notice me as I wrap my arms around him, pressing his face to my chest. I've got you. We're okay. He's not gonna hurt you anymore. I breathe heavily into the lynx's ears as I whisper to him, wanting to let him know that everything's gonna be okay. Finally, I feel him shake his head against my body.
Chase? But why?
Because he knew, and he was never gonna leave us alone. He tried to kill us. I kiss the top of the cat's head gently, wanting him to know how much I care.
Is he?
He's gone. TJ sobs against me, but I only hug him tighter.
Why did you do that?
He reaches out to my left, and I look, seeing the paper and the lake. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Me showing Flynn the paper or killing him. I don't know, so I don't answer. Instead, I hug him even tighter, whispering in his ear. It'll be just like last time. We won't tell anyone. Our secret. Something turns ominous in the air. That horrible tension I felt dissipate when we opened the letters returns.
This town needs secrets.
We'll tell them he tried to kill us. We had to protect ourselves. TJ leans tiredly against me, his arms limp. We're gonna be okay. Just like last time. We can forget. TJ doesn't respond, so I look out at the lake and get a shock as I see Flynn floating there, close to the shore. He's face down, back just barely touching the surface. For a moment, I wonder if it's not too late. If there's still enough life in him left to be revived. But that same feeling holds me back, and I cling to TJ instead. We're gonna be okay.
We were manipulated. We keep moving in circles.
That voice comes to the surface for a moment, but the first time sounding stunned. I return to focusing on the lynx, the whole reason why I did any of this in the first place. Whatever happens, I'm going to protect him from all the shitty people in the world that want to hurt him. By the time we get to our feet, it's dark and I have to help the lynx along the sagebrush. But he's quiet, robotic like he was the first time this happened. I help into my car and get into the driver's seat, quietly pulling out the parking lot and leaving Flynn's empty truck behind. I watch it disappear in the rearview mirror, sitting alone under the yellow parking lot light. As we drive along the road, The Lynx stares out the window. I can still feel the tension in my arms and legs, making it difficult to keep the wheel steady. My heavy wet clothes stick to the seat. Finally, we get to the freeway, and I look back again. Echo just a series of tiny lights, insignificant on this desert landscape. It seems absurd that that place was where all the horror happened, where all that horror still is.
Chase?
I snap out of my daydream, looking over at the Lynx, his eyes glowing gently in the fading light.
After we're done with wherever we're going?
The police station?
Yeah, can you give me a ride back to CCU? I miss my bus.
TJ smiles sheepishly. I blink, wondering what to say. Does he not realize? Then I realize what he's doing. What's happening? Just like last time. I clear my throat. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll give you a ride for sure.
Thanks, Chase.
TJ smiles at me, then goes back to looking out the window. I wonder if he'll forget what happened. Like what happened with Sydney. I hope that I can. We drive off into the dark desert towards the soft glow of Peyton in the distance. 5 years later.
Oh, seriously, this is gonna be such a good fucking time. You'll be glad you came.
The big grizzly bear nudges the coyote playfully, almost knocking the canine into the passenger window.
Ow, keep your paws on the wheel, or your paw at least.
Cameron eyes the giant half-eaten burger in the bear's equally giant paw. Dev's other paw casually steers the wheel, elbow wrestling through the open window. The bear looks happier than he's been in a while, somehow grinning as he chews. Coyote sighs and stares out his own window, watching the desert landscape fly by. There's nothing like this in his hometown. He found himself wishing he was back against the pine forests. Something he's been wishing since he moved out to Pueblo for school. Technically, this was his natural habitat, but he found the whole place depressing somehow. Empty and dry and rough.
Hey, what you pouting for?
I'm not pouting.
Yeah, you are.
Cameron sighs, deciding to change the subject. So, why couldn't Larry go again?
I don't know. Said something about his car breaking down. I think he just flaked, though.
Aren't there other haunted places in Pueblo that we could have gone to, like, by the school? The bear shakes his head, letting go of the wheel, and crumple the foil that packaged his sandwich, tossing it into the back.
Not like Echo, dude. This place is the most haunted town in the entire fucking world.
Cameron sighs once again, then suddenly grasps the seat as the car swerves and turns hard into a small road, heading towards a blue lake. What the fuck?
Whoops, sorry, almost missed the turn. Gotta hit that Lake Emma before the actual town.
The road quickly ends in a small parking lot, empty and cracked. Why?
Because a lot of shit happened here.
The grizzly hops out of the car, making the entire thing tilt sideways as he squeezes his bulk out before reaching back in for his camera bag. The coyote allows himself one last frustrated sigh before he gets out as well. The bear waits for him, reaching out for a large, padded paw. Cameron takes it and immediately is drawn to a tight embrace and a kiss. Coyote tenses up for a moment, then waits until Devon releases him. Ugh, can you not do that right after you eat a big greasy hamburger? Cameron makes a show of wiping his lips. Devon rolls his eyes.
No pleasing you, is there?
Nevertheless, the grizzly holds out a paw again, and Cameron takes it, the two of them walking towards a faint trail. It's not a pleasant walk, the trail almost obscured by sagebrush and dry vegetation. Once they reach the edge of the lake, Devon has to help the coyote through the rough, rocky terrain. The coyote feels like a child as Devon lifts him up to the boulders and onto the beach, the bear's tree trunk biceps bulging as he does. They stand there a moment, taking in the scenery, then Devon leans over to set the camera bag down. Cameron stands there, looking around the very unphotogenic lake. So, what exactly happened here that you're so interested in? Devon takes off his backwards baseball cap for a moment to smooth his head fur down. Puts it back on, then bends it over to take a look at the camera.
Some people say the lake is haunted too. Some guy got killed here in 2015, according to a few articles I read.
Oh, wonderful.
That was self-defense, though.
Was that during the whole hysteria thing, or whatever? Devon plans the camera across the length of the lake before stomping on Cameron. The coyote frowns at being filmed.
No, that was in 2017.
The bear pans the camera over the other way, and Cameron feels himself getting sweaty under his shirt already. Some coyote he was. It's so hot here.
Once we set ourselves up in the motel, we'll have some shade.
It's still open?
Huh, nothing's open. Everything's abandoned now.
We're gonna get arrested for trespassing here. Bear finally turns off the camera, leaning over to shove it in his bag.
Psh, the cops never come down here. It's too out of the way.
Anything for views, right?
Hey, my subscribers are gonna love this shit. Now come on, let's get back to the car.
The bear turns and starts scrambling up the rocky boulders, Cameron waiting as he does. And that's when the coyote turns around to glance back to the lake, one last time, and a lizard lays in the shallows, splayed out, staring at the sky. But he's not scary, because his eyes are gone. Half of his muzzle is missing. Fuck! Cameron jumps back, tripping over the rocks and landing against the sharp edges. The coyote hisses in pain, but fear spurs him on, trying to scramble up the rocks after Devon. The bear's already turned around, though, reaching down to pull Cameron up.
Shit, you alright? What happened?
As Cameron clings to the large bear, he looks back, but nothing's there. I don't know. I saw... Devon looks in the same direction, squinting. Cameron stares a while longer, then turns back and shakes his head against Dev's chest. When Cameron looks up at the bear, he's grinning, though.
Holy shit, did you see a ghost?
The coyote scowls. What? No, I just thought I saw something. It was the reflections in the water or something. The bear gives him a knowing smile. What?
You're gonna be a believer by the end of all this, I know it.
The grizzly hugs him tight as Cameron frowns, still looking back at the shallows. It had been so real. But before he can even really collect himself, Devon is pulling him along, back to the car. Oh, dude, that was so cool. Thanks for joining me on that. I was so enamored. That was way too cool. So we actually learned a couple new things. Like, one, little TJ here and little Chase, they actually remembered everything. They knew. They just made themselves forget. So that's really insane. They, well, were aware of the murder, I guess. And I guess a very similar thing happened. Gosh. That's insane. I love it, though. Like, you get more and more of the story through each of the routes. I still feel so bad for friend Flynn here, though. Why is Flynn always getting the raw deal? Even in his own route, he got the raw deal. All I'll say is at least he survived in, I'm pretty sure he survived in Carl's route, which is good. Carl's route so far has been the happiest route. I guess we'll get to see next time what happens with Leo. As far as what we're doing next, I'm thinking I could either find Night Trap or I could play Five Nights at Freddy's, because I need to play Five Nights at Freddy's for someone who so kindly gifted those. And we have, well, Night Trap, which is very cheap on the eShop, Nintendo eShop right now. I'm gonna have to look at that, buy that, we'll see what happens. But yeah, guys, for those who actually managed to stick around, and yeah, thanks if you guys did. But for now, that is it. For now, that is it. That's all. That's good. You can see my voice is hoarse. Nay, Winnie. And yeah, that'll be fun. I do have to say, this is one of the worst endings. It really is. It's very depressing. This is definitely an extremely depressing ending. And yeah, I feel very bad. I feel very bad in general for our poor Link's friend. Because it's like, it kind of reveals that while he is like the best, like one of the nicest little characters in the town, it's sort of like he's been completely tainted. Like there's, like it's, all of a sudden he's been corrupted from the inside out because he has this huge dark secret that he just sort of immediately forgets about. Like having him go immediately back to like, oh, nothing's wrong, nothing happened, nothing changed. It just kind of shows you like a dark brokenness to TJ. That's like, every time he cries and feels upset, it's like he's remembering that time that he was partially responsible for seeing Sydney die. And now he's responsible for seeing, like, Flynn die. And he must just be getting used to it at this point. And that's kind of like, probably a scary, like, change in, you know, in character. And yes, Night Trap, the Sega CD game. Apparently it's available on Nintendo eShop, and Dougie Gamer told me it was available for a few bucks. So we might see that soon. I kind of want to do both, both Five Nights at Freddy's and Night Trap. Night Trap would be probably more appropriate. Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm just trying to find a home for that damn series. I'm trying to find a home for it, damn it! I promise, Panda! But yeah. I also need to do that duet thing where I sing that Frozen 2 song. Though I've never seen Frozen! Never seen Frozen 2. I kind of refused to see it because it was just a sequel. But yeah, in any case, I'm just rambling at this point. As you guys know, whose house? Rad's house! And yes, Rad's out. And that was fun. You guys have a good night, good Friday, good weekend. And yeah, that's it. I hope the next route isn't this rough, because damn, I know this was definitely extremely rough. Extremely rough. But hey, we had some fun. We had some fun indeed. Yeah, thanks again, guys. And for now, you all take it. Wait, let me see. I couldn't really look at Chase the same way after this ending. It's up for debate how much it was his own doing when he killed Sydney and Flynn. Well, I would say by the time the presentation of it makes it feel more like for Flynn it was his doing. For Sydney, I'm wondering if it really was just like a self-defense thing. And instead of just accepting it, and instead of just like presenting it since they were kids at the time, what fucked Chase up more was hiding it all those years. That's what I'm thinking. Because Chase had to hide literally everything, it turned him into a fucked up person that would kill again. And it fucked up TJ, because there's a darkness to TJ now, who he just sort of forgets very quickly, and is able to put at the back of his mind and not be fazed by death and murder. And that's, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad because I really like TJ. I really like TJ's character. And then you see the darkness behind it. I guess Carl is just kind of like just a nitwit in all this. But he's kind of like not affected by any weird character flaws or any weird story thing. He's just kind of Carl. Carl's Carl. As far as I know, Carl is Carl. Flynn is treated like a pariah because he has anger issues and he can't let go of what happened to his best friend, and he becomes, well, spoilers, you haven't seen that route, so I won't say it, but yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad. And the only routes left is the unfinished Jenna and Leo. So after Night Trap and or Five Nights at Freddy's, we'll be going on to the last finished route of Echo, Leo's route. Granted, Flynn's route also has a very secret other extra thing to it. Yes, in Flynn's route, we actually are able to find a more, what do you say, an epilogue? Yeah, there's an epilogue there that's not finished. So at some point, when the game's completely finished, we'll be able to see the rest of Flynn's epilogue. Maybe there'll be a little bit more information, and maybe there could be a way to save, well, yes, someone. Yeah, TJ's still cool. Yeah, TJ is definitely still cool. Definitely still cool. I had so much fun with this. Thanks for tuning in. Apologies that I can't make the playlist a little bit more succinct and clear, but I actually am. If you do watch the playlist and click on the playlist, it'll auto-play the next videos straight to the next part for like these things. That's just the best I could do these visual novel story-driven games as far as playlists are concerned. You have to click to the point of the video on the first video, but after that it'll autoplay right immediately to once the game starts. Anyway, Leo isn't as depressing. Well, that's good. I mean, I imagine that's like the route that everyone's supposed to be led into playing first. So I mean, it makes sense. So yeah, I guess next I'll be excited to see what Leo's was. Because Leo's is like the route that the game kind of points you into. And since we didn't do it at the start, I'm kind of curious what it could be like now, after I know everything. Because yeah, the context of certain things definitely changes a lot, the more of the story you know. Definitely a lot of fun. Wow. Anyway, who's out? Rad's out. Take it easy, guys. And good night, good morning. Heck yeah. Good morning. Take it easy. I'll see you around. Later, Chase. Later, Toastermints. Later, Power Dog. Later, anyone else who tuned in. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy.